take and what they won't, and then they put one foot on the brake and one foot on the pedal, and you know. But it's cool that freedom of speech and this internet is available now for some people to realize what they never thought they would. 10 years ago, most of us would have laughed, or never would have predicted that this would happen, that people would realize we're not on a spinning ball, because they had the one world religion was successful, right? Everyone, almost maybe 99%, they say, would actually thought they were on a spinning ball, and those numbers are less now. I don't know to what end, other than that each individual benefits from realizing that they're not, some random speck in a swarm of specks in an infinite universe that could care, that you're just very insignificant. I mean, if you're surrounded by endarkenment, all those things, are part of the psychological effect of it. So it's a kind of a liberating thing to realize what you're about to, is all I'm saying. Regardless if people pay, have any consequence for what, going along with the show. It's more about your personal discernment and new fascination with the gift that we've been given. Anyway, I'm monologuing. Somebody else can talk.
Anyway, guys, thank you for the conversations and
Yeah,
for
you too,
helping
buddy.
me practice my English.
Yeah,
Was a
man, no
pleasure.
doubt, man. Yeah, your English is great. You have a good head on your shoulders, man. Keep it going.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
All
you
right,
so much.
brother. Yeah, you're
Bye,
welcome
guys.
so much.
Thank you.
Best of luck, man.
Bye bye.
You too, New Perspective. Great. That was some great conversation to listen to there. I don't know
Yeah, it
what's
was
going on.
cool. He seemed like a really cool guy. I think that he'll probably look into it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know what it is with your mic. I'm like trying to hear you better. Maybe I just didn't have you turned up high enough.
It probably is my mic. I'm for some reason it's either bad or good. I'm outside, so it might be might not have been the best.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I find like if like I'm home and like my device is like hooking up to the internet via um, wireless internet, then like a wireless connection. If I'm hooked up to my wireless, if I'm close enough to the router, it's fine. But like once I get out to the outer skirts of like the outside property line and stuff, yeah, I could start getting a little bit of a more of a choppier setting.
Was I cutting in and out the whole time?
No, I could hear you just muffled. Now that I turned you up, you're a lot clearer. So maybe it's good on the recording. Maybe with a little editing.
We'll see. He seemed to understand what I was saying, at least. That was all that really mattered.
Oh yeah, yeah. He probably turned you up. I mean, I'm sitting here like with the children and stuff, so got some good old fashioned distractions.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I've got a fan going on here and everything. He seemed to hear what I was saying. That's all. I came on to see what was up with it, because he knew the moon landing was fake, and he was already on to that. But it seems like he hadn't even considered the idea that we're not on a ball yet, and he's right for it for sure. He really wants to know. A lot of people will say they do, and they really, in some ways don't, because none of us really wanted to, even if we say we did right away. Because it is kind of an overwhelming thought or realization.
Yeah, I think one of the things that he was missing in the beginning of the conversation, and I don't know if he caught on towards the end, like before Jedi started talking to him, I think one of the things that he had the misconception about was the idea of outer space and the planets, not being what he had conceptualized, right? About this solar system and all of the basically ideas that he has about what's going on outside of this place that we call Earth realm or whatever you want to call it. Um, he's got this almost like NASA model in his mind of like what outer space is and what the sun is and what the moon is, you know. And even though he doesn't believe the moon landing happened, I don't think he doesn't understand. I don't think he understands that we don't claim to know what the moon is or what the luminaries in the sky or the wandering luminaries, the stars themselves. So I felt like that would have probably been a good place for him to start really tackling a different perspective, right? Or a new perspective on what outer space might be. Because he was so enthralled in the idea of outer space, and remember him saying like he would be happy if he found out that we had actually gone to the moon. Um, that is something that a lot of people who are outer space fans, right, have a hard time with because they've done so much, you know, experimentation in their mind of what that entails, and yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow. It's like taking the red
Yeah, he was
pill.
saying something about like it's like a a jail. I think to a prison, whatever. We're trapped in the prison. But there's like that's not like, and you said to him that's not really the way you see it. Is that him you were talking to when you said that? Or was that a different conversation I'm thinking of?
No, that was him. That was him.
Yeah. And think
Yeah,
about it. They surrounded us with endarkenment, the endarkenment of space on a spinning ball, right? That's the prison, right? Because it makes you. I mean, maybe there are other lands, right? That's actually the opportunities that we'd actually have. Is there's maybe more to explore than what we know of. Not that there's not enough here already, you know. But yeah, it's the opposite of what you think in every way, right? Because they surrounded us with endarkenment, and yeah, they fed us the idea that maybe you could go to another planet, but how many people would really do that? I'd say 9 out of 10 people would freak out when they got in a rocket to go to Mars or whatever, and not want to do it once they realize that they're about to go into like the space that. Plus, they've shown us people blow up in spaceships that not that many people would actually do it. So it's more of a prison planet than it would be a prison, flat Earth. But you don't really realize that until after you get over that hump.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I feel like the other idea is what gives you this notion that you're trapped here, right? And like when you, I feel like when you realize that there's this place is like designed, right? And
Yep.
the modes that it would have taken to create this place, I mean, is beyond what we can comprehend. I feel like um, there could be there are some interesting theories about it, but it all just leads you down into that realm of speculation and never going to really know, right? But I feel like a wise person looks at the most ancient of tales, right? The most ancient of stories, and compares all of them together and tries to make sense of it based on the data that's available, right? Or the translations of the data that's available. And, and accepts the fact that they won't know, at the end of the day, but they could just try. So, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's
what's
about the
outside of this
journey, not the
place?
destination. I see it that way. Like knowing if you knew exactly what it was and why we're here and everything else, then the journey would be over, right? It's
Well, I
about the
feel like the
journey, not
place
the
is big enough.
destination.
The, the place is big enough where you should have more than enough things to do than be worried about any of the things that are going on in the sky, right? Yeah, you'll look at
Oh,
them
I
and
mean, I
wonder
mean
every
more in the
night.
spiritual sense. Like if you knew the reason that we were put here, even if you thought you knew exactly what the reason is for our existence and why it was created and all that, then in the same way, the journey would kind of be over. I mean, it's kind of like the our purpose is to keep seeking whatever it is we're supposed to be here for. And if we knew, then we wouldn't be seeking any longer. We would then, ironically, our purpose would be over.
I feel like that's part of the reason why people are so unique and individualized, right? In their like quirkiness and they have their similarities as well. I mean, when you look back on and just to think about what life would be like without all this luxury, and you know, it's like some luxuries people just take for granted, like running water and whatever it may be, food at the store,
Right.
and just shelter and air conditioning, climate control, whatever you want to call it. Um, vehicles to get around quickly, and modes of travel, like uh, you know um, it's easy to take this stuff for granted and just look at life from a really cynical point of view. It's like one of the things I was always taught was like, hey man, some people don't even have clean water to drink. They don't even have food to eat. And you're sitting here complaining about, you didn't get the toy you wanted for Christmas. You know what I mean? Um,
Right.
so like that, so it's the same concept with this earth. I feel like this realm is like so amazing, but so many people they've already started their heads in outer space. They can't even see the beauty here that's right in their face. And you can look at it and be like, oh, it's so terrible. Why would God do this? Why would the Creator do this? Create this place. Some would argue for like evolution and say, oh, the Creator, if he was so perfect, he wouldn't create this, or he wouldn't create this like that, or he wouldn't do this like this. And it's like, well, how would you know? You know what I mean? What would be your frame of reference to even know to claim to know like the how or the why? Um, uh, and like,
Yeah, that's why I don't adhere to any one story about what God is or who God is or any of the whatever I don't necessarily believe in one over another or any of them, because then it's like, wait a minute, if that's not true, then I've already decided what the answer is, and if I'm wrong, then I've already got an answer that's wrong, and I'll never see the true answer because I've already decided what the answer is, right? So it's one of those things, like, not to be cynical about religion or anything like that, but it seems like that's part of what that does is it makes an interpretation of it where you start asking those questions. Well, if God had a plan, then why would he do this and why would he do that? Well, maybe everything is God. Maybe everything is God, right? Maybe there's no outside God. Who knows? But to think that when something that you can't, maybe cutting off opportunities to find out what the real truth is because you're only focused on what you decided is the answer or were told is the answer or believed is the answer. That's just the way I see it.
yeah, well, I mean, I resonate with that, and I feel like a lot of people overlook the simplicity of the equation by the complexity of it in its simplicity, right? It's like you said, like, well, everything just might just be everything. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
and yeah, wouldn't that make sense that God is this self-fulfilling thing because he or whatever you want to refer to it as is complete in all ways, always, right? And then that
right.
would make a lot more sense than sitting here trying to figure it all out and try and say, oh, well, the text meant this because this and this meant that because that. But now you're just, getting lost in the details, right? Um,
Right.
and and losing sight of the unity of the whole equation, right? It's like, yeah, you could
Yeah.
call it an equation, but it's
I think that's part
yeah,
of the whole trick too, is to get us to compete like people are talking about, like, I'm going to go to heaven and you're not because I have this guy or whatever it is. It's like this whole competition thing. And maybe that's part of the psyop is that we don't see ourselves as one thing. We are each other. We are one with each other. At least that, like
yeah.
God's
Well,
within everything. At the very least, it may be something else outside
I
of
mean,
us, but
because
at
it's a
least
structured,
God's within everything. Yeah.
well, because it's a structured system, and because you have free will, because you have that freedom of choice, you know, That's what changes the whole outcome here. I mean, it's like you could do the right thing, but you could do the wrong thing too. And what's the right and wrong thing? Well, you have a built-in compass for that. And a lot of people, no, this guy wasn't born with that compass, or this one was obviously a psychopath, and psychopaths aren't born with that compass. Well, that's just you trying to understand.
Right.
Like the one who
Yeah.
knows, right? And the one who doesn't. But they know that they don't. You know what I mean? And some people will fake the funk and pretend they know, and in their heart they don't. And so there's so much of this superiority complexes and inferiority complexes, and people who play the victim, right? Like, oh, I'm such a victim. I was born. I had no control, right? This is unfair that I'm in this position that I never wanted to be in the first place. I didn't sign a contract, right? Um, but yeah, I mean, like these deeper questions don't get asked when you're
Yeah.
stuck on a big, on a spinning ball hurtling through outer space and consequent of a huge explosion that happened 14.5 billion years ago.
Right.
Yeah, you don't. These philosophical questions only get asked by someone who's, basing the origin of their reality on the story that is birthed out of chaos. And then they
Right.
would sit there, oh no, but it's beautiful chaos. No. How is that even possible? You're just going to say, oh, it's just this one freak explode. Let's say, oh, an innumerable amount of big bangs happened, and it didn't happen all those other times, and they start getting into all this crazy math about stuff like that. And it's like, well, I mean, on some level, if everything is everything, then that has to exist and it has to be probable, right? So, you get into the crux of it all, and it's like, well, it's simple, right? Love is, God is, right? Everything is, right? So that gets back
Yeah,
into
it
the
seems
simple
like they
basics.
definitely, one of the things they really don't want us to realize is that we're all a part of each other, and that we're all one thing to some degree. They want us to see each other as the enemy, or compete with each other, be better, the survival of the fittest. They really don't want unity amongst all of us, seeing each other as a part of themselves. That's one of the things that they definitely don't want. Things.
Yeah, well, if you think about like some of the early stories, even from like the Old Testament and some of the ancient Hindu stories, right, from the ancient Hindu texts, and you start going into these ancient texts all over the place, and there's a hierarchy of powerful beings, right? Multiple of them based on some of the translations, most of the translations, if you would gather it, right? And and what went on, I mean, there's a lot of different tales about what went on, and a lot of the evidence that we see here when you escape the new, what I call like the new education system, the education system that reared its ugly head at the end of the 1800s, where the organization really started taking place and started really getting the roots in. Um, and you see like what they started pushing, right? Just like this whole new narrative, and really just scrubbing history of any cool architecture, any cool history, and just basically writing it all off as mythos and just like not even, just myth and legends, and none of it's true. It's just people trying to make life seem cooler than it is. Here we are at this
Yep.
peak of civilization. We've never been smarter than this before. We've never been more technologically advanced. We've never had the building capabilities that we do today, or the engineering capabilities that we do today. So this whole narrative, I mean, there's holes in it, right? All over the place. It's not just one topic. It's not just flat Earth, right? But
Yep.
when you get out of this realm of thinking about, oh, okay, the Big Bang, evolution, billions of years, like people could know about hundreds of millions of years, they start telling you about what happened 720 million years ago, and oh yeah, the dinosaurs had it rough, and it's like, yeah, guys, yeah, please tell me more. Tell me more that you figured out, and you're like, 45 years here, Mr. Expert, or there's so many
Exactly.
of these different you have so many different people that have been claiming to be experts and subject matter experts about hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if you told me you knew what happened 900 years ago, I'd be laughing in your face. So for someone to tell me
Right.
they know what happened 100 million years ago, I'm just like, dude, you don't even know what happened yesterday on the other side on
Exactly.
the other side of the world. And you're going to tell me you
Right.
know what happened millions of years ago. So
Yeah, we're most of the people believe a news story that a lot of us are laughing at already from last year or yesterday or whatever, because yeah, the people that write the history books are the ones that are telling us what just happened, and we can see through it here. So who knows how long? Who knows? How much truth is back up 50, and especially 100 or whatever. Sucks though, because there's not a whole lot of foundation you can guarantee. That's the one problem with, I think this topic, or not problem, but I think a lot of people have a hard time with it because it's kind of like you have to give up knowing anything for sure. And that's, scary for a lot of people that are, they've made us dependent on thinking psychologically.
Yeah, well, they like to feel intelligent, right? Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Let me that's a, who's that?
That's
Matrix?
cool. I was just going to say,
No, go ahead.
yeah, what was that quote? The illiterate of the 21st century are not those that can't read and write. They're those that can't learn and unlearn, or unlearn and learn.
Right?
And that's what's going on here. You've got people who don't want to, they just refuse to. I was taught this, and they're just shutting off. Whereas you'll find the majority of the people who get claimed to be closed-minded because you just don't want to believe. No, we're open-minded. We used to believe the shit that the same as all the other Globers. I was not taught any different to the next Aussie kid. I'm pretty sure I was taught the same crap as T-Dub. He's a couple of years older than me. Not much has changed in the education system. That's why people aren't evolving, because the same information's getting fed at the same age brackets. Like normally in any situation, you've got a student and a master. The master passes on the information to the student. The student gathers that information, hopefully learns some more, and then they become a master, pass that information on to the student. And as time goes on, the students should be better and better and better compared to their predecessor. What's happening to society is not this. We're just dumbing society down. We keep feeding the same information back at the start, and we're in this nasty loop where we're always just going to be this same level of stupid. We are being controlled. We are being corralled. And most people can't see that. They don't want to see it. It scares them. Oh, but it's just little old me. What can I do? Well, what you can do is take a step back and have a look at what's going on with your life. Realise that you, like everyone else, is just a victim of whatever master plan or whoever's master plan this. But anyways, mate, sorry, I just...
No, it's good. You're right. Yeah.
No, I'm happy to hear it.
They assume that it's so blatant, like the little mantras they got everyone saying, like, I believe in science. Like, what? And that's all you need to just think about what you're saying.
To us, it is.
And you believe in science.
To us, it is.
Yeah.
Because we've actually been through the pain and we're looking back through it. Whereas someone who's just horse blinkers on, it's a ball, I was taught it's a ball, why and they're all the usual questions, why would they lie, and all that is maybe going through their head. But who cares? Just get to the point. You've been lied to. For what reason? Don't care, don't know, not interested. What can you do about it? You can understand that this is not the truth, this is the truth. That you have to work out for yourself. And once you do, all of a sudden quite a few things change. When the news report comes on, oh look, a meteorite the size of 8 elephants is going to crash into... No, it's not. No. Oh look, we found a planet that rains diamonds. No, there's not. Look at all the bullshit they put on the news that's all space related. And then just click the turn off button. So all of that shit now, you don't have to worry about it. So that means you can save space for other things. And all that stress and worry, you can put into something else. Looking after your kids, being better at your job, whatever you do. It doesn't matter. Everyone's got their own thing that they do. Go and do that. Enjoy it. Some of us like sitting in here, conversing with people that have got no idea. Some of us think this is a comedy show. Come in just for laughs. Some are in for the spin-outs. Hey, you do you, man. But once you realise that half of this shit show is just a lie, and you start working out which bits are the lies, you stop paying attention to it. And it gives you time to pay attention to other things. Maybe that's what we're getting farmed for, is our time. Just throwing an idea out.
Time is important, right? But I feel it's the knowledge. It's the knowledge that is the most important thing that they're trying to control. Like, they already have the power. They already have the money. They already have control over the technology. And people are like, who's they? Who's they? Everyone loves to throw that question out there. And it doesn't
Money's
really
not a
matter who
resource.
they are. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't really matter who they are. What matters is are they getting what they want, right? So that's kind of like where I draw the line. Is like, all right, well, if somebody has control over your mind and the mind of your children and the mind of your peers, and they know what type of results they're going to get out of the various personality types. So you have the personality types that are going to get in line. They're going to do what they're told. Why? Because they want to get rewarded, right? They're taught at a young age and trained to accept information. And it's only the ones that are able to be skeptical at the start that make it past the test, right? They're the ones who don't like. I was one of those children who didn't trust anybody. I mean, I was young, and I'm like, dude, none of y'all get it. I was like 4, maybe 4 years of age, like watching my parents watch the news, like, you guys are just buying this bullshit hook, line, and sinker, and it just doesn't pass the smell test. I just had that gut feeling like that it was all
As a
bullshit.
10-year-old, how's this? You'll probably appreciate this, John. As a 10-year-old, I got an ass whooping from me mum because I said politicians are lying bastards. At 10 years of age, I could read their body language and know that they were lying just by what they were saying, and that was at the age of 10, and I got my ass kicked proper, eh? You can't use language like that. You'll have to apologise. It's like, why are you defending something? I don't get that. And that's where I got confused. I could see that these guys on TV were lying. The things that were in the newspapers were lies. So why the necessity for my parents to defend that? I still don't know today. And when you talk to them now, the whole political system, they don't even know how half it works. And it's like, you're voting for something, you don't even know how it works. Why is that? Because you've been too busy with other things? Fancy that.
Well, that's part of it. And I mean, you'd figure people would stand up when they're knocking at your door telling you, no, you have to do this. We're coming into the privacy of your own home for your own good. And we're telling you what to think and we're telling you what to believe, all for your own good, right? So
hold on a minute. No. Stop. They're not knocking on your door. These sheeple have already let it in. It's the television. It's already sitting in your lounge room.
Yeah.
There's no
sure.
knocking.
I mean,
there's no forcing. They are willingly letting this information get bashed into their heads.
Well, and it's not just that. It's like they pay for it. They pay for it. They pay for more of it, right? It's like the parents, willfully offer their children up to be indoctrinated by an education system that's designed to program their minds. That's part of it. While their minds are being programmed at home on their free time by the television, and before that, the radio. And I mean, this is something that's been going on for a long time, and there's plenty of documents to prove it. But anyway, you have like I was saying, you have the different personality types that react a different way, and those are the ones who get put on the watch list. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, this guy ain't going to fall in line. He's not going to be so they set up little traps for the ones who don't want to conform to societal norms to get into precarious situations, right? Where things are going to become more difficult for them, and they target them psychologically via music and media and different types of right, like clicks, right? They're gonna bait you into getting into this clique of people who are like you, and then most likely all of y'all are going to get in trouble together, right? So it's kind of stuff like that takes place, but it's all by design, really. But the bigger takeaway from it all is the ones who are highly intelligent and really good at memorizing. They're the ones who really suffer the most, in my opinion, especially when it comes to this type of stuff, because they're more, like I said, we were talking about Rugapesso earlier, and how I hate to talk about people when they're not in the room, but him for instance, and just all the bright young men and women that we converse with in this server and in other servers, it seems like the common thread is that they understand so much of the lies, right? But it's like those little pieces that are they sound good, right? It makes sense. Like like you said, the equation works.
Intelligence. See what you said about intelligence. Yeah. I don't consider the ability to memorize something intelligence.
Oh, dude, it is. It's hard. It's hard to be able to memorize and
Because some
regurgitate
people
100%.
can
Yeah.
just copy paste. It's not intelligence because that's all you're doing. Copy
Yeah.
paste. Control C, Control V.
And I was going to jump in on that. Actually, I think
No,
what
but
you
you
were
have to.
trying to
No,
say,
but you
John,
have
is
to.
you
You
feel
have to. No,
sorry.
wait. No, it's not just memorizing, though, guys. It's also comprehension, right? So you can't leave
That's
out
the
that
problem.
important factor there.
They're not
You have
comprehending it.
comprehension too.
They're
Well,
memorizing
they
it.
think they.
They've got great memory, but their ability to process that information and put the jigsaw puzzle together. So what you've done is you've given them a whole heap of puzzle pieces. They can memorize where they were, but they can't put the picture together. That's what's going on.
Well,
Hey,
they have a
you guys, I
picture
got
together.
to
That's the
real
whole
quick.
problem, though. That's the problem. They have a picture in their mind, and it works in their mind. Why? Because they've done it from a position of trust, right? So if they're like, I don't have to work this part of the equation out because I already trust the source of the information. I understand where you're getting. What you're getting at is like, no, it's not. It's not pure intelligence, but there's intelligence there. Why? Because there's an idea behind the comprehension, right? So I would say, yeah, they're successful in their capability of gathering the information, comprehending it, being able to convey it to somebody else. I mean, that takes some time. That takes some type of intelligence to be able to sort all that out. But what I'm getting at is like they send them down. It's almost like a roller coaster ride. You know, you can't get off until the ride's over, right? If you try and jump out in midway, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So they're on this roller coaster ride and they're on the ride, right? So like they start getting into the weeds with all the data, right? They start getting into, massive black holes. They start getting into all of this stuff, and then it's easy to get into the weeds with this stuff. And that's how you get mathematicians that get lost in equations. That's how you get people who are into particle physics or just theoretical quantum physics and all this stuff, quantum mechanics and all these different subjects and all the subject matter therein that get lost in the sauce, really. And they're sitting there,
Yeah.
worshiping these people that are telling them about, oh, we discovered the Higgs boson, and they're just like sitting there, like, oh, dude, you guys are not smart enough to be having a conversation with me because you don't understand all of the great things that we've done technologically and in science. We discovered this Higgs boson because of the CERN particle accelerator. It's like, so these people are into the weeds with the stuff, and I feel like they are innocent bystanders. And imagine if they were taught truthful information and how to think critically, how much better off they'd be with their
Yeah.
IQ scores.
Hey, John, real quick, I got to go, but I was going to just say something that I've often said before. And on that note, what you're saying about people, you feel sorry for these people that are like really good students or whatever, and they're using the rote memory and they get kind of trapped into the fantasy of it, and knowing that they can do the equations and the relativity part of it is the epitome of it. You just deal with one reference frame at a time and only worry about the solution for that one reference frame, even if it contradicts other reference frames. It doesn't even matter. I always say that the perfect specimen that they've created is the rocket scientist, right? And that's why that's a joke on everyone, really. Like, I'm no rocket scientist, right? But the rocket scientist is smart enough to build the rocket. He's just not intelligent enough to realize it never goes to space.
That is great. Great point in that one. But good on you. Good on your new perspective. That was a great little chat there. You too, Matrix. That was. I mean, I love it when you mic up because it's always a gem. You always got some good knowledge to share. And yeah, that was a great story about you at 10 years old getting getting a good rap.
A rap? I got a right boot. That's what I got.
Oh yeah. Oh dude, I got my fair share of those, and I knew they were coming. So it's always easier to handle when you know they're coming.
Yeah, you got the choice. You can run then, but if you don't know they're coming, too late. It's like, wow, where did that come from?
Just go upstairs and go into your room and put on a few pairs of pants, maybe some headgear.
Yeah, to me, it's just really interesting watching how people take this in. Some people sort of go, "Oh, wow, that's cool. I'll look at it." Other people have a flip out, but their behavioural characteristics are of such. To me, they look like they've been hypnotised, and they need this constant reassurance, or they'll wake up out of their hypnotic trance. That's why, like, if you've probably spoken to people out in the real world, not on Discord, where you'll tell them some information, they'll sort of stop and absorb it for a minute, and then 10 minutes later, they're back in front of the TV watching the news or re-brainwashing themselves so it doesn't hurt. That's what I've noticed a lot of. Every time you tell someone, you'll see them back in front of the TV, back in front of the news, and yeah, it's hypnotism. For whatever reason, it didn't stick to us, or we didn't take to it. That's what I see. It's not that they're not intelligent or stupid. It's just that some people are more prone to hypnotic effects than others.
Yeah, it's either that or like, I don't know. I feel like for me, I was told some good data first. So the data that I got shared like really young kind of stopped me from believing anything else. Like once I realized that the people that I looked up to didn't get the riddle, like, I was just like, oh, you guys are not even smart enough to get the riddle. You know what I mean? And at that point, I was just like, well, I still love you. I still respect it, but I can't respect you more than my, ability to see through the bullshit. And that's kind of where I was like, well, if no one else is going to agree with me and I know what I know is true, then I can't really rely on anybody else. And that's when I became like really self-reliant. So that's kind of where I was just like, had that almost narcissistic worldview, not from a sense of self superiority, just that I knew I was right about this thing, and that I couldn't really trust anybody else to back me up.
And then you find places like 24/7 and you realise you're not the baddest cat on the block.
I didn't think I never thought I was. I was just like, well, I just probably too far away from any of these people, and I won't be able to meet them until the time is right. And I mean, the more people I met, the more people I saw that were indoctrinated, and and it was just hard. It was just hard growing up, like feeling like, okay, well, I don't know anybody I could be truly honest with, based on my experiences, and even here, it's like I can't really discuss a lot of the subject matter, but I discuss,
Yeah.
most of it. And, but yeah, I mean, so
You know how
I don't fault
you've probably
anybody.
got one. You know how everyone's got that one friend on Facebook, always up on the latest and greatest stuff. If there's a conspiracy out there, they're the first one to put it up. If there's any kind of shit out, they're the first one to get it. Well, that used to be me. My friends would be like waiting for my stuff to come out so they know what was coming on so they could repost it, which worked out pretty good. And yeah, that was all of a sudden jumping to 24/7, and it's like, you know what? I'm not the first one, and this has been going on for a long, long time. So yeah, it was very interesting for me, but I 24/7 wasn't the start of it. Like I was a full tilt conspiratard, I suppose is the term to be used. But yeah, I still do love some of it. All the space stuff gets thrown away now, so I can not have to stress about
Yeah,
social meteorites.
yeah. Zachariah Sitchin and all his work kind of gets thrown to the wayside, But even so, I mean, I feel like that was just a misrepresentation of like, the ancient Sumerian texts. To say like these texts were talking about outer space is kind of a stretch, especially if you don't have no frame of reference what those mean. Like, oh yeah, they were talking about traveling through the solar system and Nibiru comes around, it's on an orbit, and all this crazy crap that he derived from the Sumerian text, the Sumerian tablets. Like all of that stuff, I feel like it was just a mistranslation. Because I read a lot of his work and then read a lot of people who disagreed with his translations. But I mean, like, so that's just one example. But you can't blame somebody for trying to sell books. Yeah, they started the children some food. But yeah, man, it's been a wild ride. I mean, there's tons of good conspiracies back in the day, right? I mean, like, so much of this stuff is common knowledge now, but you talk about like telling people about the stuff. I mean, a lot of people, they need to hear it from a trustworthy source too. Like, you could bring the truth about the flat Earth to anybody that but if it's not coming from a person that they trust, right? Like because you're like people are glued to the
Like the
television.
6 o'clock news.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Right.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, some of the Americans here, they would need to hear Donald Trump say it. Like, oh
So
yeah,
it's interesting.
guys.
Last night, I went up to the hospital to get my ankle looked at because it's been annoying me. Anyways, there was an elderly couple that was sitting at the seats just behind me, and she was talking about TV shows that she liked, and there was a comment about, I don't like this show because it's supposed to be reality TV, but it feels more like they're acting. And it was one of the supposed better ones. And they were both talking about how, a lot of the shows don't, they're just acting. They're not as they're claimed to be. And I was going to pipe up and say there's quite a lot of your shows that are acting. That's why they're called actors. That's why they're on television. But I just let them go. And sounds like they're slowly waking themselves up. So maybe if our media keeps putting shit on TV, people are just going to eventually walk away from it anyways. Hope so. Be doing themselves a favour.
No, you're right, 100% right about that. But they're infiltrating the alternative media sources too, which is why the American government had to have hearings about the stuff and have hearings about what are we going to do about this flat Earth topic? What are we going to do about these different alternative media sources just sharing stuff and getting bigger than our biggest cable networks? Like, we have to infiltrate, right? And it's like kind of when like Rogan was talking about space landings and missions being faked, and he had to have that little talking to, and then all of a sudden he's coming back out saying, "Oh, having Matt Tyson on the show," and really the kissing his ring, you know what I mean, so to speak. That was very telling, but it sent a chilling effect down, to those of us in the know. Like, all right, well, he's compromised now. Don't expect anything from him. I mean, but he had said as much before, and he was already like huge, doing Fear Factor and whatever else here in the States anyway. And, but yeah, I mean, when I told like a lot of my friends and stuff about a lot of the stuff that came out later, in the beginning, they didn't want to hear it, right? Especially my folks. When I told my parents about stuff, like I would tell them about all different stuff. Like, no, I don't trust this guy. He's not right. He's not good. Told them about Bush Jr., Bush Jr. And he's like, they're like, no, he's great. He's a Christian and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no, you can't trust him. He's just another, he's lying. They tell you what you want to hear. Years later, they're like, no, you were right. You were right. I'm like, yeah, I tried to tell you. It's like 20 years later, it don't matter. You know what I mean? So when you have those issues like that, where it's like you're trying to warn people ahead of time, you realize like, no, they need to hear it from someone they could trust. And then eventually they're like, oh, I don't trust the news either anymore. I'm like, well, yeah, 20 years of trusting them. I mean, you picked a bad time to stop, but I mean, it's whatever. It's like we need the majority of people to stop trusting the liars. That would be the best. Well, we got a good panel here. I don't know if anybody's listening on YouTube and wants to join the conversation. Go ahead and follow the link in the script in the live chat. Yeah, we got Elbow TV in the house. We got Flatman. We got Gemsy. We got Kingsley. We got Mark J. We got obviously Matrix. You guys heard his voice. We got Over Fences. We got Resolve. We got T Dub, Ultimate Flatter Final Boss, and Car. And we got uh, Hungarian King. Ozzy, welcome to the chat. If you have any questions or globe evidence, go ahead and mic up. I don't know if you're a flat earther or not, but yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah, anybody wants to hop on the mic just to let us know what's going on, go ahead. Yeah, anybody want to add anything to the discussion? I mean, love to hear what you guys are thinking about at this point, relative to the subject matter, or maybe a little bit off topic. Oh, we got Dave in the house now. Dave, welcome, buddy.
I thought I didn't mean to unmute, but hey, what's going on? Were you talking to, is there somebody here who thinks they live on a globe?
No one's, we got, no, we got a full panel. I mean, Ozzy doesn't want to mic up, so we don't know.
Well, hello to everybody. As far as I can tell, it's a horizontal plane. It's not a spinning ball. And there's many reasons it's not a spinning ball. It just does not exist in physical reality. Anyway, what you got, John?
I got 3 young ones that need to get into bed after they're done brushing their teeth, to be quite transparent and honest with you.
That's fine. When they go to bed, they're going to be laying in their steel bed and their earth that the bed's on is not in motion. That your house is sitting on. No motion detected. But take care of your kids, man. We got this. T-Dub's got it all under control.
Yeah, I might add that non-fluoridated toothpaste, guys.
If anyone's listening on YouTube, you think you live on a spinning globe, it's okay. That's what y'all got taught. Turns out there's nothing in reality to back up the spinning globe theory. It's just a big, fantastic story with a lot of math and stuff. But if you want to come in here and discuss, there's a full panel of people that know what they're talking about. And even me. So click the link, get in here, and tell over fences that they're crazy because they think they live on a flat earth or a level plane. We're the crazy ones, right? Anybody else want to talk? Take that silence as a no. Now, hopefully somebody will join here with some good questions and general curiosity about where they live. Maybe you've been deceived about what the actual reality is. It's really the exact opposite of what you experience every day. You experience a level plane, horizontal plane with no motion. And you see the sun and the moon and everything else in the sky going across the sky. That's what we experience. People making claims against that experience better have some good evidence, and the globe has zero. This has been Dead Air Day.
Yo, what is going on, guys?
You? Yo or you?
What?
You say yo. I'm saying you.
Yo, that's what I said.
Yeah, yo. Yo means me
What
or
on
you.
here? Flat Earth.
You're you,
What
and I'm
the
me.
fuck? I just realized I am on a flat Earth Discord, bro.
Hey, welcome. You are
Okay,
aware of yourself.
can I
Well,
say something, but I don't get upset, bro?
you're finally aware of where you're at. So yes, you're welcome to say something, but just keep it PG-13, okay?
Okay, I'm not well educated to convince anybody that the Earth is flat um or round. Okay, but
That's fine. But
but
flat and round.
I'm more of
Go
like
ahead.
but I'm more of like, I believe in the round Earth, because too many evidence have shown have shown, in the history.
So you can have flat and round objects, right? The flat and round are not mutually exclusive. You can have CDs, they're flat and round, frisbees, round tables, pizzas, flat and round. But when you say that it's round, you probably mean what? Like a sphere? That's what you mean? Like it's a
It's
sphere?
like an egg. The Earth, the way people think of it, the Earth. Bro,
Can you
listen,
say that again?
my English is not that good, bro. But I'm saying I believe that the Earth is round. It's like an egg, It's not flat.
You mean like a sphere?
A sphere, what is that?
Like a basketball? Like a basketball?
Yeah, like this is what people believe in, the majority of people.
But that will be impossible.
Why not, bro? Like the sun, how does the sun come from, like like when we look at the moon, we will look at other like planets, they all look round, bro. They don't look flat.
Yeah, but the
It's not,
sun, the moon, and all the other luminaries, or all the other lights in the sky, are nothing like the Earth that you're standing on. The Earth is different.
are you Christian or what? What religion do you believe in?
I believe in the Creator, the
You believe in a
designer,
creator.
the coder, the
Okay,
informer.
okay. But can you tell me the religion? Can you be more specific?
Oh, this is God's home. God's this place is the Lord's. So yeah, I know.
So you're
I don't
saying
believe
you
I don't
believe in a
believe in the
creator.
religion. I know of the Creator.
I like that, bro. I actually respect this because you know it's really hard to deny that there is someone, there must be a God who designed this world. Okay, it can't be a coincidence. There is no way. Okay,
Yeah, you
it's
cannot have a
impossible.
construct without without an architect. You cannot have a code without a coder. You cannot have a design without a designer.
Yeah. So we are on the same page, all right?
Possibly. There is a big book, and there is a really big book. So we might be kind of like in a slightly different page, but maybe close.
No matter how different we are, I think as long as we are respecting each other and we're not being arrogant about it, that's okay for me. What about you?
One second.
Take your time, brother.
Go ahead, bro. My bad. I was checking on something.
Yeah, as I said before, as long as we're respecting each other and not being arrogant about anything, that's good for me. What about you?
Yeah, yeah, that
Because
sounds good.
yeah, I don't like to talk to people who are arrogant, who that people who you show them the evidence and they say you were wrong. That's not how we we improve. This is not how we.
The issue with certain things is that some people is that they believe that they know, but they actually don't know. So a lot of people that believe in the globe, they tell you, "I believe it's a globe. I know it's a globe, whatever," right? But they haven't made the how do you say they haven't inspected it. They haven't demonstrated. They haven't verified that it is that because they only know that they were told it is a globe and they've seen like images, cartoons in the TV, and
They
they
mean like they
believe
are
now that
brainwashed,
that's what it
basically.
is.
They are like brainwashed.
Programmed. There might be some type of
Yeah,
spell that is happening and program. Yeah, the mind can be programmed
yeah.
to think certain
Same
ways.
for
Yeah, sure.
I would say some same for the certain religions. Like when you born in a certain like country, they when you were like just a child, they would start teaching you that certain like beliefs. And when you grow up, you have been like believing in these things. A lot like since your childhood, and you're now like you're believing in them. You think they are real. And the longer you stick with this belief, the harder it becomes to get rid of.
Sure. Yeah. But there are certain things that we have to acknowledge that are objective, and it doesn't matter, my belief or your belief. We can have different beliefs, but there is things, like water. My belief about water doesn't change the fact the way water behaves, right?
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. There's objective things, the way they are, and they, that's the way it is, and we have to acknowledge it and accept it. And we can use water to do many things, but we cannot just change the reality of this place just by holding a belief or whatever it is. There is misrepresentations of the real is level, like in the movies, right? You have the movies and they show you things that they have people doing things that are not real, and oh, that person did it in the movie, but that doesn't mean that because Superman did something in the movie is that he looks like a man, but he whatever he's doing is fantasy. So the truth can be misrepresented, and some people might believe it. The misrepresentation.
You're completely right. I see what you're talking about.
So that's the same case with the Earth and the waters across that we, navigate across the place that we're standing on. This place doesn't curve like a sphere. Nowhere. There we have based on observations, measurements, and also it's not spinning like they show you in the TV. That is a spinning water ball in the middle of nowhere. That's not actually happening. That's not real. That's only in fictions, cartoons, in people's imagination. It's not in reality out there.
So let's get straight to the point. Why do you think that NASA is lying to the people? Is it because of the money? Is it because of the economy? Because NASA is receiving like a huge amount of money from many countries, like Russia and other countries that are like
So most people are not lying. Most people are doing their jobs. Most people in NASA, like the guy that cleans the toilet, the janitor, he's
scientists.
cleaning the
Mm,
toilets. He for sure did a good job, and that toilet is clean and shiny. He's not lying when he tells you he believes he lives in a spinning globe. He's not lying. Lying will
okay.
be with intent. Then there might be some people at certain steps of the whole thing that might be lying, but not everybody's lying. Your teachers, when they told you Earth is a globe, they weren't lying to you. They believed it too. So when you say NASA, yeah, there is a big enterprise, and there's a profit, so there is a money motivations for sure. But I think it goes beyond the money. It's more about controlling the people. If they can if they can convince you, if they can convince people of absurdities or believing in absurdity, they can also convince people to do other things.
How are these two things connected? Controlling people and lying to people. Like, how do they control people when they convince them that about the informations that they are telling them?
So if they convince you that you are in a spinning water ball that has limited resources and is a scarcity mentality, right? And that your senses, your God-given senses, are lying to you. You don't see the spinning ball here on the earth. You don't feel the ground in motion, but they have convinced you that the opposite of what you're experiencing and observing is happening. The opposite of reality is happening. They convince people of that. You see, there's an issue there.
So you're saying the Earth is not moving, basically?
Exactly how it is. That it's not emotion. Yeah, it's not emotion. The luminaries
What
up in the
about
sky,
like
you observe
this?
that motion,
What
but the
about
ground is not
these like?
emotion.
What about these scientists who have proved they have like theories about the Earth that is like spinning?
They base it
Yeah.
on a pre-assumed idea. They cannot demonstrate it. There is no equipment that actually demonstrate that the ground is in motion or going somewhere. Um, and when you say the scientists, I mean, many scientists believe some fantasies, right? But i- if you're talking about demonstrating it and having a scientific theory that the ground is in motion, there's no such a thing. There is no demonstratable experiment or test that can show you that the ground is moving. They look at the sky.
Okay.
So you remember you mentioned the sun, the moon, and the luminaries, right? They look at the sky and they see the sky, the luminaries moving, and they're saying, look, because the sky is moving and it's doing this movement in certain motions and cycles, like a clock. They're saying, look, the hands of the clock are moving. That means that the house is moving because the clock is moving. You see the problem there? You're looking at the clock or the fan in your ceiling, and you're saying, "Look, the fan is spinning." That means that the house is spinning.
What the hell? This is kind of funny.
It is funny. So the sky, you can think of. You know how the sun is never late. It's always on time. The luminaries are never late. They're always on time. So it's like a clock designed by the creator, and we make clocks here, men, the watchmaker. We make watches and clocks based on the movement of the sky, the movement of the design of the creator, and and that movement, it's pretty obvious that it's designed. So down here, when you design a clock and you put all the gears together and you design it to move the way it moves, you have to put all the pieces together correctly for the clock to give you the time correctly. And then you have to adjust the clock and make it precise, right? You know that. You need a
Yeah.
designer for the clock. Just like the sky, the luminaries moving certain patterns and they reset and they're always on time because they were designed to be. So the globe is giving you a complete flip of reality, and it's telling you the opposite of what we actually experience, what we can test, what we can observe. Everything we can demonstrate in reality, the globe is the opposite of that. And that's the issue with the globe. That has nothing to do with reality. It's fantasy. Like like a movie, like a cartoon. Like you're watching Superman, and you see the globe, Superman flying across the globe. Oh, that makes sense. Superman is can go from globe to globe. He can fly across space. That makes sense in the cartoon, but it doesn't make sense in reality, does it?
I'm honestly not big on this on the like scientist subjects. I didn't even realize that this server is for like people who believe in flat Earth. It was interesting, but I mean, I didn't expect it. It would be fun, to be honest,
So
to
let me
talk
tell you,
about this.
you can the shape of something is not a scientific question because you can measure a table, right? You know a table in your house. You can measure your
Yeah,
table and all the measurements of the table. You can do it, and you can copycat it, and you can make another table with the same measurements. Measure that one as well. You can measure your house. You can measure your field. You can measure your town, your city, but you didn't do any science there. You just doing measurements. You can measure your feet to get to get the correct size of shoes. That's not science. That's measurements.
yeah, you're right. This measurement, you're right. But I don't see what do you mean, like, what do you mean exactly? When you measure, like, I don't see like the point.
I mean that when you say the scientists tell you the Earth is a globe, they don't know that you're saying that. Science will deal with cause and effect relationships. Science will use the
Oh,
scientific method to, when you do an observation of a phenomena, like you're saying, oh, look, water is boiling, right? That you see the water boiling. You can observe the phenomena happening in nature and you can determine, make an idea, a hypothesis, why you ask a question. Why and what is causing the water to boil, right? And you can manipulate heat, fire, or the pressure around the water, and that will cause the liquid water to boil. And then that's science. You can determine the cause of the effect, and that will be science.
okay, that's good. That's the best explanation. Thank you. But I see too many people who think like that everything is a propaganda, for them. But we are observing, we are witnessing that the scientists have actually, changed everything in life, from like phones, from technologies, you
Phones
know.
is technology. That's not science. That the science deals with the
This is
natural
based on
world.
science. You can't like make a phone without being good at science, because there is like a 0 1, mathematic thing, you already know about that, right?
Yeah, but remember, you know a car, right? A car. The car
Yeah,
requires a designer, an architect, a mechanic. The mechanic is not a scientist.
but they study the like this subject, right? Like they study it. I mean,
You can use math. You can use certain laws of nature to design a machine, but that's you're not doing science necessarily. Like the wheels of the
Can you guys hear
car
me?
the wheels of the car are not the car,
yeah,
right? You have many pieces that make the car, but one piece is not the whole thing, right? So science and other subject matters are part of a big machine. Science is one piece of a big machine. There's geometry, science, there's mathematics, there's many other subjects, right? Biology and different things that you can history. So there's different books, different methods for different things. But the scientific method is specific to determine the cause of an effect in nature. It's like a tool that you use to determine the cause of the effect. And then once you're done with the cause of the effect, then you move to the next subject. you're not gonna use science for everything. You don't use the science to do a garden or whatever. You grab the seed, put the water. You need the soil, the water, and you put the seed in the soil. You put the water. You need the sunlight. You're not doing science there. You're gardening.
But scientists have like been like they have helped people like with like mostly like a lot of things, you know. Like when you think of
Yeah,
for
to
example,
determine, like I said, to determine and establish certain ideas or certain theories
yes.
about the cause
Yeah,
of an effect.
all Earth beings.
What?
Elijah, you're cutting out, bro. Elijah, you're cutting out. Check your connection, Elijah.
All Earth based things, right?
Your voice is breaking up, bro. You're lagging.
Yeah, Elijah, you are
Is this
lagging,
a
Elijah.
one-on-one, Jimsy?
No, but you're lagging, bro. You can jump in at any time. You're lagging.
I mean, I just turned him up. I'd say just hold on his icon and turn his mic up because I heard him. He lagged a little bit, but I heard him the
Go
second
ahead,
time he
Elijah.
spoke.
Elijah wants to come in. Just let him say what he has to say.
Yeah, try again, brother. I think people just needed to turn you up.
No, he was lagging for sure because I was able to hear the
No,
other guy clearly.
no,
But
I heard him too. I heard him lag the
oh
first
yeah,
time he spoke, but the second time I heard him, but I have him turned all the way up.
that's fine. When he come back, he can
Yeah,
let us know.
yeah. He could chime in. Yeah.
Wait, I
But
think
yeah,
this is
bro.
out of the subject. But how do you think do you believe that the brain is the mind or the brain is designed to think negatively?
That sounds like a subjective question. We don't. No man probably knows how the brain completely works. I mean, we know it's there and we know certain functions from it, but how the designer created and how did he put all the pieces together? I don't know if anybody knows that.
No,
And
I'm not
and
talking about like the um the tools or the things that are inside your mind. I'm thinking about the thoughts that your mind is processing. You know, do you think why does the mind like the brain is always like thinking negatively?
no, I don't think it's doing that. You're not always thinking negatively. When I go out there and I see nature or I see my children, I don't think negatively. You can do that sometimes for whatever reason, but I don't think it's always doing that. No.
But it's more likely to be negative, not not positive. It's more likely to be negative. You know, is it
It
because that
depends on
you know
it depends on your
back in the
surroundings, brother.
days?
It depends on your
Really?
surroundings. And I mean, thinking about back in the days, you have to make a lot of assumptions, right? Because none of us were there way back, right? And there was certain, like I could use my father, for example. He grew up with no electricity, no running water. He had to walk miles to get water and then bring it back to the house for the family, So when you think about those type of situations, yes, you could look at that in a negative light or you could look at it in a positive light. And really, it's the lens that you look at things through that create the good feelings and the good vibes or the ease of use, I like to call it, right? When you're talking about reality, there's an ease of use that comes with that gratefulness, that gratitude, the gratitude for your capabilities, the gratitude for your mind, the gratitude for the things. But you could look at things and not have gratitude, right? You could look at things and be like, oh, I should have more, and you could be ungrateful for what you have and overlook everything you have and just be focused on everything that you want and don't have, right? So it really is it's a perspective thing. So And you can look at people in your life that surround you and they teach you to be negative, right? And that could be, and you would have a reason, right, to sit there and think negatively. Why? Because you've been programmed to do so by people you look up to. And there's a lot of factors that you would have to take into consideration when making such broad statements, is why I always caution people about that. It's like, you can go ahead and you could go down any, imagine being surrounded by an infinite number of paths. This is the way your choice by choice basis works, you know? And sometimes it feels like you only have one choice or two choices, but in reality, you know, the way that you approach each choice is a choice in and of itself. So there's so many, there's so many layers to it all. But yeah, I mean, I could get where people become pessimistic and become cynical and see people behaving in a way that would just break their hearts and just make them feel like, well, there's nothing positive to believe in. But on the other hand, depending upon making a conscious choice, well, I don't care what I see other people doing. I'm going to make the choice to be the difference in my own reality. And it might be just something that you're doing, not outwardly, but inwardly, right? So, yeah, I'd say that's a loaded question, but I wouldn't get too caught up in the negativity because it's easy. And, you know, you could spiral out in that, and it's really hard to find your way out when you go down that path of thought, that path of thought. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. What is your name, John?
Yeah, John Luna.
By the way, I am from Yemen. Where are you guys from?
America.
Yeah, I'm from the United States.
Jamsi, are you originally American?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Welcome, bro. Nice to meet you. I am Yemeni, but I was born and raised in Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Hassan.
Likewise.
Thanks for
thank you.
speaking with us today.
Sorry, can you say it again? The last thing you mentioned?
Oh yeah, no, I just said thanks for coming here and speaking with us. We appreciate your
Thank you.
presence.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Lately, I've been trying to like level up my intellectual level. You know, reading books, working out. I mean, basically, like improving my mindset. You know, and I faced this issue where my mind is really like pessimistic. You know, for some reason. I think it starts. I think it's about the thoughts. You know, what I'm trying so much to think positively, but it is my brain is like this. You know, it's always like thinking negatively. You know, in a
Well,
negative
and
way. I mean.
take that energy and that thinking and actually um, morph it into action. If there's something lacking, if you have any goals, just work toward your goals and accomplish whatever you need to do, and do a little bit less thinking and just concentrate on the realist level, whatever purpose you think you have in life. Just go for that, or make a goal for yourself. Make a purpose for yourself and accomplish that. Multiple
Thank
ones.
you. The main issue for me that when I think negatively, it changes my emotion. You know, immediately. Like when I have like a bad thought, I immediately feel it. You know, it's like there is a connection between my thoughts and my feelings or emotions. I'm not sure about this because I'm not
Just
obviously.
remember that you are the driver of your vessel, and you remember you asked about the mind and the brain. So you are the one that is driving. So hold the wheel and don't let it loose. Just make sure whenever you're driving, drive towards your destination. And if you have someone with you, just make sure they make it there safely with you. You know, you're the driver, so don't let the machine just drive itself. You're the one driving. You're the one in control.
Okay, thank you, brother. I really appreciate the help.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I mean, Bad things happen, man, and it doesn't make you feel good when something hurts, right? Emotionally, or you see somebody that you care for, or somebody that you don't even know go through something terrible. It can bring you down, right? And rightfully so. I mean, so many times I was very distraught, growing up and witnessing bad things happening to my loved ones, and even loved ones of people I didn't even know, and strangers. I was brought up to love everybody, and that was a beautiful upbringing, right? Just a great thought process to have. And with all of that compassion came so much pain that came along with it, because you want the best for everyone, and you see people just stuck in that rut, and that rut is like, oh my God, what can I do? There's so many problems. How can I fix them all, right? How can I help people? How can I do my best to be the best that I can be, right? And that does bring great sorrow with all of that knowledge of pain and suffering out there. And you can get caught in the trap of looking at all of the things that are wrong, right? And that's what I was telling you about the lens. You get stuck in that lens of looking at all the things that are wrong, you miss all the things that are right, right? Now, being able to look at things indifferently with the peace of the understanding that that things are going to work out is a warm blanket, right? And it can soothe you in those times of being, you know, in a spot where you just feel nothing but despair. And sometimes your only choice is to do what you can, like Jemsy was saying, is focus on what you can do, right? Because there's going to be times where there's nothing you can do, right? There's somebody in peril and you can't help them. And it feels like, well, what's the point of doing anything if I can't do this one thing that I want to do so badly and help this one soul or this one individual or a group of individuals, right? But sometimes all you can do is that little thing, and be the best that you can, at doing that one little thing, right? It might be such a task that is so humiliating that you don't want to. You wish that nobody would ever see you doing that task, right? And but to be grateful for the opportunity to do that thing and be healthy enough and strong enough to do that thing, right? That one thing that you would wish that no one would witness you doing it. These are the types of things, right? Where you're going to be the best at whatever it is you're doing for that moment, and be grateful for it, no matter how much you would want something better, right? Because it's all perspective at the end of the day. So whether it is you're cleaning bathrooms, right? Be the best at it and be grateful for it. Why? Because you'll find solace and you'll find peace in that gratitude, and you'll find ease of use when you're grateful for everything. Why? Because even all the hardships and the sorrow, that brings lessons how to move forward positively, even though you're surrounded by nothing but despair. That is an art, and it's a secret, and it's important to be able to do that. Why? Because if not, you can drive yourself into madness. You could drive yourself to be cynical and looking at people like there is no good in any of them.
I
When you see the good
completely
in yourself,
understand
you can see the good in others. When you see the good in yourself and you realize that you could see it in others, and it's that hope, it's that belief, it's that knowledge that there is good in every bad person, and there's bad in every good person. But what's the choice? The choice is how you look at the world and how you choose to interact with it based on knowledge. And your knowledge can be rooted in a cynicism, or your knowledge could be rooted in hope and love for each other, right? So I would say start with gratitude, man, because you know what? There's so much to be grateful for, and it's a
yes.
powerful lens to view the world through. So, yeah, I digress.
Yeah, I have bought a notebook, and I'm gonna write down things in English. I can write in my native language, but I'm trying to write down in English because I want to improve my English as well. And I'm gonna write down like things that I'm appreciated for. I'm grateful for. because sometimes we forget that we have things maybe some people like wish they have, for example, like we own a house, or maybe we have a car we can drive, or maybe like we have mm, food in the kitchen or something, like the basic needs, you know. Yeah, I completely understand you. James, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Oh man, you sound fairly young, I will say in my opinion, and I will just say that all that energy and all the powering that you say you're thinking about stuff and you're thinking negatively, just try to transform that into something good yourself, and you're able to do that. You're very capable. Just have to walk the walk and figure it out, and there's many ways to do it. You just gotta pick the way, and remember there is a creator watching over us, and we gotta no we gotta behave certain ways as well. So just keep in mind that we are living with other people, and we gotta respect others even if they have different beliefs, but we just gotta keep it real with our loved ones or
For
people
sure.
near us, and keep it professional in business and everywhere we go. Just be a diplomat. Don't be waging war against others. Just try to keep the peace. Also be ready for war as well. So keep it real.
Yes, this is what I'm doing exactly. I'm not. I don't care about anything else. I'm just like focus on myself. I'm not like stressed out about anything rather than just studying, and improving.
Yeah, make
And
sure you
yeah,
build yourself so eventually you can have your own foundation, so you can maybe one day, hopefully you get a wife
by the
and
way, I have just
expand your family,
graduated.
get children, because that's
I
like
have just
a big one of the biggest
graduated
accomplishments
from.
of people should be having a family and having children. It's a great thing. It's very good.
Thank you. I have just graduated from high school, and I'm running like a small project where I sell ice cream on the streets. Okay, so I'm not like I consider myself as an immigrant in Saudi. Because when my family came up to Saudi, they came up illegally. Okay, and when they had me here in Saudi, they didn't have the right documentations for me to attend school. Okay, to go to school. So I
Okay.
missed a few years from the elementary school, and during these years, I was like super like ignorant. I don't know anything about life. I was just like going around, and playing and stuff. I was basically so ignorant. I don't know much. I didn't even know how to read or write. And then um when I like went to the government, and I fixed my issue. I got myself a resident ID. This is what you call it, right? A resident ID, a residence ID, or something like that.
Yeah, your resident ID to be legal, a legal alien in the nation. Yep.
Yeah. So when I got that, I went to school, and I realized there's like a lot of things to learn about. And I was broke, so broke, and my parents were broke as well, so I had to look out for a job. And I started selling ice cream, because it's the weather here can be it's baking hot, it's so hot, like, and my project is doing so well. It's been like a year now, and I'm thinking of like expanding it.
Bro, do that. Also, I mean, these days you can get information. Like you say, you learn in school. These days you have access to information about many topics, and just take some advantage about that. Keep learning the language. And if you're selling ice cream, that selling ice cream is awesome. You can sell that. You can maybe sell other things. Learn about marketing and expand your brand. Try to make your brand grow and make more business out of it. And even make videos. Put it out there in the public eye. And if that's what you want to do that and make it go big.
I'm selling ice cream, but this is not my passionate. Okay, I'm learning shaving, and I'm learning also English. It's been like 4 years doing this, learning English and learning shaving at the same time.
You said learning
I think
English and learning what? What is the other thing that you learn?
learning barbering. I want to become a hairstylist
Oh,
because
okay.
this is
Yeah, that
like,
sounds good. That's awesome. That's a good business.
yeah, I enjoy doing this more than selling ice cream. But I'm selling ice cream because this is the only way I can make like living out of it. I'm not sure how to say the sentence correctly. This is the only way I could like make money, or you know,
Yeah, yeah. That's good.
because this job is so hard for me. It takes effort. I cycle around. I don't have a car to sell the ice cream. I cycle around. I have a bike and I go like on into the like soccer courts, volleyball courts, parks. I sell ice cream on the streets, basically.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
That takes a tremendous amount of drive, dude. That takes a lot of self discipline as well.
It
Because
is.
if it's hot, and on top of it, you're working your body in a way that's really, burning calories and increasing your body temperature. It's you're sacrificing not just your time, you're sacrificing your comfort. And yeah, I mean, a lot of jobs are like that. But remember, the gratitude makes it easy. And what is it to be grateful for when you're doing something difficult? Be grateful that it's easy and it won't feel
I'm
so difficult
actually
anymore.
really grateful to find a job because before I find this job I was like so broke. I wished even sometimes I was like thinking of collecting soft drink cans. When you collect them, you can buy them. So I was broke.
Yeah.
Basically, I was broke to this point, where I
Listen,
want
bro.
to do
Listen,
anything.
listen, bro. Since you're young, right? Just make sure you learn a little bit of about finances, right? And make sure you have some type of. I will. This is my recommendation. That you have some type of savings account that is giving you some type of percentage back, and at least put some money in there. I mean, there has to be. This is something that uh, I've seen that it works, and because instead of just spending the money and losing it, you can have a little account that you can put some money that you don't need and put more, and that will
In the
give you a
bank, yeah.
yield every month. A percentage, and at least you can grow that account, and eventually you're gonna be able to cover all of your basic needs from the savings that you're holding. So that might be finances are important when you have a business and you're managing money. It's not just making the money; it's also how to manage the money, and the finances are important. So make sure you learn about finances on that sense, how to make that money kind of like work for you a little more. Okay.
Honestly, I don't know how to do with this, to be honest, because I don't collect a lot of money. I just collect like I'm not sure how to say
It's
it in
it's
the
not a lot of
currency.
money for sure. It's not, but
It's
eventually. My bad. My bad. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
No, I was going to say it's probably enough to break even and maybe, increase your inventory. And if it's enough to get another flavor of ice cream, then you're still reinvesting in yourself, right?
I do all of the
So,
kind of
right, yes,
flavors.
yeah, exactly. So, my point being is that you're doing the right things, right? Because you've been doing this for a year. I've imagined that you've gotten the system down where you know where to go. and you've gotten better at figuring out, okay, well, I get better sales when I go here. So you're taking notes and then you're applying what you learned from what works and what doesn't work. So you're learning a lot in the process. And, you know, this is a stepping stone. This is what they would call it, a stepping stone to where you want closer to your goal, right? Where you want to be more financially independent. Now, you say you want to become a barber, right? Someone who shaves people, someone who gives haircuts and stuff like this, which is a great goal. And then
Do you know
eventually,
why?
maybe why?
Because I'm afraid to that my clients do not buy my ice cream anymore for some reason, or I might like get like or that might I might like face like policemen, because this is illegal
Yeah.
to sell on the streets. So I'm trying to learn a
Oh, okay.
skill on my hand, because if you know a skill on your hand, you can work at home, you can work at shop, you can work anywhere if you are pretty skilled at shaving,
Yeah.
barbering. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. No, well, that makes sense. And I mean, if that's the case, a good way to supplement what would be considered an illegal endeavor, right? So if what you're doing is illegal, then you probably don't want to over invest, right? Because now if
yes,
something happens, you lose all of your investment, right? And then you're stuck back at square one with nothing. So it
yeah,
would probably be a healthy decision for you to figure out a way to maybe volunteer at a barber shop or a shaving shop and and volunteer somewhere, maybe just cleaning up and say, hey, can I clean up here and maybe even do it for free and one day a week so that you show the boss that you mean that you really want to work and you really want to learn. And I'm sure somebody will give you a chance, but I would start there rather than risking losing all of your investment already. Because maybe you could get away with doing the ice cream sales for a little while, but if that winds up biting, then you're going to lose all your investment. So, but that's
it
shit.
is.
So, yeah,
When my family is here, okay, in Saudi, and if the cops get you to the police like department or what you call this, and they deport you, it would be so hard for you as a foreigner or as an immigrant, because you can't have a residency card or residency identity or whatever they call it anymore, because they have already took your finger as the what do you call this finger signature or finger
Fingerprint.
yeah, exactly. This is what I'm afraid of. I'm not allowed to work like this, but I'm doing it because for family, and I'm also no, I'm not overdoing it. I'm not relying on it. I'm learning shaving to replace it. If I became a good barber and I hired. I'm sorry, guys. My phone is somebody is calling me. Yeah, that's it.
Take the calls, bro. Take the
take care,
calls
man.
and
Yeah, take
take
your
care of
call.
business.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good
Okay,
on you,
guys.
Gen Z. Good advice.
I'm gonna go eat breakfast. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you for
Yeah,
being
nice chatting with you, man.
good listeners.
Yeah, we're here 24/7, man.
Okay, I'll be back when I finish breakfast. Okay.
All right, brother. No doubt.
Sounds good, Hassan. Talk to you later.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd say that was one of the more rewarding conversations to have with a young man. On the other side of the map.
Hey, he
Um,
was reaching his hand out in the dark, and we're here, and someone needs to hear some words. I mean, the young people across the world, there's somewhere someone that is having a difficult time. They just need to hear some people talk to them, and that's all they need. Sometimes a little push to do more, and you know, it's not easy for everyone, but he sounds capable. He just needs motivation. So yeah,
hey, smart
it's
enough to question the globe. Smart enough to question the globe, right?
yeah.
So,
And he also realized there's a designer of the whole place, so there's a creator. So that comes. He has a good north. He's getting the bicycle and taking the ice cream, bringing it to people. He's out there. Hopefully, he finds. I mean, he can get in trouble by doing that. I mean, that's kind of crazy, but sad that he'll get in trouble by selling ice cream. The loss of men, the
yeah,
doctrines of men, making it more difficult. And because that's why he was talking about it, because he's worried about that. He's doing something, but he's worried that he's gonna get in trouble by trying to survive, bro. It's kind of crazy.
yeah. That's why I wanted to make sure I told him not to do that. That's why, I made sure to tell him not to do that for longer than he needs to, because you wouldn't want to risk your well-being to try and increase your well-being. It's a risk, but you can't. You got to see beyond. I said, take the job that doesn't pay good first. If it's
Hmm.
going to build rapport with somebody who's going to pay you good in the future, it's a stepping stone, man. You know, I feel like I don't believe in coincidences. That's why I felt led to say what I said to him, because I felt like it might breed some hope where there was none to be found. So, and I felt like you were giving him sound advice as well. But I usually don't speak up unless I feel led to. So
No, he was reaching, bro. He said, "I'm thinking so negatively." You know, that like his mind is in that spot, like he's thinking bad things. But he has a good heart, but maybe the situation is a little bit rough. He's young, but yeah, once he can see something a little more clear, like some goals, yeah, I'm a barber. I want to learn English. Definitely pursue that stuff, and because he's worried about doing what he's doing, and you know he's young, he doesn't want to get in trouble. For sure, what you told him, yeah, definitely don't get in trouble by doing something. There's other things to do. Just don't get in trouble. Don't lose your freedom. Don't lose your investment.
yeah, your nest egg. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like he's already heavily invested. So, yeah, it's you hit the nail on the head, man, with learning about finance, because you're dealing with fiat, and that's the way fiat works. And even if like you said, savings can be anything. You could save by investing in something legal that's going to net dividends in the future. So it doesn't have to necessarily be a bank account. It could be, buying a new lawnmower, right? And starting a business cutting grass, or
Yeah,
like he's
cutting
doing,
grass.
but
A lot of people will pay you for doing that stuff. Like a lot of people don't want to do it. Cutting their
yeah,
grass.
yeah, anything that makes somebody's life easier. And I'm sure he could get a job maybe delivering food on his bike, where he wouldn't have to be doing something illegal, where he could have an actual employer, and then he's meant to be doing what he's doing, rather than going around and doing something where he could get himself in trouble. So it's the same type of concept, right? It's just like, find something legal that you can do. It might not be the same money that you're getting doing what you're doing illegally, but at least it'll be legal money that you can't get yourself in trouble for. But
Yeah,
yeah, I was
he
more or
doesn't
less.
have to worry about that anymore. Like he is worried about it. Yeah, that's a heavy burden to be worried about getting in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, I was more or less impressed with his ability to question what a lot of people would ostracize someone for, on top of having all of these deep worries and all this other stuff going on in his life. So, but yeah, there's so many people all over the world who have it worse, right? Who are worse off than others, right? And counting your blessings is an important part, no matter how hard or difficult your situation is. So that was definitely something that I learned at a young age, and it was yeah, it was very helpful for me to always look at the glass, half full rather than half empty. Even though it's uh it's just a perspective thing, like I said. So yeah, man, we're doing good. We're getting the message out. People are obviously hearing us, and yeah, the youth are important. They're the future, so it's good to bridge these gaps between people. And it's like, what an awesome platform to be able to do it, right? These are conversations that would never happen organically, so good on Vivek for inviting Cyclone here, and good on Cyclone for accepting the invite and bringing everybody up to speed on it. I mean, we're not even a month in here, and we've been doing some pretty amazing things. I think the amount of conversations that we've had with individuals that we would have, not otherwise conversed with is huge. So I'm glad we're doing what we're doing. Yeah, it's worth all the headaches that come along with it.
It's always worth having a conversation with your neighbors, your people, and I mean the young people, even those. He was gonna reach in joining the VC to talk to people. So we're here and replied. So I'm glad that everybody's in here uh, having a good time at the least, because it's our free time. We at least gotta enjoy what we're doing and get something, do some community service. That's what I say. When I do this, it's kind of like community service. Let's keep it real, guys.
So who wants to hit up the general chat and try and get some new people in the chat? I already did. I already spammed the chat a few times today, so they're probably sick and tired of seeing my name. But if anybody else wants to invite some people over, see if they want to talk about the truth of the situation that we're all in here, I think it would be a helpful endeavor.
It gets quiet until it doesn't. It's not quiet anymore. My bad.
Don't have the endurance.
Yeah, 100% Jemsy. Gets quiet until it doesn't. Let's let's hope it doesn't stay too quiet. And one gentleman who left the chat, got to remember his name. I think where's his name? I got to give him a shout out because he actually did go into general chat and put in a good word for us. Animbu DC. Yeah, he went out and put a good word out for us in the general chat. He said, go visit the guys over at the Flat Earth Discord guest channel. Their guys are really chilling there, and they're taking questions. So good on you, buddy, for going out there and putting in a good word for us. Oh, he's back. Yeah, man. Thanks for that, bro. I appreciate that. I saw that message you put out in the general chat. That was nice of you. Hey, welcome to the room, Jay. Been patiently waiting for someone to converse with us. Yeah, Jemsy, I was just checking out you too, Matador. Thanks for sitting in, man. It's always a pleasure to have you. Seem like a chill individual. Yeah, I was checking out what was happening in politics, and yeah, they seem to have it popping over there. Seem to be some good conversations happening. So yeah, maybe we'll get lucky. At least we know it's early in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. he said he was gonna have breakfast, so we might get people coming after that. People having breakfast at the end of the other side of the world. I'm having late dinner.
It truly is a large map, you know. I tell you, when I drove, I mean, I've done a lot of driving across the states, and I mean, I'm just overwhelmed by the sheer massiveness of it all. Just a small fraction of this place that I've witnessed personally is just it's breathtaking to take in the amount of information that's going on, the amount of things that are happening at one moment. You know, I find solace in that. It's like I'm in this one little nook, you know. Just feel like you're just like hiding in a sea of souls, you know. It's truly rewarding to connect with people, especially like-minded people from all walks of life, and it does make that much of a difference if you could touch one life, you know, far off in the distance, and yeah, they could turn around and you know, just one conversation, you know, one sentence, you know, just one song, one poem, you know, and anything that you create, one piece of art, right? Even just showing people kindness where for no reason at all, you know what I mean? Like all of these little actions create ripple effects, you know, and only God knows, right, how far those ripples reach. So yeah, it is a beautiful thing to be alive right now and to be participating in group activities such as this. I always like stress that one fact, right? That one common denominator is like it's a group activity. No matter how lonely you feel inside your vessel, it's always a group activity. Welcome back, Oatmeal Raisin. Oh, he's gone. You missed the welcome.
Yeah, some people join for 2 seconds. They don't hear anything. They're gone. Kind of funny. I've done it. Welcome.
Hi, thanks.
Hey, how are you?
So I fine. Thank you. What about you?
I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Finishing my late dinner. What about you?
Good
Do you
thing.
got breakfast? You got breakfast already?
No, it's at night on my country.
Where are you at? In the Americas? Are you in America?
Yeah, I'm from Panama.
Panama.
Yeah,
Panama.
you don't know where
El Canal de Panamá.
exactly. Exactly. How? Uh, what is the activity in this chat room?
Say it again.
What is the activity here in this chat room?
Oh, the activity.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's daily activities in this channel, and at the moment, what's the name of it? I didn't check it. What's the name of the activity? Do you read it? Can you read it?
24/7 flat Earth Discord.
Yeah. You know what that means?
Mm,
Significa,
okay, okay.
significa tierra plana.
Yeah, I know, I got it. No, I don't share this opinion, but I respect the different point of view about that topic.
Yeah. I know a lot of people hold the belief that the Earth is a spinning globe. Yeah, the globe that we saw on the TV and we learned in the TV. There's a lot of people with that opinion and that belief.
And what about you? Where you from?
Me, I'm from America,
But what country?
United States.
Ah, that's good.
Yo soy de Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico.
Ah, chévere. Eres boricua.
Eso me dicen. That's what they tell me. I'm Boricua. Yeah.
Some years ago, I have some friends uh, from Puerto Rico to play at PlayStation, but now I don't do that kind of activity.
Okay, okay. Yeah. You know, Canal de Panama, um, the the Pacific Ocean from one side, and then there is the Caribbean Sea at the other side, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and you
There is
know you know those levels from the you know how from one side, in one side of the sea, you reach the canal, and then it will take you from one level up to another level, up to another level, and then you reach the lake level, and then you go down, down, down towards the sea level.
exactly because the height of one sea is different than the other.
Yep. So at one side of the canal, the sea level of the Caribbean Sea, it has something called the mean level, the mean sea level, and it's horizontally parallel, es paralelo to the other side of the canal, to the Pacific Ocean. Paralelo,
Did, did
horizontal.
you like did you like the Panama Canal? You know many about that topic. You like
I
it?
like it. I like it. Yes, I do like it.
That's right. Do you know how is what is the main reason that I'm here now? I
What is the
I I was studying student of English language as a second language. But you now here in my country the native language is Spanish. So I take this option in order to practice speaking and listening skills.
That's really good,
Because
bro. That's what I'm doing. I'm practicing English, and I'm glad that you're talking to me because this is a good practice. We both speak Spanish, but we can communicate in English, even though we will be able to communicate better in Spanish. But that's how you learn. You push yourself, and you speak English, and you learn it. Yeah, good job, dude. Make sure you
well,
read. Make sure you read a bunch and you write a bunch because that practice from the voice, you also have to do it mechanically because when you're writing down words and the meaning of the words, you also are mechanically practicing with your hand and your brain. So that's an amazing exercise to learn.
yeah, I don't have problem with writing. I have a really good writing skill. I have some trouble is listening and speaking.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
But
That's cool.
and the reason is because I don't have in my country no one to practice now. Because even though in my college my classmate doesn't like to speak in English. I don't know why, but that is the reason. Another reason because I'm here.
Yeah, you're here to practice because not many people are speaking English in Panama. I mean, there's a lot of people that do speak English in Panama, but they rather speak Spanish. Whoever is around you, they speak Spanish mostly. So here you can practice. That's awesome. That is cool.
And what more about you? What is your profession?
Me,
Yeah.
my profession is. I was gonna make a loud noise, but wait. My profession, it's I do, like the business of deliveries and driving around for money, that kind of stuff.
Business for delivery.
Delivery services.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And other businesses, but financial stuff that it's a little more private.
No, that doesn't matter. I understand. So nice to meet you, man.
Repeat that, bro.
Nice to meet you, man.
Oh, good to meet you. Likewise.
Nice.
Good to meet you. I use good to meet you. You can say nice. A lot of people say nice. A lot of people say good. Yeah, you can use both. Good to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Or it's a
Yeah,
pleasure
exactly.
to meet you too. The pleasure
Yeah,
to meet you
pleasure
both.
to meet you. Yep.
See you soon, bro. Have a good night.
You have a good night as well, bro. Come back later.
Sure.
We can talk about
Yeah,
Tierra
man.
Plana. Please go.
Yeah, he was quick draw McGraw. We got JA, man. How you doing? I seen you in the side chat, man. Thanks for being here. Yeah, thanks to everybody who's been hanging tough with us on YouTube. And yeah, thanks to everybody who's listening and who's here. Yeah, if you want to be part of the conversation, you can go ahead and jump in the live chat, follow the link to the Discord. If you don't have a Discord account, you might have to download the app onto your device and your mobile device of some sort, and or your computer. And yeah, come on and hop in the VC. If you don't feel comfortable miking up, you could always jump in the side chat and you can answer your questions there, or we could converse via text chat. So it is a voice chat, but we could also do the text chat. So either way, if you just want to listen, that's also you're welcome to do that, and we appreciate you doing so. But yeah, it's a lot easier to keep the conversation rolling when we have people talking. So I don't mind flat earthers bringing up any subject matter that they want either. It's when it's dead air. It's always nice to hear how everybody came to the truth. Everybody has a unique story. So, I mean, I see these faces every day. I see Flatman McCann. I see, I see Platter. I see Resolve. I know T-Dub. I don't know everybody's backstory to how they came to make come to these conclusions of where we live, and it's great to get to know people. So I've seen a lot of the posts that some of these members have shared at the home server. I can appreciate how long they've been in the game and spreading truth. So anyway, I digress.
You notice how he asks about the activity in the room, and then he saw the name and realizes. But I noticed when I mentioned a few words in like level, horizontal, the canal, the seas. He heard me, but he wasn't. He wasn't like in the same page to talk about it. So after that, you don't. I don't basically push it, and you notice that he left, so he wasn't gonna be here for a long time. So there's a lot of people that are gonna join the BC that are not. It's not their time to have the conversation. They're thinking about something else, and you can save time by just keeping it simple. And then, like he did, he left because he's not. He's not for the conversation at the moment. And I knew that Kinda. If people show interest, definitely have the conversation. If they don't show interest, it can be wise to move on. You don't have to push this to anyone either. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree. You know, I feel like you got a good you have a good skill of like kind of reading people and knowing when to say the things, you know, to make them feel comfortable, or knowing when. And I probably shouldn't get into the weeds with this one. And this server is unique because people are here to practice their English, and like you said, it's nice to even just have a good conversation. It creates rapport, right? It creates it paints us as conversationalists in good light, right? Amongst the people who come to visit, right? Because they have that positive experience, and that's what I like doing. I like being in this room because yeah, you get to meet people from all over, more so, and you can get into the topic, right? We try and keep it on topic, but when it's slow, it's nice to not take it, not like hammer it home into people like you were saying, right? Like not make it like, oh well, we have to talk about flat Earth or get out of here, Like if we're not talking about flat Earth, like the entire conversation, then you need to go. Because and I like how you tie it into flat Earth, right? You start talking about all of these things, and he's not, like you said, he wasn't ready for it. But again, you're planting seeds, and then you're setting that good rapport. So you know what? He's going to go into these other VCs where it's chaotic and people are yelling about all these different topics, and be like, you know what? I had a good conversation over there. Let me hop in. He's going to hop in, and maybe he tries to jump in and try and start a conversation in the middle of a conversation that's happening, and there's already a few people waiting to speak, and he's got to sit back and listen if he wants to hop on the mic. And it's usually in those times where it's like, holy crap, these guys are talking about some deep things, So I like that aspect of it too, because they might come back and it's popping and there's too many people here, right? And there's like great conversations popping off and people are jumping in and interjecting, and he goes in the side chat, sees what's going on over there, and it's just like back to back flat smacking going on all over the place. And I feel like when people are witness,
and you know it. Loser. Okay, carry on. You want to move on to Boomdog? Oh, no, he's DMing me. Yeah, I'm okay, Boomdog. Don't worry about me, dude.
Goon, Boondog, that's
sent you
40.
Goon, I
Do you remember? Sorry, one sec. Do you remember 42 ounce from 24/7 home server?
What,
He's a dude.
40
He's one of these trolls that we dealt with like years ago. He's just got a new name. Yeah.
He's a recycled Glober. He's recycled.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't unmute him?
He's worthless. He doesn't really contribute anything. He's sort of like a wannabe comedian. It'd be more fun with Church of Goon, I think.
On
He
a
left.
scale
Never mind.
on a scale of Simple Jack, how lame is he?
6. I don't actually know how to answer that. I'm not sure how that scale works.
Well, you could try it, India. You could try it just for fun, right?
Yeah, let's see what Boomdog's got.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Flat Earthers, does space exist?
Not know what you think it does.
Did I say something
Space,
wrong?
like the 3-dimensional space, does it extend beyond the earthly realm?
There's a thing we call space. So this is like a word context thing. So in one context, the word space means. In one context, why do you guys just interrupt nonstop? You just fucking assholes. So your mother never taught you
Be
manners.
a little bit more sort of for.
So you're just gonna still keep doing it? So base in the context you're using it is not the context I'm using it in.
I'm just using it in the very intuitive, everyday sense, just physical space.
I just got unmuted. I have no idea what's going on.
Whether or not you believe outer space as scientifically conceived is true or not, like
Scientifically, it was never scientifically conceived. It was conceived by Democritus and Epicurus in 320 BC. It wasn't scientifically conceived. It was metaphysically conceived.
It's an intuitive concept that's always
intuitive.
Always.
What intuition did they rely on? What intuition did they rely on? You're not going to just gish gallop and make claims and just go on to another claim. So what intuition did they rely on?
I'm going to stick with my original answer. I don't know.
Their eyes.
Your visual perception, your eyeballs,
Epicurus,
you see the world, see the space.
Boondog, these people believe in bullshit.
Space is not just a concept. Like you actually see it right in front of you. It's an
you see it. What's it? What color is it?
Space
I don't know.
Itself doesn't have any color. It
What color is it? You see in colors, right? Is it black, white? What color of the rainbow? What color is space?
I'm not talking about color. I'm talking about space.
You said you see it. You said it's obvious. You said it's intuition. We see it, dude. Now you're saying we don't see it.
If I couldn't see colors, I could still see space. So colors are not really.
So you could close your eyes and see space.
Cool.
Some people are colorblind and they actually can't tell the difference between colors. They can only see.
Can they see space when they close their eyes?
Do they see space?
Of course they do.
Okay.
What does it look like?
Cool.
What's its form? What's its shape? What distinguishes it from every? What distinguishes it from every?
What they don't see colors, they can only see light and dark, but they still see
Okay, I want to see space like you. Okay, what do I look for? What distinguishes it from everything else?
Amazing.
Well,
Bulldog, you're just on mute because you're useless.
Vision, you know what vision.
You said you see it. You're the one that made the claim that's seen. I just want to know, like, what am I looking for visually?
Visually speaking, just purely first person, we actually see two dimensions. Right? We see left, right, up.
You're
down,
not answering my question.
And we see a sort of third dimension, of course, but we really just see only two. That's what we see. We don't see three dimensions. We only see two.
This is fucking pathetic.
So if you can deny the third one, that's actually possible. You can say there's no third dimension. There's only two dimensions of space. And that works.
Okay, you're not talking about anything I'm talking about. I asked you, if I look, what distinguishes space from everything else?
Why do you flat niggers just deny everything? Everything's wrong.
What did I deny? Hold on, what did I deny?
Same shit, man.
Hold on.
Yeah,
what
you're
did
a
I
flat
deny?
nigger, I know. Yeah, fuck you.
What did I deny?
Oh, that was
niggers.
weird. Ew.
Oh, okay, moving on. I must have fucking hurt someone's feelings. Okay, back to you, Moosh. So, Moosh, you said space is intuitive. We see it. I'm asking you to detail how this is done, and you can't for some reason. You want to talk about everything else but answer my question. Why is that?
We see it in our first person direct perceptions. That's how we know it exists.
First person direct perception.
Yeah.
How are images formed? Do you know how images are formed? Can I ask you? Do you know how images are formed?
That's where they ask you a bunch of.
You don't have a clue, and you're going to tell us. You have no clue, but you're going to.
How does my mind somehow generate? I don't have.
No, we're not talking about the mind. We're talking about perception. So, light impinges on the retina and it forms an image.
How are those two different things? Isn't the mind which perceives everything?
Okay, no, because there's people that are in native states that have perception, but their mind does none of the processing.
Makes no sense.
So you can't have perception without the mind.
The mind.
It will react to color. They will react to light. They will react to external stimuli. But if you read their EEG, it's blank. There's nothing there.
No idea what you're talking about.
I'm talking about people in a permanent vegetative state where they are fucking brain dead, will react to external stimuli like lights. So their vision works, but their mind is broken.
If they're brain dead, then that's impossible.
Their body does shit.
Well, so, there's more to the nervous system than just the brain, right? So maybe their brain is dead, but the rest of the nervous
Okay.
system is still
Well,
alive.
there's more to the nervous system than the brain. Okay, great. So now you've taken my position. Okay, how are images formed on the retina? You have no idea, but space is intuitive, and you see it. You make claims about things you already admitted you don't even understand.
Have an optic nerve, so our eyes.
Oh, he got you,
Formed
bro.
on the
He got
retina.
you.
We're not talking
Oh,
about
yeah,
after the retina.
yeah.
We're talking about how the image is formed, dude.
Right. So light comes into the eye. It goes onto the light-sensitive cells. It produces an electrical signal, which goes at the back of the eye through the
Not really
optic
electrical,
nerve,
but whatever.
which directly connects via a nerve directly to the brain, and that goes to the the back of your brain. So that's the the very back back of your head. That's the sort of visual cortex.
Talking about the optic nerve. That doesn't tell me how an image is formed. You're talking about the biological process of vision.
The receiver just receives the stimuli and sends it to your brain. Your brain.
Our images. Okay, dude, this is just trash, dude. If I have a camera, does a camera form an image?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't need a brain, you don't need an optic nerve. I want to know, how is an image formed? You have no fucking clue, but you're going to tell us that fucking somehow it's intuitive to see space, dude. It's idiotic, dude.
What do you think I mean by intuitive? Just like hearing.
Intuition. Feelings.
Well, it's a first-person experience. I can't account for it in some logical term. It's because of this. That is just the way it appears. Okay, there's no further elaboration. That is just how it appears within the first-person consciousness. So if you don't trust your own first-person perceptions, that's up to you. But
I'm not talking about
to have any sensible conception of reality, at least you have to trust that.
I do. Water is flat. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I stab my eyes out, can I perceive space?
No. Your sensory organs that allow you to.
So if the world is filled with blind people, there'd be no such thing as outer space.
Well, okay, sure, you got me there. Even without visual perception, we still have there's still the intuitive, still an intuitive.
What are you intuiting?
Like your body exists in space, even if you're blind. You still have a sense of.
We're not talking about metrical space, dude. We're talking about outer space vacuum.
Well, if there's.
You're in a word concept fallacy. I explained to you in the beginning. No, stop talking, dude. You're wasting our time. You're wasting our time. You're in a word concept fallacy. I told you in the beginning. You're using the words. No, I'm not. I told you in the beginning.
You actually are.
That you're using the word space. I told you in the beginning. I've been perfectly calm, patient with your freaking gibberish.
No, you
but
aren't.
I told you in the beginning of us talking that you're using space in the wrong context. And I assume that you corrected yourself, but no, you're still using it in the wrong context. We aren't using it in the context of metrical space as in a volume in which things exist. We're talking about something specific. Outer space vacuum above the Earth, where Earth is a ball floating around in it. The void.
The Earth is flat, even if the Earth is flat, and even if there's this weird, what do you call it? This thing around the Earth that holds the atmosphere, because you believe
you need a sphere for an atmosphere, dude.
Gas pressure on the Earth without something shielding it. This outer space is vacuum. Something has to hold it together. What do you call it? You use this
gas pressure without a container. Is that what you're talking about?
You use what do you call it? A firmament. That's
you high,
right?
Dude.
There has to be some firmament or whatever. Okay.
You're a Gilbert liability, bro. You should
even
stop.
If that's the case, even if there's a firmament or container, which you say must exist, why isn't there something outside that? Or is there something outside the firmament?
Well, because we can do that. Hold on, Mush. And this is a problem of that we just have is like in human rationality, right? Like you said, what's outside that? Well, okay, what if I told you? But then you'll just say what's outside that too. And that, and that, and that, and that, right? So it ends up being it ends up. Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? I wasn't finished, dude. You're doing an infinite. The point is that yes, what's outside of that, you can do that infinitely, and that's an infinite regret. That's an infinite regression fallacy. Okay.
No, why? Why?
Because you can do it forever. You can do an infinite regress.
Yeah. What's
no matter what I say, where the boundary is, you can always say. No matter where I say the boundary is, you can always say what's outside of that.
Yeah, and what's wrong? There's nothing contradictory about infinity. There are
that's not
many
true.
Numbers. They all exist.
Can you get a boundary that can be special, please?
Like
What?
you do,
Who said
there are
that?
infinitely many numbers, right? There is no.
No, there's not. No, there's not. There's not an infinite many numbers. No, there's not.
What is this guy talking about now? Now he's saying there's no infinite numbers? What are we on?
No, there's not.
These flat earthers don't know what they're talking about half the time.
These flat
This guy's denying basic math now? I'm confused.
Basic math. Okay. Infinite. Look. Okay.
What's the largest number? Then?
There is no largest number. There's only
there is no largest number, but there's also no infinite amount of numbers. It's something you can talk about and conceptualize, but you can't actually do it.
You can never conceptualize.
So concepts can exist in the mind that don't actually exist in reality. Things like infinite.
Infinite right now?
Okay. Listen. Go count an infinite amount of numbers, then come back when you've done it.
You have no mathematical credentials to back that up.
You just made it up. That's what they do, flat earthers. They make shit up.
No.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's sad. It's really sad.
Yeah, this good old gay tactic is not going to work. I'm sorry, dude. It's really not.
You're projecting sexuality.
Yeah, like this gay tactic's not going to work. So I do have. Listen, I do have. Look,
Can you stop flirting with me, please?
Oh God, dude. Here comes the mute button. Yeah, because this is not going to work, dude, for you guys. So there are mathematicians to back it up. If you guys knew anything, this is a controversy within what's called pure mathematics. That infinities don't actually exist. Okay, if you guys knew anything about, who's giggling?
Well,
do you want citations?
There's something called.
Do you want citations?
Natural numbers.
Do you want citations?
There's something called.
You want citations?
Numbers. These are really
the real numbers. The real numbers don't even exist.
The real
Can you look?
The natural numbers exist. Don't
the natural numbers exist. Integers exist. Rational numbers exist. Real numbers don't exist. So there's problems with Cantor's theory. With Cantor's theory,
7 right now.
And there's problems with Dedekind cuts. There's problems with both the. Dude, okay, Mush, you're just fucking muted forever now. You can't stop fucking chattering, dude. Because he can't stop yapping. He keeps talking through me and censoring me by talking through me. Yeah, are you a mod? Are you a guest mod?
Are you
Heretic, we have a guest mod? Heretic, we got a guest mod? Six, are you the guest mod? Are you the guest mod?
Are you a crybaby?
Are you the guest mod? Yes or no?
Guest mod.
No, you're not. So you're muted. So, okay. Next. Who wants to be next? We can just keep lining them up. I'll just keep muting you. I don't give a shit.
Dude, just keep them muted. They're a bunch of idiots. All of them, dude. Every single one of them are just a bunch of idiot jackasses that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, dude. I'd rather hear you talk and educate people instead of fucking try to fight.
So they have no idea when I'm talking about how Cantor came up with his derivation for the real numbers, or what Dedekind cuts are, or what infinities are, and what they mean in pure mathematics. They have no idea about any of this crap. They're fucking basic billies, midwits.
Yo, India, leave him on mute. Break it down, maybe.
Told me to unalive myself inside chat. I just
They're
thought
not
you should know that.
Yeah, that guy needs to get banned. That guy just violated TOS. He needs to get banned. Who's here? Overlord or even Heretic?
Six told me to kill
Oh
myself.
yeah, I'm gonna get him. I'll get him.
Yeah, he needs to be.
I was making fun of you, Six. I'm sorry, but you were being funny.
He's not worthy.
All right, I took a screenshot of it. Then I'm going to delete it, and then I'll ban him.
So to the young lady, right? Have you ever talked about this topic before? Have you ever been in this chat before? This
A couple of times.
Okay. Okay. Now just think about this topic. Why do these people act like this? What are they afraid of?
I think it's not. It's more or less that they're not afraid.
Because they
I think
told you
it's
that
more of-
because they think you're a flat earther. Why would they say that?
I don't know. I don't think anybody should be hated on no matter like what their beliefs are, unless like you're like a rapist or something. You know what I mean? But like, I feel like if you have like, I feel like a flat earther is like a pretty average belief nowadays, especially on the internet. And so like, it doesn't really make sense to me why people get so riled up about it. Because at the end of the day, it's like we're all people, and so it doesn't really matter what you believe in.
Well,
I think it's kind of ridiculous.
Okay, do you think it's kind of cult-like behavior?
To tell somebody to kill themselves for thinking differently, I think that's cult-like
No. Specifically, this topic, the way people believe that the Earth's a globe. So, if we took any of these guys, right, that were just being, idiots, and we asked them how they know the Earth's a globe, none of them would be able to tell us. None of them would tell us why they even believe it to any detail. They only believe it because someone told them to believe it. The same way that if you're in a Muslim country, they tell you to be a Muslim, right? So, and become a Muslim because it's the tradition of the culture that you're in. So they believe the globe because it's the tradition of the culture that they're in. But they believe it so hard that they think it's okay to say to anybody that still believe it to act the way they just did, tell people to off themselves, and do crazy things. That, to me, in my opinion, is cult-like behavior.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that for sure.
Quick note: simply Muslim Christian, cultural Muslims are not actual Muslims.
Yeah, come on, man. You know what I mean. That wasn't the point. Thank you. Cultural Muslims are not actually Muslims. Great. Objection noted, but that wasn't the point. The point was making just a tradition analogy. How religions of countries, like what most of the people believe, they believe it not because they're like, oh, I read the Bible, I read the Quran, and now I'm a believer. They just go, hey, what's your religion? Well, I'm in a Muslim country. My parents were Muslims. My grandparents were Muslims. Oh, I'm a Muslim. Now, obviously, according to you, they're not authentic Muslims, and I would agree with you. But these guys aren't even Globbers because they're just like a tradition, a person that's a Muslim by tradition and not faith, right? These guys are Globbers by tradition. They're not even at the level of faith because they don't even know what it is they believe in.
Okay.
Well, it's true. Like if we ask them anything, what's the radius of the Earth? Well, how much curve does the Earth have? How big is this ball you're talking about? How far away is the sun? What causes eclipses? How are eclipses predicted? How is the sunrise predicted? Any of these things, right? They wouldn't know any of it. None of it. Not even a little bit. But they have a very strong belief in something that they don't even understand.
They wouldn't take it on faith. They just literally argue.
Yeah. Certainly.
Like a religious person would take it on faith. They would have some inkling and they take it on faith. But they're not even religious. They're just like absolutely ignorant.
No, they're in a cult. They like being in the cult. That's why they're in it. But you've been in this chat a few times. This is typical behavior. This is not atypical behavior. This is like general behavior. This topic, I've talked about lots of topics. 9/11, JFK, freaking all sorts of conspiracies. Tartaria, freaking elves, ghosts, UFOs. This topic turns people crazy. People that are against flat Earth, it makes them crazy. And they oppose it with more vitriol than any other topic I've been involved in, by far. And I've been on the internet since 93. Okay, I remember news groups, and they had alt-conspiracy news groups, and people argued in there about all this crap, right? And the flat Earth has always been this debate topic is way different. The social dynamics are way different than any other topic, no matter how controversial it is.
When did flat Earth start getting popular?
17th century.
What'd you say? When the globe become popular?
When did flat Earth get popular?
It's always been popular.
Before Christ.
It's always been popular.
When everyone believed it. So
it's always been flat Earth.
The Chinese were flat earthers into the Chinese was official state freaking cosmology into the 20th century. Did you know that?
No, that's
into the 20th century. 1908, dude.
When did the globe get popular? That's the question.
That's what I was actually, yeah. When did that happen?
I guess when the Protestants were arguing Catholic teachings.
Well, people weren't historically people weren't locked into these ideas. So if you read like Copernicus' Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, right, where he came up with the heliocentric model, it says I'll just read it to you. They didn't take it as true. They didn't take like the mathematical models they used. They didn't take them as actually truth, right? They actually knew how to do philosophy and actually reason. So nowadays, people think, oh, if you have a mathematical model in which you use geometrically a globe within the model, that means that globe exists in the real world, right? They, because they were actually could do philosophy, knew that was a logical fallacy. That was like a reification. Okay, so I'm going to read this. For it is the duty of every astronomer to compose the history of the celestial motions through faithful and expert study. Then he must conceive and devise the causes of these motions or hypothesis about them. Since he cannot in any way attain to the true causes, he will adopt whatever suppositions enable. Wow, what the fuck did I say? Enable the motions to be computed correctly from the principles of geometry for the future as well as the past. The present authors perform these duties excellently, for these hypotheses need not be true or even probable. This is Copernicus. Okay? They knew then that this idea, so even after they came up with the heliocentric model, they taught that model side by side, because the way the school system, the university system worked is nothing like it is today. They taught them side by side with the Ptolemaic epicycle model together into the 17th century. There's no hard transition where someone's like, they discovered the Earth's a globe, and then the whole world was like, oh, the Earth's a globe, and everyone just believed it. It didn't happen like that. It's some people think the Earth is flat, some people think the Earth's a globe, some people think that everything revolves around the Earth, some people think it revolves around the sun. Tycho Brahe thought freaking the planets revolved around the sun, and the sun revolved around the Earth. So people thought all sorts of weird things. But flat Earth, if you go through every culture, you look at the Australian Aborigines, the Mayans, Chinese, the Vikings, the freaking Hebrews, Christians, everybody thought the Earth was flat. Okay? As part of their religious cosmogony. So there is no hard transition you can point to where it's like people went from flat Earth to a globe or vice versa.
Yep.
The reason, like, people think it's a commonly accepted belief, but we live in the West. And the West claims to have discovered that the Earth's a globe, and everybody else was a bunch of stupid freaking cavemen. And we enlightened them, right? The age of enlightenment and the age of discovery. We sailed around the world with our freaking toy globes and said, "You stupid savages, Earth's the globe." And then their wise men, their shamans and their intellectuals said, "Nah, man, the Earth is flat," and we proceeded to kill them. That's just the way it was. I'm not saying it was good, bad, or anything, but that's the way it happened, right? When Western explorers found a new place to conquest, they killed the knowledge holders and tried to rewrite their past. It's the way it's done.
Do you know if the third world countries still believe in flat Earth, or do they accept the Western viewpoint?
It's hard to say. I mean, I've seen different. So I've seen interviews with all sorts of people, right? So I've seen interviews with like Afghanis and like and Pakistanis and Nepalese and Africans and like, you know, one that sticks out is they were like they asked them about the moon landing and they'd never even heard that anybody ever landed on the moon.
Fuck, dude. No, of course not. They're not talking about gravity or none of that shit.
Well, what's gravity?
Yeah, that's what they're saying in third world countries. What the fuck is that?
No, we're saying it here because if I ask 10 Globers what gravity is, I'm going to get 10 different answers.
It's the vector of down.
It's the vector of down.
Vector.
So that's what forms planets into balls. See, this is the problem, right? You have two gravity ideas. One, that's why things fall, and the other one, that's why orbits happen, and then you got one where that's why things form into balls, right?
No,
and those things are incongruent to each other.
That's a second order consequence.
Is it now?
Jimmy sent the definition of gravity inside chat.
You mean ChatGPT sent the definition of gravity?
I guess.
It's not, I guess. Why do we need you then? What are you here for? Why don't we just ask ChatGPT and you just like leave the VC? Because we don't need you, obviously. Does ChatGPT need a stenographer? ChatGPT was like, I need a stenographer for the VC. Will you help me, Jimmy? And you're like, okay, yeah. I'll be your stenographer, AI overlord.
Just recite Chat. No.
ChatGPT stenographer. I love that. I keep stealing that, India.
Oh, he sent it again.
It's very funny.
Whoa.
Dude, it's sad. Here's the funniest thing: is they don't even get it. They don't even get it. It's an insult. They have no idea because they don't know what a stenographer is.
That's true. They might have to look up stenographer. That's right. Yeah.
They looked it up on ChatGPT, man. They look, what's a stenographer? ChatGPT. It just said you. That was its reply. You are.
Yep. India reached in there, reprogrammed it to say you.
Okay, so what's gravity? Even in ChatGPT's response, it gave 2 answers. It actually gave 3 answers. One of the answers is wrong. Everything pulls to the center is not the theory of gravity. Okay. So this is the problem with this whole gravity idea. That it's and this is recognized in mainstream science that Neil deGrasse Tyson's quote is saying it. All of them are. They don't know what gravity is. They know that things fall. They can measure the rate of fall, and they know empirically what the value is that something falls. Now they have a model, the inverse square law, but that's not actually a physical law or a natural law, a law of nature. That's a geometric law that's a consequence of when you have things like elliptical orbits. So if you have an elliptical orbit, the force has to fall inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the foci of that, or from the foci of that ellipse, and that's where it comes from. The geometric relationship, not from any experiments, empirical freaking testing, data collection, or anything like that. So I said, what is gravity? Like, you guys go, gravity? Earth's a ball because of gravity. Like, what does that even mean? And then if we switch to Einstein, you're never going to even get balls. You can't even get a fucking solar system.
Yeah, well, you're explaining what it does, and gravity is the why.
No, it's not an explain. It's not an explanation. It's a description. Okay.
Yeah,
It's a
you're making
description.
descriptive statements, and
Yeah.
gravity is why. That's the answer. Is why? Why does it do
To
that?
know the why, you have to do the experiment. Right? So we have
No,
the
because
effect. Something.
you can't manipulate gravity, so not possible.
Yeah, I know that. I know that, brother. Yeah, so there's no scientific basis for this idea as to the why. That's why you can go on NASA's own webpage. It's called Star Child. It's for I think 9th to 12th graders, because NASA's just basically a brainwashing agency. They ship their material to schools all over the country. They have a huge budget. I should have brought that up to that other dude. They have a huge budget for quote unquote educating the children. Okay, so even in their thing, it says, "What is gravity?" And it says, "We don't know." But for some reason, the Glovers that come in this chat, they know. NASA don't know, but the freaking idiots in freaking politics Discord, they know. How does that work?
Oh, T-Dub put that in the chat there if anybody wants to see it.
Oh shit, ladies' night was over, right? Am I just like...
Oh yeah, no, it's totally over. We went for 3 hours strong. My voice was like killing me. I'm like, please end this thing now. But I think it went well. Yeah, we were there from like 5 to 8. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much just, it's been going strong like the whole time. So this is like 7 hours. We've had some good content here. It's pretty good. This is the after show, so you're fine.
Oh, okay. yeah, I didn't know. I got caught up in...
Are you a James Bond fan?
James Bond? Yeah, some of them. Yeah, the one I don't like is the one with Pierce Brosnan. And then there's another guy too, the one I don't like.
Yeah.
But that's not why 007's. I mean, kind of. It's kind of homage to James Bond, but the thing is like the name Indio. Like I used to use just Indio in the early days of the internet, but as more people got on the internet, if I tried to register on a place, that name would be taken. So I would need to use something else. So I either use this Indio 007 or like Indio 2000 or something.
Mm.
I've been on the internet a long time.
Gravity is just a theory. Like, it's not something proven.
It's not even a theory. It doesn't even rise to the level of a theory.
Okay.
Because you don't have and I can tell you why. Because we have an effect that we can observe, right? But we, in no way can we figure out what the cause of the effect from experimentation. So you can't form a viable hypothesis on why something falls. Because you can't do the experiment.
You just can't test. You can't manipulate gravity.
Well, so yeah, you can form a hypothesis that you can't test.
Well, you could test it. You just can't make it an experiment. You could test it. You could say, well, if gravity is true, it'll displace light by this amount. And if it does that, then you could say, okay, well, that's one point.
No, it's not a hypothesis. Hypothesis is a if-then statement. A cause and effect relationship. We don't want to know what gravity causes. We want to know what causes gravity. Like when you drop something, right? Why does it fall?
Because of,
how do you determine that experiment? Well, how do you determine that experimentally, the cause of that? So let's say you think the cause is mass attracts mass.
You're not gonna. You could. You make predictions, and you can see if those come true. Like things weigh more at the North Pole than they do at the equator because several different things, gravity and centrifugal force.
It doesn't tell you the cause. You're still in the land of the effect.
Yeah, well, you're guessing. Well, it'll have this effect, and then it matches up. So that's a point. You know, that's
Matches
a point.
up to what?
What you predict if the Earth was of its
But you're
mass.
only predicting you have an effect and you're predicting another effect, right? So you're just going effect after effect. You're not predicting any causes. What's causing all that?
Mass of the Earth. That would be the cause.
Okay, great. So mass is the cause of things falling. Great. Now set up the experiment. Tell us how to set up the experiment to test that.
You can't. You just have to make predictions.
You
of
can't.
effects.
That's why
Yeah.
gravity's not a theory, because you don't have a viable independent variable. You can't do science without experiment, right? Do you think you can do science without experiment?
I think I can figure shit out without experiment.
Yeah, like what?
All kinds of things. You infer, inferences. You gotta inference things. That's how you figure out most stuff. Most things that you know are not. You don't know them because of experiment. You just know them because you infer them by context.
If you infer them, then you don't actually know.
Yeah. Everything's
Okay,
an
but that's not the
approximation.
point. You're like, this is just like deflecting sophistry, dude. Gravity is not a proper theory because there's no scientific experiment to validate the explanation. There's nothing to support it. Can't even define mass. Mass doesn't even, there's no ontology to mass. It doesn't freaking even have any existence in the world.
It's volume multiplied by the density.
No, that's not mass, brother.
They're divided by
No.
the amount of displacement it has and the density.
It is not the amount of matter.
You drop a cube of aluminum in a bathtub, see how much the water rises, you figure out what alloy it is.
Great, but that doesn't determine what the mass is. And that, what you just mentioned, is called specific gravity.
Well, you'd be referencing its mass when you're figuring out what alloy it is.
You're referencing it's the displacements of a volume of water based upon its the relative weights. So that's not mass. Mass is a whole different thing. Mass is not weight. Mass is not density. Mass is not volume. Mass is none of those things. Okay, dude, I'll just read from Max Born, Nobel laureate, Einstein's Theory of Relativity, Dover Publications, page 13 through 14. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like an amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. Okay, I'm going to say it again. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning other than that given by formula.
Yeah, that's
it's
what
the measure of the resistance to changes of its velocity.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't even know what that means. But yeah, I know the formula, and I know
because mass is a unit of measure the same way a foot is. So, like speed, speed doesn't exist, right? Speed is like a derived quantity. So technically it's called an improper quantity. That was the name they had for these things back in the day, and when people actually thought about shit. Anyway, it's called an improper quantity, right? So you get speed from time divided by distance, right? Or distance divided by time. Then you got the speed. The speed does not exist independently of those things, right? So you measure time, you measure distance, now you have the speed. But you just can't measure speed itself directly.
It's a descriptive term. You're describing something.
Well, you can't measure speed directly is what I'm saying. Right? So any instruments that measure speed, they measure time, kilometers per hour, right? Kilometers, which you measure, hour, which you measure, kilometers per hour, that's your speed. Mass is like that. It is a unit. An improper quantity, a unit that is an improper quantity. It is a measure of the resistance to changes in velocity.
All right, I accept that. Makes sense.
Steps.
Okay, so if they count the particles in a substance, summing those particles won't give you the mass of that substance because there's something called binding energy. So that binding energy has mass too. Well, they say it has mass. All they know is we counted the particles. But that's not the mass of the object. There must be something else in there that's giving it this extra mass. And we'll call this the binding energy of the nucleus.
They're saying it's electrons?
No, the binding energy is like the strong force and the weak force, the weak nuclear forces. They contain an energy. And because of the mass energy equivalence principle, right? That energy has a mass equivalent. But even that, so I'm telling you this, like, because this is the mainstream crap, but even that's wrong. Because there's a whole problem with the proton binding energy, and it doesn't actually come out exactly right, and yada, yada, yada. So there's even problems with that. There's even problems I found out recently with the gravitational acceleration due to mass and the inertial mass, and that somehow they're actually not equivalent, in which is opens up a whole nother fucking can of worms.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. The deeper you go into something, the kind of where you just know how ignorant you are of something. You know, like the smarter you are, the kind of just more you know that you don't know, kind of thing. So
Yeah,
that makes sense. I think there's enough that we know that we can use like practically.
Anyway, the point of all this is that gravity is not a proper theory. People call it a theory, but it's not actually a theory. It's also not a law, even though they call it the universal law of gravitation, right? That's why, like, you know, it's all mysterious, and like if you go on YouTube and type in physics, half the fucking videos are going to be about gravity and how it's a big fucking mystery and no one can figure it out, right? So it's like there's what people say when they enter this chat, and then there's what mainstream science says. They're not as settled on it as like the anti-flat earthers that come in here with their freaking 9th grade version of gravity trying to tell us what's what.
Yeah, that's always funny when they don't understand the difference between like Einstein and Newton, and like we've already gone past these things. Now they're on the quantum. They just like still think it's like some imaginary force between mass. Like that's what they imagine.
So I'm going to read another quote from John Wheeler, Space-Time Physics. John Wheeler, I think he got a Nobel Prize for electrodynamics. Nature does not offer us any concept as to the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms, or by any other counting method, try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. Which like, you know, we can hear, we like us on the flat earth side, we come in here and we tell you things, you guys believe things about the globe model, and then we like kind of correct you. But that's not the important part. The important part is, why did they teach you something that's incorrect? Something
Well,
that
on
people,
some level,
well, think about it. Think, oh, Earth's a globe because of gravity. How many people just come in here and say that? Earth's a globe because of gravity. But their entire concept of gravity that they were taught of how it works is incorrect, according to mainstream physics. So they were taught something in school that was incorrect to support the globe idea.
What up,
Because
yo?
you got to make.
What are you guys up to tonight?
About a 5'11", 6 foot. What are you up to?
Oh, it's Mike Cargo. Hello.
Is this like turned into a dating chat?
No,
Dating chat.
dude. No, I tell you my height, and now I want to date. Like, no, dude, that's not how it works, man.
I'm 5'5".
Listen, I am the flattest.
I like
person
horseback
you've
riding, walks
ever
on the
fought.
beach, and poetry. Please bring your references.
I like gaming, and I'll sing to you. Sorry, I'll rap to you.
I mean, come on,
let's hear a flat Earth rap.
Give me
Yeah, you want to hear my flat Earth rap? I have a flat Earth rap.
I want to hear it. Let's hear it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you got it. Can you play it into the mic this time? Because she put it in the chat
I actually
earlier. I
can.
heard it.
I will.
Okay, do
I will
it.
play
Do
it
it.
into the mic.
Let's hear
Hold
it.
on, let
Yeah.
me-
Can we get an acapella instead of a recording, please?
No, because she's got her little background thing there. Yeah, you need to hear it.
Okay, wait. Okay, I'll play it. Wait, one second. Hold on.
You scared? Come on.
No, I'm not scared. I'm trying to pull it up on my phone. Silly.
Okay.
Yeah, Tristan says, can someone stream it directly? I don't even know in this channel.
She don't understand how you can play
the beat on your phone.
17th century, and that's what they say. Flat Earth forever and ever today. Me and my homies, we know where we stay. You follow propaganda like a baked pastry. You're so pathetic, you ain't been found. You walking a line, cause that shit's not around. Controlled by the government, boo hoo. Me and the bruh say woo hoo, yeah.
So that's my flat Earth rap. I made it in 10 minutes. I love it. It's my baby.
What instrument is that? Is that like the freaking mouth harp or something? Like what is that?
No, it's just some like preset bits I found on like Band Labs or whatever.
I think next time you just need to play the beat and then acapella and then rap over it. Though I think that'd be better.
That's
what was the instrument they used to have in school that was like a little harp thing? It was like a little harp thing with strings. It was probably like a foot long.
You mean the auto harp?
Harpsichord or something? Is that it?
Well, harpsichord's like a piano, but the auto harp, I'll show you a picture of an auto harp. Might be that you're talking about.
Man, it was playing song. Oh yeah, that's it. You got it. You that was it.
I don't know. I guess I'm just old school. I don't know why you. Is this like some hangout? It doesn't have anything to do with the Earth. It's flat.
Dude, every time you come in here, you do this shtick, dude. It's annoying. Stop.
The rap was directly relevant to Flat Earth, Mike Cargo. Shut the fuck up. She referenced
he has
Flat
a
Earth.
shtick like, what is everybody doing? Why is everybody in here? Dude, go play stupid somewhere else.
It's not stupid. I'm just saying, like.
Oh, you're not playing stupid? Yeah, I agree. Look, every time you come in here, you ask that. We tell you, read the topic. Read the channel topic. Flat Earth. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about what the channel topic is about. The topic is not what's the channel topic. Okay? The topic is Flat Earth.
Dude. Why are you on here? Go to Tinder.
I'm okay with Flat Earth topic.
Go to
What's
Tinder.
the topic? What's the topic? Oh, the topic is, what's the topic?
What?
He's looking for a date. Go to Tinder.
Dude, I don't use dating apps. I never would.
What up?
Is that? Oh my God,
That's pretty
Tristan!
fucking
I've
gross.
seen those.
I'll
Those
just
are
go get
like
a
the
prostitute if I was gonna do
the
that.
new age or the old age rave. Like what's it called? Yes, yes.
Yeah, I know what those were called. I don't know if they have a different name. Let me look up. No, Jews harp. Yep, that's what they're called. Jews harp. Yep, that's the official name. But Indio said it was the auto harp he was talking about. We had Jimmy earlier. Jimmy was making claims in the text chat. Are you there, Jimmy?
That's a heavy ass bar. Oh my God.
And if you got a good way to play it, play it.
I might be able to.
Yeah, I listened to it earlier. He put it in the text.
It's right on YouTube, so it should play on regular stuff.
Wait, is yours AI?
YouTube. Listen, I am AI.
No, yours is AI. What? No, okay, listen. I don't mind AI usage like for fun and memes, blah blah blah. But like when you actually try to sell that as something you've made compared to something that I made, that's where I'm like, come on. I still respect you.
Yeah, but I am AI. I am AI, and I made it.
Well, you're a human being who came out of a woman's vagina.
Really?
You're not AI. Yes.
Yeah. Wow. That's so great to hear. I'm gonna pass my Turing test this year.
I mean, things come out of women's vaginas that are not human beings.
Well, yeah, but but I mean, like eggs and blood, but that's pretty much it. I mean, there's nothing else that will come out of a woman's vagina that's not a human.
Listen, I wrote that song. I curated that song.
Did you? Okay,
I iterated that song.
Did you write the song, or did an AI program come up with those lyrics?
Man, I wrote every word, and I curated it all.
If you wrote every word and then you just fed an AI these lyrics and then that beat to make the song, I can respect that. But
no, I didn't just get that beat on the first try. I had to work at it, do extensions, put different things in, all kinds of stuff.
Well, I made my own beat as well, but they were like, I don't know. I don't have a FL Studio, so like that's not how I make beats. It's still a good song. I still like it.
It's going to get even better because now I'm going to take it apart and then use all the parts to rebuild it the way I want with different verses and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Once I get over this writer's block, I'm gonna extend Earth is Flat, and probably rename it. I don't know, probably to Flat Earther Forever. I don't know.
I thought you were gonna do. You told me you were gonna do one about laser tests and bring it to next week's Ladies Night. Do you not remember you telling me that?
I did, but there's also a couple other raps I want to extend, and I've already made promises to other people that I was going to.
Okay, you didn't actually promise me. I think you just said I'll try or something like that.
I can write a verse right now for my song.
You could feature. Yeah, you could feature on my Flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it now. Laser blast. Globe ass got trashed. All right, I'm going to add that.
Laser blast.
I like it.
Laser blast, like I. Sorry, But like it can't be serious, right? It has to be funny.
Yeah,
laser blast. Yeah, I got it. It's just funny. Check it out. So laser blast. Globe ass got trashed. Dreams of drinking Don Pettit's coffee get smashed.
Nice, you.
Now, if you don't know, the joke about Don Pettit's coffee is that it's made from human waste with the NASA retriculator machine. So their coffee machine goes straight from the toilet to the coffee maker.
That kind of disgusts me a little bit, but
And
honestly,
he even describes the sound it makes. It goes chugga chugga chugga.
I don't like that.
Did Storm from earlier hit on you too, Addictive? In your DMs?
Yes. Yeah. Okay, but I kind of fell for it.
I knew it. I figured he just like spammed the message to any female that was here. Yeah.
No,
you didn't say yes, did you?
I kind of did. Okay, hold on. Let me tell you. Well, because I like the attention. I'm not gonna hold it.
You gotta get over that. You gotta get over it.
How to live, how to be. Well, I mean, he didn't flirt with me too much, but he told me, like, I went to go visit a place, and I went to go visit a place, and he was like, oh my god, I'm actually like this many minutes away from it. Like, have you been to this? Like, we were just chatting, but
watch out for that dude. That's why I told you he also hit on me and probably everybody else that was in here.
Listen, I like it when men call me pretty. It boosts my ego.
Why? Just look in the mirror.
Well, yeah, I know I'm pretty. Well, listen, I know I'm pretty, but I like it when other people call me pretty.
You got to get over that. Yeah.
I should get over it when people. Oh, I don't get manipulated. I'm just.
Sounds like you did because you answered this creepy dude that we already banned from the channel.
Oh, I didn't remember him being creepy, but I mean.
Oh yeah, he was. Oh, you should have seen the comment he made. AI Overlord banned him. It was in the text there when I was talking. Yeah, he's totally creepy. Just letting you know.
14. Everybody give him the minor role.
Broke back, try it, get smacked. That's a rap, gold crap, got slapped. Radius, it's fuck. Inflated self-destruct. Theory holes so big. Drive though with my truck, dump truck. Catalog, numbers up. It's fuck, save your theory, make shit up. Glow priest popped up. Reality can't be denied. Open eyes, walk outside, look around, glow confound. Shit's coming.
Is that an AI rap I'm hearing?
India's noise bombing us. Hey, did you read it?
Yeah, we're not getting the music.
Yeah,
dude. The music ain't coming through. No, it's just it's over blaring the vocals.
Turn off your noise suppression, and then turn off your what's that called? What is it called?
Dude, can't we just play it? We got music spots in here.
Turn off automatic gain control.
Automatic gain control. I'm using an app called Mixline. Have you heard of it?
Well, this is on Discord. It has nothing to do with anything else.
Yeah, but look, it's an app called Mixline where you can play. I'm playing Chrome.
Yeah.
Through the app, and
but if it's using your mic,
the audio, and then piping it in through the input of Discord.
Yeah, but if it's using your, I mean, yeah. So, but if I believe if since it is using your microphone as those things, it should. If you turn off those things, you should still be able to hear.
Yeah, it sounds like it's using Discord filters to drown out and amplify the voice track only.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying if you turn off those two things, it'll probably work.
Dude, I wish I just knew the music commands. Let me see.
Now we can hear it.
Yeah. I gotta start from the beginning though.
Right. Refract, broke back, try that, get smacked. That's a rap, gold crap, got slapped. Radius is fuck, inflated self-destruct. Theory hole so big, drop though with my truck, dump truck. as fuck. Inflated self-destruct, steering hole so big. Drive through with my truck, dump truck, out of luck. Numbers up, globe is fucked. Savior theory, make shiz up. Globe priest propped up. Reality can't be denied. Open eyes, walk outside, look around. Globe confound, ain't shiz curving down. Glovers like lambs to slaughter. Have a glass of flat water, water truth. NASA spoof, flat smacking with the proof. It's flat, fact, clap, clap back, get racked. Rack 'em up, knock 'em down. Take your globe, get out my town. Bye bye. Bye now, no more lies, that's how. How to live, how to be flat. Be free, be free, be free, be free.
Fabulous. Love it.
Amazing. Yeah, that looks pretty flat to me, if you ask.
Yeah, no, he said it's fake. Well, his username checks out. That's the Chinese space station, buddy.
Why can't... Okay. Why can't it both be true? You know? Like, why can't there be a dome on top, Clownify, but it's flat? You know what I mean? Like the pictures of, like, the old, what is it? Not from Revelations. Like, but, like, how, like, the Christians, like, thought the Earth looked like, you know? That it was flat at the bottom, but, like, dome on top. Representing the oceans of the heavens and the oceans of the earth. Have you ever heard that?
That's the Hebrew cosmology. Christians didn't generally believe that.
Well, that's in the Bible, so I don't know if that's entirely true. Balls never cast around shadow.
So, Clown. Oh, shit, dude. What the hell's going on here?
He's having a meltdown.
Oh, the clown is? Oh, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
The clown. Funny. Wait, Clown, are you
He's
actually
a
14?
scary clown. Did he say that?
Huh. Yeah, he said he was 14 earlier, and now he's saying you want a 14-year-old to go up to space or something. So, like, he is 14. He's just a child.
I'll put a note there in his little profile. It's good to know when people are that age.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting that. Good to know.
Probably still wears NASA pajamas.
NASA pajamas. That's funny as fuck. I've never actually met a human being who actually owns NASA memorabilia.
I have a NASA T-shirt.
Oh,
Matthew Learn. You should put that on your profile in your info. I have a NASA T-shirt. That would amuse me quite a bit.
Yeah, sported around.
Who's the flat Earth guy? Is there like a flat Earth guy that just like, or that made this, or
A flat Earth guy? We don't know what that means.
oh, my bad.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it says flat Earth, or not flat Earth. It says 147 flat Earth. It's not a globe. Prove me wrong. So I assume there's a guy that wants to debate that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we got some guys here. We got India 007.
Take your pick, bro. Like, I'm not the only one here. There's other people.
Well, I didn't know because you guys.
Do you think you know the? Can you tell us how you know the Earth's a globe?
I'm not implying that.
Okay. Well, so you don't know? And I don't, like, when I say how you know the Earth's a globe, I'm not asking how you think someone else might know. I'm asking how you know, personally.
Trinity, where'd he go?
He went on mute. Just chicken shit.
No, maybe he'll think of something.
So, Clown, why don't you on mute, dude? Before you get booted out for chat skanking.
Because I can be.
he is 14, guys. I just
I talk in here all the time.
You're
Okay,
14?
well, now you have the minor role, so it's okay.
Wait, that's really a role? Wait, that's tough. Can I have the teenager role? Or is that a thing?
No, it's just
Dang
minor.
I mean, I guess I am, yeah. Makes sense.
No.
Okay, so you're a minor, and you're spamming photographs that you think are photographs at us.
And you think that one of the flat Earth is real?
The Chinese one? No.
Then why'd you even send it in the first place? What'd you try to prove if it's not real?
It's called a reduction. It's called a reduction. So the art, listen, called a reduction to absurdity. Yeah, it's called a reduction to absurdity. It would be absurd to draw the conclusion that the Earth is swept from my photo, and it's just absurd to conclude that the Earth is a ball from your photo.
Well, one of your
equally
flat
absurd.
earthers in here actually sent me that link for all those photos, so you might want to blame it on him. Sorry about that.
I don't care. What do I care about what somebody else did?
I mean, he's a flat earther, so like, does he?
Who cares, dude? We're not a
same
club.
page, right?
It's not a club.
I mean, kinda is.
Joey,
I mean, a very
what's his
small
name? I'm going to have a stern word with that
You have
young
no
gentleman.
basis for anything you're saying. You just have ideas in your head. Look, the ideas that you have in your head are incorrect.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I guess so, if you want to say that.
Okay. Do you think that we think the Earth is a disk in space?
I mean, I think you guys think it's round, not spherical, but round. I don't know necessarily.
But is it in outer space?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where else it would be.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
is
have
it in
no
the
idea
sky,
where
I guess? Because I've heard space is the sky. So I guess it's in the sky.
Well, I mean,
Actually, space is water, but
space is the sky.
Space is water?
yeah, you've never heard of that?
No, because that's not a real thing.
No, it is a real thing. Trust, bro. You just don't get behind it. Let me actually send you.
Please don't go on the frickin' space is water shit, dude. You can't prove that. You don't know that. Okay.
Well, there's a lot of things you can't prove. However, I'll mix in.
But there's a lot of things you can prove, and we're gonna stick to the things that we can prove, not the things we can't prove. We can prove the Earth is flat.
Sure.
Yeah, you can measure it.
Sure. Yeah, I forgot you measured the entire Earth and it was flat. I forgot about
You
that.
don't need to measure the entire Earth.
Oh, right.
Want to know why? I'll tell you. Look, I can tell you why you don't need to measure the entire Earth, because the surface of the Earth is mostly water, and that water is all connected. And you're not going to have one part of that water doing one thing and the other part of the water doing something else. So if the water is flat over here at the Atlantic, that means it's also flat all the way over there at the Pacific, because the Pacific is connected to the Atlantic, and it's connected water.
That would kind of make fucking sense.
It does make sense. So I can measure water in one place and know, like I can measure the water on one side of a lake, and if it's flat, I know it's also flat on the other side of the lake.
Sure, but it's not flat. It's level.
But it is flat. But it is flat because we measured
it. It curves.
Okay, show us those measurements, please.
Then you want me to show you? All right, let me send you some videos.
Show us the measurements of somebody measuring curvature to the surface of the Earth.
Okay, hold on. Let me see some videos. Give me a second.
Measurements. Okay, no. Listen carefully. What I said.
Video of someone measuring.
I said measurement.
Not more images.
No,
not more
I
images,
said.
bro.
Look, bro. Listen carefully. I said measurements. Measurements. You use an instrument made for measuring. A camera is not that. A camera is not an instrument made for measuring, is it?
So if someone records them using an instrument of measuring, it's not measuring it?
Okay, the reason you can't use a camera is the same reason that you look, bro. You can measure it if you look. You can measure it, but you would need to know details about the camera, the environment, the focal length, the size of the sensor, the field of view. So you would need measurements of the device too.
Yeah, and they know that they have that.
Oh, okay.
Ask a question real quick.
So you have photographs of an Earth taken with a metrical camera.
Sure.
You don't. No, you don't. You don't even know what a metrical camera is.
Oh, I guess I don't.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Give me all the measurements for the flat Earth.
No, you can't. We're doing one at a time, bro. Stop trying to save this dude's ass.
Sorry.
So it's
Go
really
ahead,
simple.
send me, 'cause I guess supposedly I don't have any measurements.
Why are you just jabbering, dude? You're just yammering.
Why are you getting so heated about it? Is this like your life story?
Because you're a child, and it's annoying.
Indio,
Oh, no. I mean, you were.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Okay, so do you think things like Jupiter and Saturn, do you think those are globes, or would you say that they're flat?
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean that doesn't matter?
Those things aren't the Earth.
Okay, but would you say that they're globes?
Why would you think they're? Yeah, so what? They could be globes. They could be pineapples. It doesn't matter. Because this is a fallacious statement. And I'll demonstrate it to you. Your reasoning is fallacious. It's called a non sequitur logical fallacy. Okay? Saying, we look in the sky, we see the planets are round, therefore the Earth is round, which is the same logical form as saying, I look outside, I see trees, therefore I'm a tree. Okay? It's the same logical form. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow from the premise that if Saturn and Jupiter are round, that the Earth is also round. That doesn't follow from the premise unless you take the axiomatic position that the Earth is like everything else. And so when I look up in the sky and I see globes, because the Earth is like everything else, the Earth's a globe.
Why would it not
But you don't know if the Earth is like everything else now, do you?
Okay, well then I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but why is it not one if the other ones are?
Because the Earth is unique, and the Earth isn't like Saturn and Jupiter. It doesn't look like Saturn and Jupiter, from what you can see. Nothing about the Earth would tell you, hey, this is it. It's similar to the Earth, right? I can look through my telescope and look at Jupiter and Saturn, and I'm not going to go, man, that looks just like someplace on Earth.
Well, sure, but the structure of it.
Sure, but there is no sure but, right? Okay, planet is a category, okay? A category that we have for things, right? You're trying to put Earth in that category.
Well, why is it not?
What about the Earth? What about the Earth that you observe justifies putting it in the category planet?
Well, I don't have a telescope. I can't answer that question. I don't have a camera that can take a picture of it.
Of the Earth?
Yeah.
There's pictures of the Earth all over the place. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and why are you... Well, I mean, of space, like a view from space, I can't get that. I don't have the
Okay.
technology for that.
Okay. So you don't know, right? So you don't actually have any evidence that Earth is like those things.
Well, I don't have any evidence that I've made. I only have other people's evidence, but by your logic, yeah, I don't have any evidence.
Okay. So that's the thing. It's a non sequitur. Doesn't logically follow that the Earth would be like Jupiter, the Moon, Sun, or whatever, because you don't observe any similarities between those things. You observe similarities between the planets and each other, but you don't observe similarities between the Earth and the planets. So it's unjustified to think that they would be the same. Now, people adopted this thing called the Copernican principle. Okay, obviously comes from Copernicus. That Earth has no unique position in the universe. And if you adopt this philosophical principle, then you can look at planets and conclude that the Earth is like those, because the Earth's not unique. And if it's not unique, that means it's like everything else that you see in the sky. And you don't need any evidence at the Earth because you made the philosophical choice at the beginning of your inquiry.
Well, why is it not like the other planets? Could you explain why?
Why would it be? Why is it not? It's not similar.
Gravity, pressure.
Where do you see gravity? Where do you see
can't
pressure?
See gravity.
Can you see gravity on Saturn by looking through a telescope?
We can't see oxygen, but you breathe it.
Okay, what's that? Answer my question. Your evidence was gravity and pressure. That's similar. Okay, look at through a telescope. Now you're saying you can't see it, throwing your own claim right under the bus.
Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there.
Okay. And just because but you know what? If you can't see it, it might mean it is not there.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah, sure.
That's like you guys do this thing where, like, just because we don't see the thing we're trying to prove doesn't mean the thing we're trying to prove it doesn't exist.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it looks flat, but it could just be a giant ball. Want to know what also looks flat? Things that are flat.
Mm-hmm.
Why are your responses so dry?
Sorry,
Well,
I'm
just suffering a bit.
You're suffering?
Yeah, I'm just listening to this.
He's cooked.
He's cooked.
Yeah, I'm cooked.
Yep.
I have nothing to
I understand why you came in here with your fallacious reasoning, because academics like Neil deGrasse Tyson have actually promoted this non sequitur fallacy. Why are all the planets wrong? Dude, it is a logical fallacy. And think about it. You have a PhD in astrophysics saying my evidence for the globe is a logical fallacy. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, they prop it up with such confidence, don't they? But underlying is all this fallacious reasoning.
What about like wind? You can't
Look,
see
when we
wind.
call fallacious reasoning, that's not. Hold on, listen 1 second. When we say it's fallacious reasoning, it's not our opinion. This is objectively true according to just basic deductive logic. That saying the planets are round, therefore the Earth is round, does not logically follow.
And because you use fallacious reasoning to come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe, doesn't mean it isn't a globe. The thing that determines that it's not a globe is the surface. The surface of the Earth tells us and shows us. Right? It doesn't speak to us, but I mean, we go and check it, measure it, and it's not curving. It doesn't show the characteristics of being a sphere. It needs to, if it's going to be a sphere, it needs to have those characteristics of being one, right? Curvature being the main thing.
Indio, how do you explain? Okay, so do you think gravity is real or not?
In what sense? It depends on what you mean by gravity.
If I
Things
jump
fall,
up-
that's real. Okay, yeah, things fall. Yeah, no one's denying things fall.
Well, okay, so when you have something that you release from your grip, how do you explain that fall? What's causing the fall?
Nobody knows the answer to that question.
Yes, we do.
Oh, you do? Okay, give me the experiment that determined it. Just tell me right now the experiment that
All right.
determined why something
On
falls.
my camera, I'm going to show you how this thing works.
No, I want the experiment. So in science, right? Science is based upon experiments and empiricism. So if you want to know the cause of an effect, falling, that's our effect. We want to know the cause of that. What was the experiment that determined that? Whatever you think the cause is. I'm not going to tell you what you think it is. Whatever you think the cause is. What experiment was done to determine the cause of a falling object? What causes its fall?
Yeah, he's thinking that he's gonna pick something and let it go, and that is gravity because something fell to the floor. But India's asking you what is the cause of that effect. You're claiming that you know the cause of it, and
when you ask me for an explanation, you're asking for the cause.
There's a way we can explain how we know gravity works, right? So
there's a way we can explain with an experiment, because I don't care about stories.
There is an experiment.
Tell me the experiment. Tell me the experiment.
So you can take objects, right?
Yeah.
Of different mass from the same height.
Mass. What? Hold on, mass. What's that?
And then
what's that?
What's
and
mass?
then you can observe them. They fall at the same
what's
rate.
mass, dude?
You know
I don't know what that is. You have to explain it to me.
What's mass?
You said take objects of different mass. I don't know what mass is. Please tell me.
Yeah, come on, be nice.
Matter.
Explain what mass is.
It's matter.
It's matter.
Yeah.
It's matter.
Mass is matter. It's stuff.
Yeah. Well, why is that so ridiculous to you?
I'm sorry.
It's stuff. Is that the scientific definition of mass? It's stuff.
It's colloquial, but no, matter. Are you familiar with the concept
It
of
is
matter?
not matter. Mass is not matter.
Mass is
Sorry.
not matter. Oh,
Mass
what
is
is
not
mass
matter. Okay. I'll read it to you. I'll read the definition, the physics definition.
Yeah.
I already did this once, like 20 minutes ago. Okay. Here we go. From Max Born, Nobel laureate, from Einstein's General Theory of Relativity, Dover Publications, page 1314. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like an amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts.
What I just fucking said.
Hold on. No, hold on, dude. Don't get all happy. Okay. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concepts of substance is considered self-evident. This is you. In physics, however, as we must most strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning except that is given by formula. It is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity. Okay, Wheeler, Nobel laureate. Nature does not offer us any concept as to the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term, even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. Okay? John Wheeler, that's a Nobel laureate who invented quantum electrodynamics. Well, help develop it. So when you say mass attracts mass, I don't know what the fuck that means.
That's called gravity, my friend.
I thought gravity was something falling to the ground.
No, gravity's mass attracts other mass.
Okay. I thought it was something falling to the ground.
No, gravity is mass.
It is.
It's both.
Yeah, it's
so it's the cause. Yeah. It's the cause and the effect at the same time.
Yeah, mass attracts each other. That's called the gravity.
So it's the cause and the effect at the same time, both at the same time.
That's literally the definition of gravity. Is
so
mass
the cause
is to itself.
No, can you clarify? So you're saying the cause is the effect? The effect is something falling to the ground. The cause is mass attracts mass. Both are called gravity. What?
I mean, you could say, there's an inverse to that. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So
mass, mass attracts mass. Yeah, that's called gravity.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the cause of a falling object.
Yes.
Okay. What experiment determined
that? I just told you.
What experiment? No, the experiment.
Pick up an object with your hand and then drop it. Why does it fall?
No, that's gravity. The effect. That's the effect. That doesn't determine the cause.
That is an experiment. You said you asked for an
That
experiment.
does not
That is an
determine the
experiment.
cause. That's the observed natural phenomenon. Okay, we want that would be our dependent variable. The observed natural phenomenon. Something falls to the ground. We want the
It's quite
independent
observed.
variable.
You just
we
watched
want
it fall
the
to the ground.
independent variable. We want the independent variable. The cause of the effect.
What would be the independent variable?
You said it's mass attracts mass.
You told me what. Do you think it would just fly up for some reason? For what reason?
Okay. You said the independent variable was mass attracts mass.
No, I did not say that.
So, okay. Do you know how a scientific experiment works?
I asked you.
You have an independent variable and a dependent variable. The scientist manipulates and changes the independent variable to see if there's an effect on the dependent variable.
You asked
and if
me
there
for-
is, then you know. And if there is, then you know what the cause of the effect is, right?
You asked me
so
for
this
an
is how a
experiment.
scientist. Yeah, dude.
And I
You didn't
told
give me one.
Yeah, you just
No.
yeah, I did. I said you drop something and it falls.
Yeah. How did I determine mass attracts mass caused what I observed?
You just observe it fall.
Yeah, but how do I know mass attracts mass is the reason for that? How do I know it's not some other thing?
Like what would it be then? Yeah.
Okay, electromagnetics.
What?
Fucking magic sugar plum fairies.
You think it's just
It
magnets
doesn't
or
matter.
something?
No, by the grace of God, the earth is flat and it's held together.
Okay. So, do you think that things on Earth are held together by gravity? Are you on drugs, bro?
That's
Do you
one
think
of
like
the-
matter is
We're
held
on
together
drugs.
by gravity? Do you think like the matter in your body right now is held together by gravity?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
most
we're on-
definitely affected by gravity. Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
No, held together. Like your arm doesn't fall off your torso because it's held there by
Well,
gravity.
there are other forces acting against it, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
then
sure.
it's some other force. Okay.
No, it's multiple.
No, but it's
How do you-
definitely being affected by gravity. Like,
No,
imagine if you were to hang yourself by your feet, you would die because all your blood would go to your head. You know that, right?
That's
because of gravity.
fantastic. Nobody
So-
cares.
You guys are tap
You're
dancing.
you're trying to deflect from the
it's not
fact
tap
that
dancing,
you don't
it's just
have an
facts.
experiment to determine the cause of your observed natural phenomenon.
I just gave you two.
No, you didn't.
I did. I
Have
gave you
heard-
one that you
Not the cause. You just keep referencing effects. We want the cause of the effect.
Yeah, you don't know what an experiment is yet, apparently.
Wait, Indio, have you heard of the soda can pressure experiment?
What's that got to do with this? Nothing. We're sticking to this.
No, I just wanted to know. Like, this is a quick question. So yes or no. Just have you heard of it?
I don't know exactly what you're referring to.
Okay, never mind.
So anyway, so your body has actually evolved. Your circulatory system.
Okay, so you're trying to talk about everything other than the fact that you don't have an experiment to prove
I'm
your
trying
claimed
to. I'm
cause.
trying to tell you this is an experiment. So through your
What's the
evolution,
independent variable?
Right.
What is the independent variable? How is it varied and manipulated by the scientist? What was the result on the what was the measured effect?
All right. What would you need as an independent variable to prove, like me, what I'm saying?
There
Like,
is no
strongly
viable
asking you
independent
that.
variable. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There is no viable independent variable.
Oh,
that's
I see.
That's why nobody knows what the cause of a falling object is. They admit this in science, but you
I see.
freaking morons on Discord can't admit it.
We're morons on Discord. I got you.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
Because if you actually followed the field and listen to people that actually practice science, they admit the shit I'm telling you now. They admit it.
Okay. I got you.
Okay. I'm going to post something from NASA, okay?
Post from NASA. Do it, man.
Okay.
Is this in the side chat? Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, hold on a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for the guy saying that gravity is mass attracting mass, you are parroting the wrong pseudoscience, just to let you know.
Yeah, there's that problem.
Mass doesn't attract mass. Is that what you're saying? That's pseudoscience? Okay. Explain to me.
No. Supposed to be the warping and bending of space-time, dude.
Exactly. Show how it does.
do the most basic cherry pick. It's a direct fucking question, Maywen. Okay, so this is a direct question on NASA's website. What is gravity? We don't really know. We can define what it is as a field of influence because we know how it operates in the universe. And some things scientists think is made up of particles called gravitons. They don't know. Okay, I can give you freaking audio of Neil deGrasse Tyson being asked.
February 2001.
Where he says,
"This is like over 20 years ago, dude." Like,
it's 20 years ago, dude. They're way more advanced now.
So they found out in the last 20 years?
This doesn't look like the NASA.
Hey, show us the quote. Show
Now
us
it
the
doesn't
quote
look
that
like NASA.
supersedes
I
this
love
one.
when you guys objections when you get fucking cooked. They're fucking so childish.
We just got cooked.
Yeah, we're childish, but you're using like Gen Z words. Yeah, very.
Are you guys
cooked,
just
man.
pretending that you didn't get cooked? Is that what's happening now? Is that the cope that's up now?
Yeah, it's copium. Yeah.
So
we're coping
you're pretending that you're not.
I can also
coping
post
with it,
Neil
too?
deGrasse Tyson in an interview, directly asked, first question, what is gravity? He says, I don't know, next question.
What?
Yeah, T-Dub, can you post that compilation again you posted earlier?
Can we get like a clip of that?
Let me see if you guys get it this way.
It's
real quick.
everywhere.
Well, I just want to get
Go
back
ahead,
to
go ahead.
hold on, Jonesy, before you jump in. I want to make the point. Nobody knows what an object falls. Nobody knows. They said they know in school, but they don't because they haven't done the they don't have a viable independent variable. And if you even do the test, okay, let's say it is mass attracts mass. What we could do is we could take two different masses, a large one and a small one, and then because we varied our independent variable, our mass, we should see a different effect. But when we do this test, they both fall at the same rate at 9.8 meters per second squared, showing that mass is not the cause of that effect.
You guys probably have the same like problem with like macro.
Did you
and
listen to anything I said?
I
Repeat
do.
to me what I just said to you.
Oh my god.
You have listen. Repeat to me what I just said.
What did I get muted for?
Because either you're going to repeat what I just said to you, or you're going to be muted.
Yo, what?
Mute me.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You haven't been paying attention the whole time. Always waiting.
He's waiting to speak. He's not listening to anything. He's just waiting to speak.
Okay, Trinkle. What?
Okay, first off, that's not my name. And second, I beg you to
Trinkle.
look at
Sorry, I didn't see it right. My apologies.
There's no L in that. It's okay. It's okay though. Please look at the soda can experiment. I beg you to.
What is it? Of a soda can being crushed in a vacuum?
In a vacuum? No.
Or exploding?
It implodes.
Yeah, so what?
Oh, you know of it?
Look, I didn't know the particular. I thought you were talking about a very particular one. Yeah, I've seen imploding soda can videos. I've seen boiling waters and vacuums videos. Yeah, so what? What's your point?
Okay. Nothing. I just wanted to know if you saw it or
what
not.
is phase changes and pressure differentials? What do they matter?
I just wanted to know if you watch it. That's all.
What does it have to do with this?
I will not disclose that information.
Okay, well, while you're not disclosing that, Trinity, did you see the compilation that T-Dub put in there 55 minutes after the hour? So this is along the theme of nobody knows about gravity because you were questioning the other source. So we got a whole bunch of other ones for ya. Did you see that one? Why don't you just press play on that one? Huh?
Nothing. No, I haven't seen it.
Why don't you
Right, why
post
don't you
your
take a
vacuum?
look?
Why don't you post your soda can experiment instead of fucking being opaque?
I can show you the AI overview
Yeah,
of
post
it.
flat Earth proof.
I only have my 10th grade textbook explanation of it.
Show us how gas presses on things.
I can only give you that right now.
Dude, I've seen lots of experiments. You can't just say soda can experiment, dude. That's too general.
Okay. I'll try to find the one then.
Have you seen the vacuum chamber experiment?
Could you elaborate?
Yeah, exactly. Could you?
I mean, yeah, if you want.
Okay, elaborate on your soda can experiment.
So the soda can experiment uses a not fully full can of soda that we heat up to boiling temperature. We then put the soda inside of cold water, and that creates a vacuum inside the soda can that causes it to implode.
Okay. And
that's the story of it. That's it. That's just all I wanted to say. This is unrelated. I just wanted to know if you saw it or not.
Did you know that water boils in a vacuum? Did you know that?
No, I did not know that, and I'm questioning if that's true or not.
Really? Have you ever
Yeah.
seen a phase pressure diagram in your entire life?
Let me see. Let me jog my
phase
memory.
diagram where it shows you the relationship between temperature, volume, and pressure, and how things like water, they maintain so whatever phase of matter is appropriate for where they are on the diagram.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen these.
Water boils in a vacuum.
Fair. Oh yeah,
So
that's
when they
true.
show these depictions, so when they show these depictions of a flat Earth with water falling off the edge into space, that could never happen because water boils in a vacuum.
Oh yeah, I've seen the water boiling thing. Like, you know, when you take a syringe and then you scoop some water up in it and then you pull back even more.
You know what can also something that cannot happen also? The water ball in the vacuum of space. That will be impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
The water
That's crazy.
wouldn't be. The water evaporates in a vacuum. The water ball is in a vacuum, remember in the cartoon? The water on the surface, the vacuum next to it. That doesn't work in reality.
So,
I guess
once
not.
again, so I mean, all this, just you guys never seem to reflect. So you and your buddy here, I don't know if he's your actual buddy, but
no, he's not.
You guys were dead set on the idea that it is known with a scientific certainty why things fall when that is not in fact the case.
Yeah, that's gravity. There you go.
Oh yeah, what experiment was that, buddy?
Well, that's Isaac Newton's laws. So I mean, you may show you the theory.
No, well, laws have to have experiments, right?
Yeah, of course. So I'm gonna.
Yeah. So what was that experiment, buddy? Well, he don't know. He's just for control, Joe.
What do you want? Do you
Really
want like
the Earth is flat.
equation? Do you want the equation for it?
No, equations don't mean anything because even if you had equations and models, they would still need to be validated by experiment. Science is empirical. It's not based upon equations or theories or logic or anything. It's empirical. Based upon experiment.
Do you want an egg sandwich? That starts with an E and is just as relevant.
That's funny as fuck.
That's a good one.
Yeah, science is empirical, and anything in science, the truth of the matter is determined by experiment, not people flapping, not by equations on a chalkboard, not any of that. You go in the lab, you go into nature, you do the observation, you do the experiment, in reality. That's what determines the truth of the matter.
So, what's Flat Earth's rebuttal to the Cavendish experiment?
What do you mean?
It's invalid.
Well, I mean,
It's
that's kind of general, right? Do you even know what happens in the Cavendish experiment? Can you tell us?
Let's see.
Yeah, you have no fucking clue, dude. You're not gonna be able to Google it and figure it out, buddy.
Wait, are you going to answer the question?
You're not gonna be able to Google it and figure it out, dude. You don't even know what happens.
Answer the question, or
you don't know what happens.
Are you
it's
going
pointless
to
to talk
answer
to you about it
why don't
because
you-
I have to give you a
so why don't
nuanced
you-
answer.
so
Why are you
why don't
over
you
talking
walk
me?
us through it?
Why would I walk you
Because
through
you're
it?
dodging the question. Why don't you just answer the question? It's a simple question. What is
Okay, yeah.
what
Let
is
me
Flat
answer the
Earth's rebuttal
question
to
you
the
don't
Cavendish
understand.
experiment?
Let me answer the question with an answer you don't understand and can't comprehend. Let's
Sure.
do that.
Okay.
Why would I do
Go
that?
for it.
Why would
for
I do
it.
that?
For the room.
Why would I
for
do
the
that?
room. For the room.
For the room. Okay, I'll do it. Can I
I'll
deafen you
take
then?
one for the
Because I
team.
don't need to do it to you. I don't need to do it for you, right?
Run from the question. Sure.
I'll do
You
it,
don't understand the answer. We've answered
from the
this
question.
hundreds,
It's
if
okay.
not thousands of times. There's no reason.
Then it should be easy. I'm just asking
It
for
is
an easy
easy.
answer then. Okay, then
is
just
easy.
provide the easy answer.
I
Jesus.
will when you go learn what's actually observed and you come back.
Well, we're giving it too much great. So I'll answer the question very simply. It's non sequitur to the shape of the Earth. Therefore, a flat earther doesn't have to rebut it. It's irrelevant.
It's non sequitur to the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, correct.
In what way? In what way?
My God.
Holy crap, dude.
Okay.
Hey, do you want me? Do you need some
In what
crayons
way?
to eat so you can understand?
In what way? In what way?
Okay.
Yeah,
let's
it
say
has
in-
nothing
You can say
to do
big
with the
words
shape
too.
of the
That
Earth.
doesn't make it true.
I'll
I'm just
explain
asking
it
you
to
to
you, dude.
substantiate
You
a claim.
said.
That's it.
Okay.
Sure. Go.
Can any results, no matter what it is, of the so-called Cavendish experiment, prove the Earth's a globe?
Wait, why are we shifting the goalposts?
We're not shifting the goalposts.
We are.
He said AI said it's irrelevant to the shape of the
To
Earth.
gravity? Because that was the original discussion, was gravity, which the Cavendish experiment essentially, well, I don't want to say proves, but that's typically the experiment that's the go-to to explain gravity.
The experiment that you don't even know it's observed is the one that's the go-to.
So the first experiment, the first experiment
You
to measure
don't
the force
even
of
know it's
gravity between
observed,
masses
dude.
in the laboratory, and the
so
first to
this is
yield
what the
accurate values
cult
for the
behavior-
gravitational
This
constant.
is what cult behavior
So,
looks like.
Again,
This is why I've been doing this, dude.
What is
no, you're
flat
gonna be
Earth?
muted. Okay, you're gonna be muted and are muted. The whole exercise why I've been playing skipping rope with you is to illustrate that this is what cult behavior looks like. You're defending an experiment as evidence for something when you don't even know what the experiment does or shows to any degree. Someone whispered in your DMs or ChatGPT told you, oh, the Cavendish experiment proves gravity, and you're in here carrying that fucking water like a fucking robot. Now,
Am
go
I gonna
find
be
out what the
permitted to respond
Cavendish
here?
does.
Am I going to be permitted to respond here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Appreciate that. So,
address what I said. That's what you can respond to. Why you're carrying water to something you don't something you don't even understand.
So, what I
Yeah, you're not
did
going to answer
was
that, are you?
So, can I respond to your question? You don't like letting people talk to you. So, what I did was I jumped into the room and heard you guys discussing gravity. You said there was no experiment done that proves gravity. So what did I do? I jumped on ecosia.org. It's kind of like Google. Said, what experiment proves gravity? I have Encyclopedia Britannica, got Wikipedia, multiple articles that are cited as the experiment where we discovered like gravity, kind of. That's where the formula originated from. So what I did was
everything you're
looked at
saying
it and
is
said,
factually wrong.
Okay. I didn't.
Everything you're saying is factually
Okay.
wrong.
Okay. Cool. I didn't do that. So how do you know that?
No, No, your claim.
You just said everything I said was factually was wrong.
Okay.
So
because
how?
where G was derived from, so you don't know anything about the history of it. So Henry Cavendish was trying to derive the density of the Earth. He wasn't doing anything about gravity. Okay.
So
85 years later, after he was 85 years later, 85 years later, after he was dead, other people came up. Are you listening to me?
Yes.
What did I just say?
85 years after he was dead, people.
The equation you just referenced.
Literally.
The equation you just referenced was derived by other people, not by Cavendish. Okay. Other people came up with that equation. Other people.
Okay,
so what you just told me about the Cavendish was done to come up with an equation is wrong. It's factually wrong. It's not what happened. Historically,
did I say that Cavendish himself did it, or did I say that that's the experiment where it was derived?
It wasn't even the point of the. It wasn't.
That's
the point
okay.
of it.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay, so
It wasn't the point of
that's
it.
what I thought. That's what I thought.
Even so,
so you're saying that you can only discover things that an experiment is designed to discover. That's what you're saying. You're saying there's never been an experiment.
Let a poor white guy get a squeeze.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Just
That's what you're saying.
No,
hold on.
No, you said
what I'm
that.
saying.
You said that because he was looking into density, not gravity, that he couldn't have discovered gravity, right?
Okay, you're correct. Look, he didn't know. You said, okay, you characterized that Encyclopedia Britannica, Wikipedia, and all these other fucking sources say that they did the Cavendish experiment and found out about and that proved gravity, and they came up with a formula. That's historically and factually fucking wrong, dude.
Where the formula was derived from.
Okay, it's factually.
All right, let me get a word in real quick. Indio.
Go ahead, AI.
Even so, this would simply be another example of the phenomena in question. It wouldn't be isolating the cause, so it still doesn't prove the cause.
Yeah, I want to say that.
I mean, that is what they're trying to understand, right? Is what causes gravity, but that doesn't mean we can't describe it.
Hey, we never said you couldn't describe it, dude. We said you don't know the cause.
They said that they have an explanation.
Sure.
An explanation means you know the cause.
Sure.
That's what it means.
Okay.
So, not only did you try to straw man the argument, you still don't even know what Cavendish does or shows.
Okay. Sure thing, buddy.
Okay, so if you want me to directly address the insufficiencies of the Cavendish apparatus in general, I will. Even though you're not going to understand.
That's kind of what I asked, wasn't it?
Yeah, but you're not going to understand because you don't know it's observed. So when I tell you what's actually observed when they do the experiments, you're not going to understand what the import of that is. But I'll do it anyway.
Really? So I can't read the apparatus consisted of a torsion balance made of 6-foot wooden rod horizontally suspended from a wire. I can't read? Really?
Yeah, but that's just telling me about the apparatus. That's not telling me what's observed.
Oh, wow. Oh, almost like they talk about more. Wow. Weird.
Okay. That doesn't tell me what's observed in the experiment.
Some of us can read better than a second grade level, and we can read a little quicker. That doesn't tell me what's observed
in the experiment, though, does it?
Do you want me to read the whole fucking Wikipedia article? I don't think so. You'll probably
that also will not tell you.
That's what I thought.
They also will not tell you in that Wikipedia article what's observed in the experiment.
So why don't you tell me? Go for it.
I'm trying to, but you can't shut the fuck up.
Go for it.
You know, I'm sorry that you're getting cooked by FE.
Still not doing it. Still not giving the answer.
So what's observed is they set up the apparatus and the balls move towards the other balls and they oscillate. They time this oscillation using the second law of Newton's second law of motion and infer that a force exists. And from the speed of the rotation of these balls, they derive a force and they derive big G from that. From the rotation, from the speed of the oscillation. Okay? But eventually they will come at equilibrium. So there's many problems with this experiment. Namely, it is extremely hard and inconsistent and doesn't give fucking good results. So you can't even tell if what you're observing is chance, because if you set it up, it's probably not going to work. If you go on YouTube and look for Cavendish experiments, people doing them, they're all failures. Where they tried and failed. Okay? Then you have other ones where they're failures. meaning when they did the experiment, it didn't do what was expected.
So it's never been replicated.
No. If you do enough, you're eventually going to get the same value, dude.
I'm sorry, you said they're all failures. I'm just trying to pin down.
So all the ones on YouTube.
All the ones
you don't
on
listen
YouTube are
closely, do
failures.
you?
So I can't find
the
one
ones
on
on
YouTube,
correct.
that's going to be successful.
You're not going to find one on YouTube that gets the correct value of G. Correct.
Okay.
The mainstream value of G. That's what the experiment is supposed to be showing. It's supposed to be showing the gravitational force. Okay? So you're not going to find any that gets the correct value of G. And there's other problems, and I'll get into those. Sometimes it don't work at all. Sometimes it works when it shouldn't. So if you're using quote-unquote masses, whatever the fuck that is, in their light, it'll still happen even though there shouldn't be enough force to fucking even make the things move, such as doing it with Christmas bulbs. Okay? Shouldn't be able to do it with Christmas bulbs. But you can do it with Christmas bulbs. And if you go on, I think it's called, what's the fucking, Everyday Physics, 60 Symbols, which is put out by the University of Cambridge in Britain. They try to set up the Cavendish experiment in a scientific grade apparatus, and it wouldn't work, and they got so mad that the fucking technician saws it in half. Okay?
What is it called?
Then you have one that's called the tilt washer. So they took
Can you go back to what the last one was called, please?
Huh?
Can you just repeat what the last one was called? That's all I'm asking. Just repeat what the last one was called.
The last one of what?
You said that there was an experiment that some university did.
Oh, on 60 Symbols. Yeah, I'll post links to all these in the chat as soon as I'm done talking. Did I bring receipts, motherfucker? So, then there's one that's called a tilt washer. So they took masses, and then when they use the exact same one, and they put them in one orientation, right? And then when they flipped it 90 degrees into a different orientation, they got different results. So this experiment in and of itself doesn't give consistent results. And when you don't have consistent results, you don't know if your results are just, is it chance? Is it user error? Is it the apparatus design? And the proper way to figure out what's what is you do lots of experiments and you generate a p-value and see if you're getting a result that is greater than statistical chance. This has never been done. Okay? No one's ever generated p-values for fucking Cavendish. Okay, so so if you wanted to know what we thought of this quote-unquote experiment, which ain't an experiment, okay, this is what I think. I think it's a fucking parlor trick. Okay, used to convince fucking people that the Earth's a globe. And people just like it convinced you just Googled what proves gravity, you read Cavendish without knowing the results of what actually happens when you try to do this experiment, right? And it probably to some degree convinced you, hey, we have evidence of we know the cause of gravity. We have this Cavendish experiment thing. The flat earthers just fucking deny it. But if you actually go look at it, and this is the problem, hold on, let me finish. This is the problem with the globe. You guys think that in the real world, whatever they claim the results are, that's what's actually observed. The thing is, that's not the case, and that's why we're here. Because what they claim is observed is not actually observed. And then you guys say, well, this is a fact. And we're like, no, you guys just deny everything. No, we're saying it's not the fact because if you go look at the data that they generated, the data that's actually generated from the thing they say, it doesn't match what they're saying.
India, I find it really funny that the name of this channel is 24/7 Flat Earth, but the Earth is a globe.
It's a globe? Emoji. Yeah, it's only a globe on TV, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you ever seen a globe outside? You ever go in outside and saw a globe?
Jesus.
You want me?
Serious? You ever gone outside and seen a globe?
A globe? Like a model of
it? Dude, don't be a dick, dude. You said, how do you know the Earth's a globe, dude? Just tell us.
I'm not going to tell that.
Isn't that the first question I asked you? I asked how you know that.
He did. Yeah, he wouldn't answer before, and he's not answering now, apparently.
Yeah, I'm
it's
not
okay to say you don't. You can just say you believe it. You can just say you believe it.
I'll,
No
I'll
shame in
answer
that.
for him. I'll answer for him. I
Wait, hold
saw it on the TV.
Hold on. I was talking for a second. I'm just going to say this last part. I don't have the information for you to explain that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but what information are you relying on? For you.
Gravity and pressure.
Didn't you just hear this entire conversation we just had?
No, I wasn't listening to all that.
Okay, what's gravity?
Gravity is when you drop something and it falls.
Jesus Christ, this is fucking Groundhog Day right now. Can we do this for the third time?
It's on repeat. There's a scratch in the CD.
Man. Painful. So anyway, friends, I'll tell you what gravity is, Mr. Glober, since you guys don't know. Gravity is proof the Earth is flat. I'm sorry. Do you think that if you could prove gravity, all of a sudden the Earth's a ball? Because you were told by some moron that gravity pulls everything inwards to a giant
that
ball.
the Cavendish experiment was false. He claimed that it was, but he didn't establish it.
I didn't say, dude, why are you straw manning my position? Why the fuck would you do that, you piece of garbage?
Yeah, because he knew he was about to get wrecked. Because he just realized categorically that even if Cavendish did what he hoped it would do, it wouldn't prove the Earth is a globe. As a matter of fact, it proves the Earth is flat. Because their claim is that mass attracts mass is the reason why things fall down. Now, if things fall down and not inwards, then they're falling perpendicular to horizontal, which is the way the Earth is arranged. So thank you for proving the Earth is flat. You played yourself.
Yep, you got cooked, buddy.
Nice.
Yep. Yo, India, so do you think that we can make general explanations?
I don't know what that means, dude.
Like for pressure, do you think we can make a general explanation for that?
A general explanation? What does that mean?
To explain how pressure interacts with everything, do you think we can explain that?
Dude, you're talking like fucking gibberish, dude.
Oh my god.
Can we come up with a general explanation to explain how pressure interacts with everything? That fucking statement doesn't mean anything.
Okay, can I change the question then?
Can you actually form a fucking coherent question? Why don't you work on that?
Okay, then. Okay, dude, chill. I'm just gonna ask. Do you know the explanation as to why Jupiter or Saturn are not planets, are globes? Do you know the explanation?
Yeah, the story? Yeah, I know the story.
Alright, what's the story?
Story is gravity formed them into spheres.
Okay. Okay.
And that they're made of a gas inside of a vacuum.
What about the moon? The moon is solid.
Yeah, so what? The story is the moon is that Earth was a big glowing ball of lava that was a sphere, and it got smacked by another fucking planetoid sphere, and then blasted part of the Earth and part of that planetoid away from the Earth, and now it's orbiting the frickin' Earth. That's that story. Look, dude, you're not going to school us on the frickin' goddamn your lore. We know your lore better than you do. It's lore, dude. It's just lore. Because I'm going to ask you, what's the evidence, the scientific evidence, that gravity formed Jupiter, a planet, or any other fucking body? The evidence, not the claim. I want the actual evidence. It can be observation. It can be inference from as a result of fucking experimental results. I'll even settle for a physics prediction. But you don't even got that.
Yeah, I don't have the evidence. I'll just say it out loud. I don't have the evidence.
And nobody else does either.
On me right now. I do not have the evidence.
Okay, listen. We've been doing this for quite a long time. Okay.
Okay.
I've asked Globers many times, what's your evidence that gravity forms things into balls? Okay, for 8 years straight. They've never produced a fucking thing. The closest I got was a paper that was soft element analysis simulation, and the fucking thing still didn't form a sphere. It formed like a fucking egg. So, This is a simulation in the astrophysics journal. Okay, so there's no evidence for the claim that gravity forms things into spheres. It's just a claim. Science is empirical. It's based upon experiment. You don't have the experiment. You don't have the observation. You don't have the observation of it happening. And even if you did see some frickin' bunch of junk in the sky form into a sphere, you would never know what caused that to happen.
Dude, all I did was ask you if you knew why the planets were this, and you're saying I have no explanation as to why they are.
No. You have an explanation, but you'd have no evidence that the explanation's true.
Oh, my bad. I meant evidence.
Okay, so we can all come up with explanations. Explanations are just stories, right? That's why on this side of the fence, we just try to describe reality as it is. In the explanation, you don't get to the explanation part until you can actually do the experiments that support your explanation. Then you have some backing. And even, there's still just bullshit stories to a degree too, because to a degree you're reifying shit. And our reifications don't perfectly emulate reality. But the point is that a lot of things, and I was going to bring this up for the other dude fucking came in here, is that there's a lot of things that globe earthers that come in this chat believe, which they think are true, but they're not true. And it's not because we say they're not true. If you just go look at the evidence, they're not true. For instance, I'll give you an example. The sun. When does the sun rise? When does the sun set? When is it going to be noon? How long is it going to last? These questions, right? How do we answer these questions? When I go on time and date, are they using a globe model to give me how long the sun's going to be up? You probably think they are. They're not. So if you look at the math, they use something called the equation of time. And if you look at the formulas, there's no globe in those formulas. Okay? There's a celestial sphere. They basically use a hemisphere, but there's no globe. The sun is always in the position in reference to the celestial equator. But it wouldn't matter what you're standing on. You could be standing on literally anything, and you're going to get the same mathematical result where you can predict where the sun is and when the sun rises and when the sun sets. But they don't use a globe for that. But everybody, hold on, just one more thing, really quick. But everybody thinks that when they go on time and date or sun calc, that they're using astronomy formulas and calculating orbits and the rotation of the Earth and fucking where the moon is and all these other things to figure out when the sun rises. They're not doing any of that. And none of that is going on.
Do not get it twisted. I have never said that I am a globe earther. Okay?
I'm talking about in general, bro.
Oh, okay.
In general.
I'm wholeheartedly...
You can be on the fence. It doesn't matter. I'm just talking about people in general think this way about the narrative, right? The globe narrative, how they were taught, right? They were taught there's a globe, but a lot of it they filled in blanks in their head. They just assumed was true. Oh, eclipses. Oh, we use a globe to predict eclipses, obviously. Eclipses are caused by the sun, moon, and earth. You got to have a model of a solar system to know when eclipses happen. That's also not the case. Eclipses were predicted before the heliocentric model ever existed. For anyone ever thought of it. Thousands of years before it was ever thought of. They did it in multiple fucking parts of the world. They did it in China. They did it in South America. They did it in Europe, right? They predicted eclipses before the globe model existed. But people, generally, will think that, oh, to predict eclipses when the eclipse happens, they're modeling a solar system with the Earth, Sun, and Moon. That's not what they're doing at all.
We live in a donut Earth.
Yeah, you fucking, you're melting. You guys always do this. You just start fucking melting, dude. It's too hard to take. You guys just, don't. You're just having a psychological episode right now.
Oh, come on.
I know it's hard to take, dude. Yeah, I know you're joking around, but you guys.
Indo. Sorry to call me Indo. Sorry to interrupt, and sorry for mispronouncing your name. But I do have a question.
What?
Yeah.
So when did
for me, not you, dude.
Was it when you first started, like what time did you first start to believe in the flat earth, or was it like always something that was a part of your life? Like how old were you?
No, I was
I don't believe in flat Earth. That's a ridiculous question.
Well, that's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking you. I'm asking somebody else. So
yeah, and
thanks.
flat Earth is not a belief. It's not something that's believed in.
Okay, so anyways,
Okay,
so like when did you?
I'll answer.
Okay.
I'll answer. Dude. Slow down, man. No, dude, I was a super space nerd, man. The first movie I saw in my life was Star Wars. Second movie was Superman. He's also an alien, right? So like, space and all that crap. Like I grew up in the '80s, so that was like my whole like. I was into that shit hardcore.
So you always like knew.
Why are you people so fucking rude, Carrot Man? Just so rude, man. Like I don't get it. So yeah, I was a total fucking globehead.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but until like 2017, there was a local news in Chicago. They showed a photograph of the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan, which is like 52 miles. And the guy, the meteorologist, is like, "This is a shot all the way across Lake Michigan." But you know, what you're seeing here is a mirage. So you know, Chicago, he has to say it's a mirage because you're supposed to be a globe and you're supposed to see the city. So he says it's a mirage, but it's obviously not a mirage. So it's like, what the fuck? Why would he say that's a mirage when it's obviously not a mirage? Yeah, Dandelion just posted it. Dandelion is saying this herself. But it's obviously not a mirage. There's three types of mirages. There's inferior, superior, and Fata Morganas. It's a type of superior mirage. And they look a certain way, right? That's why we have these qualitative descriptions, right? Inferior is like the bottoms. There's a double image where the bottoms are touching each other. One's inverted. Like they're always inverted, so it's like a double image. It's just the way they're inverted relative to each other. If the bottoms are touching, it's inferior. If the tops are touching, double image of the tops touching, then it's a superior mirage. A Fata Morgana is where something appears to be floating in the air above the horizon. But this isn't anything like that, right? So I'm like, why the hell did he say that? So I know it's not a mirage, and then that's curious. Why would you be able to see 52 miles across Lake Michigan? And that just got me on, digging into it. And I did that for, I don't know, maybe a week, months, I can't remember exactly how long. And then I stopped, went to doing other shit, but it kept like annoying me in my head. And eventually I went like, yes, that thing that was annoying me, I'm going to go back to this and look at it. I was looking at shit that was completely different than that. I mean, the topic I was into was related, the terminology, so that's why YouTube kept giving me like that results, because I was looking for something related to radio propagation. So like spherical waves versus planar waves. So it's like a thing. So if you keep typing that shit in, sphere, plane, eventually the algorithm was going to give you, oh, sphere, plane? Oh, they're arguing about that over here at this flat earth fucking, on this flat earth shit. So I started getting flat earth shit in my recommended because of what I was using as search terms. And then, but I looked at it for a little while, then I stopped, and then I came back to it, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to go look on the internet. And I'm not going to look at for any, like, flat earth versus globe earth shit. I'm staying off of that. I'm just going to go and Google images and just look and look and look until I find like an impossible long distance image that some random person just took. That has nothing to do with flat earth. Has nothing to do with any topic. You know what I mean? Just random images that people uploaded that Google has indexed. So eventually I found one that was something like 12 miles in Washington State. There's like a bird sanctuary on the ocean, and he was taking pictures. And he took a picture of so they have a meteorological station, the U.S. Geological Survey, out in the ocean, and they know the exact height of it, right? They know it's 12 feet above sea level. They know the antenna is 24 feet, and you can do the curve calculation. The shit should have been like 40 feet under the curve of the Earth, and you can see the waves freaking whipping on the bottom of it. So I'm like, that's kind of what pushed me over became like irrefutable evidence because it wasn't like anything biased. Since then, I've done my own observations. So like, but that particular the results of that research, just trying to find, hey, I'm going to just look for long distance images and see if these match the globe. Right, like I said, I'm just searching Google Images. I'm just going in Google Images, and like a blank, just typing in long distance image, long distance photograph, and like this is before YouTube was saturated with flat Earth stuff, or Google was. So I wasn't getting like anything related to the topic. I was just getting random people that took pictures, like, you know, from top of Lookout Mountain, or, you know, I'm on top of the frickin' Sears Tower and took a picture. Shit like that, right? So, yeah, that's kind of like what sealed the deal for me, at least. That was like in 2017, the end of 2017, roughly. But there's two sides to kind of flat Earth, right? There's kind of flat Earthers that kind of do like a narrative, like discussion. I'm more like on the debate side. I've always been on this debate side where, like, I guess it's confrontational.
Hey, who gives a fuck if the Earth is flat, eh? You're still gonna live. Why do you care so much?
You do.
I mean, hey, like, if the Earth is flat, it's flat. Like, why
If it does, okay. If it doesn't matter, hey, is there anybody else in your house right now?
Like, what's the point of like all this?
Is there anybody else in your house right now?
No.
No? Well,
No,
whenever your
what?
friends or family come home, tell them you're a flat earther and see if it matters.
I mean, okay, we all have our beliefs, you know. Like, your family hates you because
Just do what I said, man. Yeah, just do what I said. See what happens. Yeah, you know it matters. Okay? So just cut the bullshit. Your family will fucking disown you because it don't matter.
Yeah, next time you go to a party, just walk in and go, hey, man, the Earth's flat. See what happens.
If it didn't matter, then why would you be here? That's the main thing.
There's a voice I hadn't heard in a minute.
Well, hello, Flat Earth Dude and Indio.
Well, hello, Flatsy Klein.
Flatsy Klein.
How you been?
I've been mighty fine.
There's only one acceptable answer, and that is I've been good. If it isn't
I've
good,
been mighty fine.
Okay, there you go.
What would be a really cool Alabama saying? Like, I've been like Superman.
Her worst Alabama saying is "park the car," dude. It's horrible at that.
Park the car in the Harvard yard.
I needed that. Thank you. A rough day, man. Oh yeah.
I had a pretty good day, man. It was a very good day.
It was beautiful.
It was nice and
Hey,
hot
man,
here and humid.
I was at sea level, man. I could see an island. It was like almost 70 miles away, dude. I shouldn't be seeing it, man. I was just standing
Earth is
there.
flat. That's why.
It's so flat, dude.
Duh.
So flat.
Here in Southern California, man, we don't get to see Catalina in all its glory, clearly, only just a few days a year. Well, today was one of them. And I could see another island called San Clemente, which is like 70 miles away. And it's...
You don't sound like from Cali.
Where do I sound like from, man?
You sound a little southern.
Dude,
Southern.
he doesn't sound like California. Jesus Christ, man.
Christ, dude.
You crazy, dude?
Are you in high school? What's wrong with you, man? Where are you at?
I'm
to be fair, you don't sound like you're from California. I'm a southerner, and I don't sound like I'm a southerner. I don't sound like a southerner, and you sound like a southerner. So yeah, I mean, he's not crazy at all.
There you go. Stop gaslighting me.
Well, I don't think it's gaslighting. I think that like maybe your definition of what you think a southerner is a little different now because of how where I'm growing up.
Do you think he's supposed to have a Mexican accent or something?
No, but they're supposed to not everybody from California is going to sound like a Valley girl or whatever, but also like they're not also going to have a twang to their voice. They're going to sound like me, who kind of sound like a general American.
You
but he
sound
has a
more
twang.
Californian than him.
Yeah, I'm from Texas, born and raised, baby. But I sound like this. You know what I mean?
Look, he sounds like California because the cadence of his
Californians
voice.
sound more like generic.
He's got that
They sound
so
like me.
Californians
sound like me.
Yeah.
No, we don't sound
He's
like
got the
you.
California. I'm so laid back, man. Just like we're just chilling at the beach.
You sound a bit
man.
slower.
Maybe.
So, Flat Earther, were you born in California? Flat Earth, dude?
Yeah, I was born in Santa Ana.
Oh,
He was made in it.
I was born in Orange. We were born in the same county.
San Diego.
You're
Oh,
born
you
in
guys
Santa
are Mexicans. You all Mexicans, all of you.
I lived
I'm
in
not a
Mexico for 8
Mexican.
years.
Yeah, Texas, that's Mexico. California, that's Mexico.
I'm not Mexican. I'm Polish.
Genji just exposed you, man. Just exposed all you. You born in Santa Ana. You guys are all Mexicans.
Well, I am
I'm not.
Mexican. I am actually Mexican. No,
I'm
There you go.
not.
You're all Mexicans, all of you.
I'm very white Mexican. I'm very, very white.
You're all. I'm white as fuck.
Jamesy, how do you say mango in Spanish, man? What's up with that?
Mango, you mean?
Mongo.
Mongo, not mango.
What?
Like
What's a
this.
mongo?
Like this. Mongo.
You don't know what a mongo is?
If
Yeah,
you don't know
mongo
what a
is short-
mongo is, you probably are one. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
No, the guy
Mongo
in
is
here.
short for mongoloid, which is a
Mongoloid. Oh, okay.
No, that's not what it means.
See, that's. I'm like, what the fuck are they talking?
That's
No, that
not
makes
what it
sense.
means.
No, Mongo's the
Right.
cartoon character, man.
Those who know.
He's a cartoon character, and he's a funny guy.
Yeah, there's a
Man,
cartoon
Matthew, what are
character
you
named
lying,
Mongo. He was like a big, strong guy, but not too bright.
Is that your type?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Yeah.
Dude, there's no way you're from California.
Yeah, I'm right here, man. What's up?
Yeah, I'm right here. Yeehaw.
I don't know. You do have a southern twang, and that are you from Southern California? I don't know.
My
Do
mother
they
was
sound
from,
like that in Southern California?
my mother was from Texas, so I picked up some shit.
Okay, that might be it. See that? Because yeah, my dad is from Arkansas. My mom's from like Illinois, so like I have like a weird accent sometimes.
My grandma's from New York, and I talk like that.
From New York.
New
So
York,
yeah,
hey.
your accent's like a combination of like okay, that makes sense. But
Yeah, it's
like yeah,
like
you
Texas,
definitely don't.
in New York, all three in one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right, cool. Let's move on. Anybody check out the moon? I guess next to some lights in the sky. Anybody check out the moon? Lights in the We got Saturn and Neptune next to the moon tonight. Is that right, Matthew?
You know, I love looking at the moon, but I don't need to look at the moon to know that the Earth is flat. By the way,
That's true. Dude. I like looking at the moon. I've always liked looking at the moon. But there's a couple of lights next to it.
same. I love looking at the moon and the stars. They're so beautiful. I just don't imagine that they're these space balls, in my mind, because
I've got
I don't
balls.
observe them as space balls, and I definitely know that the air pressure that I'm breathing can't be adjacent to a vacuum, so that's a problem.
That is a problem.
Yeah, where's your container?
It's it's necessary antecedent, man. Come on.
That's the question we got to ask them. They always like to ask us, "Where's the container? Where's the container, flat earther?" It's actually their question.
Yeah, this is a problem with their question because
dome is the
we just
container.
but here's the confounding a variable. Hold on, time out. The confounding variable is air pressure. So, or gas pressure. Air is gas. So, gas pressure requires a container. So, the confounding variable being gas pressure, that would be the consequent of the antecedent of a container. This is just, you can do this logically. You don't have to. You don't have to go out there. You can absolutely go and achieve gas pressure without a container. I would love that. That would be great. Go ahead
Vacuums
and do that.
require containment too. So where's their container?
Oh, that's a good point, Heretic. Yes, you can't even achieve a
I'm not
vacuum
even
without a
entirely
container.
sure who's
That's
debating.
right.
Show me your container, Glober.
Got a container, man? Where's your container?
I mean, wouldn't. I feel like the Globers would. I am a Glober, so I feel like the Globers would just say that the atmosphere would be the container. No, I feel like that's what they would say.
Hell no. That is the air pressure that needs to be contained. So
Can I ask you a question?
I would say it a little bit differently. I would say the weight of air is sufficient to create the gas.
Have you taken?
Yeah, but that's a problem for you, Matthew, because it's inverse to the weight of water. So it's like you're saying that there needs no you don't need some sort of barrier at the bottom of the ocean. You're saying that we don't need a barrier at the top of the gas pressure. So really that's what you're saying.
That's just his sneaky way of
barrier at
claiming
the top.
gravity. Just trying to slip some gravity in your drink.
Yeah, but he's got a problem because just like he would the inverse of what he's saying is that you don't need the bottom of the ocean to contain the ocean. That's the same thing. You need a top to contain the gas pressure.
You don't. You just need the bottom, and the weight is sufficient to contain it.
Because you're saying gravity really with that, right? With weight, you mean gravity, right?
No, weight is the effect. If you want to argue about the causes, we can argue about the causes, but I'm just looking at we all agree that weight exists, so that's why I was like trying to be non-controversial.
What's weight? Go ahead and define weight.
You wouldn't say weight is due to gravity.
Can I ask you guys a question?
I just want to know if you would say weight. Okay, well, I guess you kind of answered that already. You're just talking about the effect. You wouldn't say weight is due to gravity.
So weight is the force. Then we can see the force.
Have you guys ever taken 10th grade physics?
No, I actually dropped out of high school.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Wait a second.
It explains
wait.
what?
But wait,
yeah, because you
hold
can't see the
on.
effect of gas, right? You have to see it accelerating downward.
Yeah, exactly. So weight would be a construct for
You
matter.
don't believe in gravity?
Shut up for a second.
Just try to keep up. Like, take some notes.
Yeah,
for a second.
okay. I wanna address Matthew, please. So weight would be like the matter, like solid. Solids in a certain medium would have some sort of down, or upward vector in that sense. So
Downward vector.
you would need to the density and medium relationship to be there for your weight to be some sort of let's say a variable in this whatever you're talking about. So gas doesn't fit that. So gas isn't a solid. Gas clearly isn't a solid. It's gas, and it does something else.
Weigh a lot.
So you're right that solids have weight.
Okay.
Like if you hold a brick.
It's a really roundabout way of saying you're fat.
What the fuck, Postal Dude? What is your problem? Actually.
All right. His problem is he has no glow proof and he's triggered.
I just want to address the fact that solids in the medium of air, they're going to have that relationship whether or not they go down or up, right? Yeah. So you're going to have to also put that towards the medium in water. Water is a medium also.
Wait, you think because gas
You're not
floats
Matthew.
in the air,
Can you shut up?
You think because can I speak? You think because you've been talking the entire time. You think because gas flows upwards, gravity doesn't exist? What the fuck are you saying?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yeah, that's about.
Yeah, okay. Gas is weightless. There's no weight to it. Are you fucking retarded? Why
That's not okay. So I would agree with you. I would agree.
You're gonna have to argue with Matthew. Hold on, dude. You're gonna have to argue with Matthew.
Right. So I think that
has
both
weight.
solids, liquids, and gases all have weight.
Oh, that's a problem because gas expands into the available volume. It doesn't just go down, it goes in all directions.
It goes in all directions with a slight
gas?
downward bias due to its weight.
Hey, I
Yeah,
was
how do
wondering
you
if
weigh
it's
gas?
how do you weigh gas, Matthew?
The easiest way to weigh gas would be to put it into a container. Now, when you take it out of a container, then does it
Easiest
magically lose
easiest
its
way
weight?
is that you say that like there's another way. Is there another way?
I love you, Matthew. Always perfect.
No, I don't know.
I feel
Another
like
way.
I'm in a mentalist.
Oh my God.
So the only way. The only way then.
The only way I know.
Dude, that was great, man. Somebody clip that, man. That was perfect. Thank you, Matthew. I love you, brother.
That was a very funny
Guys,
thing to say.
thank you for helping me get to my point because I feel like I was struggling to get to that point, but that's exactly the point I meant to get to.
That's so good. I needed that again. I had a rough day. I need some laughs. Let's make it funny. If you're gonna talk about some stuff, man, make it fun.
Do you
Do
think
it the fun
space
way,
has an
man.
Earth?
Come on. All right.
What's out there? If
What's
I
out
fly
there?
out into space, what's out there?
Who's flying?
Okay, so didn't you hear me when I said there is no vacuum of space because gas
There is
pressure
no
that
vacuum.
we breathe? Listen, buddy, I said there is no vacuum of space because we
There's no
breathe gas.
space.
You just don't care to listen. I'm just trying to tell you. There is no vacuum of space because we breathe gas pressure, which requires a container. Thank you.
The fuck does that
then
mean?
if that were
We
true,
breathe a container of gas. What are you saying?
Oh my goodness.
That
Oh,
if
saying
you,
you're in a
if
gaseous.
you
It's so weird. You guys are so confident about your opinions, but you have
Hold
like
on,
yeah, because
Yappuccino.
we
AI is trying to
know
get in
the
here.
second law of
gravity is
thermodynamics.
unreal.
Yeah, because
Space
Hold on,
we know
chat.
the we know of the second law of thermodynamics, which that entropy
You
of
don't know the
gas
first
will.
and the third one,
Hold on.
though.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Gosh.
Go ahead, AI.
Yeah, so if you have a gaseous environment within a container, then you can have a vacuum outside of the container. That's not impossible. So if you have outer space being outside of the container, it wouldn't be impossible for it to be a vacuum because the reason why you say it couldn't be would be within the container. So it wouldn't preclude that from being true. But in your worldview, the person who asked why it matters is you don't have a separation between the vacuum and the gas. That's your problem.
I'm being gassed. Containers exist, so space doesn't. I'm confused.
No, your claim of a
I believe him.
vacuum being outside of the gas pressure that we breathe
I never
would
said that.
require. You didn't say that.
I didn't say whatever the fuck gas chamber, whatever. I never said that.
I didn't say that either. I said that if you're claiming the vacuum of space and we have gas pressure that we breathe, there would have to be a barrier, a physical barrier between the gas pressure that we breathe and the vacuum that you're claiming that all of the space balls are in.
Can you repeat that?
No.
Yes, I can. I can repeat it if I need to. So, if you're claiming that there is a vacuum of space where the space balls are in, that the earth, that we're breathing air, we're breathing gas pressure, there would have to be a physical barrier between the gas pressure and the vacuum.
Yeah, smoke that one for a couple days. Get back to us. That's the claim on the table. I love that.
I haven't heard that before, but okay.
All right, well.
If you hold your breath and you go underwater,
yeah,
pressure increases the deeper you go. There's no
Yeah, well,
container. I don't know what the fuck you're
will
saying.
use,
Fluid
but the
dynamics.
body, yeah, but your body will
There's
use.
gravity. We can prove it by going underwater. There's pressure downwards.
That's not gravity. That's
What
just
happens
the
when you let
weight
your
of the
air out?
water.
The air out. My gas. Wait. When I'm underwater and I exhale, all these bubbles come out and they go straight up.
You don't exhale. You're underwater.
No, exhaling.
Wait,
like
you can
swimming.
exhale underwater. You
shit,
can't
man.
inhale underwater.
Hold on. So we're talking about water. Water, when you pour it, what does it do? When you pour it on a flat surface, it goes down and out, right? So gas does the opposite. It goes up and out. It goes omnidirectionally up and out.
You can prove this in a swimming pool. If you hold your breath and go to the bottom of the pool and let out the air, it makes bubbles. Bubbles go up. They escape the surface of the water and they go and they just keep going up.
So water with the certain gradient. So water will, especially
Gravity.
since there's a temperature differential in water, there's a gradient in water as well. So
There
the
is a
lower you
gradient.
go, the lower you go, the more dense it will get, and also light will.
I'm being gaslit. Are you agreeing with me or not? What?
Gas is the opposite, though, man. It goes up and out in every direction. So, water will go down and outward in every direction. Water goes, or gas goes up and out in every direction.
There you go. You can prove this, right in your kitchen. You don't have to have any fancy equipment or anything. You can check it out. Don't believe us. Don't believe Flatsy, for sure. Don't. Believe
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have a you don't have.
I think you should believe me.
You don't have water. Also, okay, so here's another thing. You don't have water down and out without a container, and you don't have gas up and out without a container. So you have to explain how you have some sort of vacuum of space where gas would evacuate this air that we breathe and go, it will expand into the available volume.
Which is
And
huge,
you say
by
that
the
the
way.
volume of space is infinite, so
Super huge.
we wouldn't even have gas pressure to begin with.
It's off the hook volume, bro, out there in space.
Have you guys even heard from your Glober in like the last 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just said something, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you?
Yeah, flat
You mean
Earth said, "Dad, you don't listen to us. Don't believe us." And I said, "That's
I
right."
feel like I'm being gaslit.
I see what you did there.
Aha, that's funny.
I like it, man. Good humor.
Yeah, so we would say that there is evidence that gas doesn't move in all directions. It has a slight downward bias. If you have a sensitive enough barometer, you can check the air pressure at the top of the room versus the bottom of your room. So
My
would say,
gator's going off.
That's a problem for you, Matthew, because where is
Gravity
the source of
pulls
heat coming
downward.
from?
It pulls water downward.
yeah, so we would say the gradient shows that the air pressure is caused by the weight of the air.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be caused by temperature differential at all?
Temperature has something to do with pressure also.
What?
The temperature differential, because the sun causing some sort of heat source above and
Sorry, did you
heating up
say
the
you never
earth
took a
below.
physics course?
Hold on, I'm talking. And heating up the earth below. So you've got a a gradient due to the surface of the earth heating up and radiating the heat, and this source of heat moving across the earth. So that would cause a sufficient gradient, pressure, temperature gradient there.
That's true. That would have an effect, but I'm saying that even without any temperature differences, there's a definite pressure gradient.
No, because gas would just expand in all directions without that.
Except that it doesn't, and we can measure this.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I said that if it wasn't for the temperature, then it would be what you're talking about, but it isn't that.
Even if you have temperature identical everywhere, there is definitely still a pressure gradient, even if it's the same temperature.
All right. You're going to step in that one. All right, Matthew. Got a lab here, man. What do you want to do, man? Show me a tube that's exact temperature and a gradient. You got to show it, bro. Got to show it to me in real life. If it's exact temperature.
Your problem is that you're completely going against like all of the gas laws and the second law of thermodynamics. So you got Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law. All of these would be the temperature, pressure, and volume differential. And Gay-Lussac's law, the ideal gas law.
Can you tell me the laws?
Got a robot.
Yeah, you're roboting.
Yeah, can you tell me the laws?
Robot.
So all of these laws, these gas laws, will give you the pressure, volume, and temperature differentials, and you have just completely thrown that out the window, Matthew.
No.
Well, hold on. Describe one of the laws and how it applies.
Yes, the ideal gas law talks about how temperature, volume, and pressure are all related.
That's Boyle.
Matthew, why are you doing the work? You're supposed to ask the person who just made that claim to explain the laws and why they apply, how it matters. They can't just name laws. They have to say what they're doing, right?
Yeah, but I know what those laws are. Or, I mean, the ideal gas law. I know what that is. PV equals nRT, I think, right?
Man, you think the audience knows all those?
No.
I don't know.
I don't.
Just one. Just pick one law and explain what it is and why it affects the claim.
I like
that would
it.
be nice.
Sweet.
Yeah, Boyle's law being the pressure differential, and you've got the Charles law would be the volume differential. Gay-Lussac's would be the pressure or the temperature differential. The combined law. You got all these with the PV equals nRT.
Why does Boyle's law require a physical container if gravity already applies force?
It's how the other, like pressure and temperature and volume all interact together. These laws will all demonstrate those differentials because you will keep one
Right, you
at
said
a
that, and then
constant,
you said-
and you'll change the others.
Okay, there you go. How?
What do you mean how?
Look more. Okay, you said you'll keep one at a constant and change the others, and I said how?
You proved physics
Because of thermodynamics.
and you're wrong. I'm kind of confused.
Oh my god.
So
how are you going to change them?
Okay, so one, you'll keep the volume and temperature constant while you change the pressure. Then one, you'll keep the volume constant and
How are you going to change the pressure? Right. Okay, so we're there. You'll change the pressure. How are you going to change the pressure? Well, the other two remain constant. How are you going to effectuate that change? What are you going to do?
with a container, and the gas being put into the container.
Oh, like a gas.
So you have a.
Yeah, it's enclosed space.
Yeah.
Right. So you're going to take a certain temperature.
These are like really profound opinions. If you're like a fucking low IQ,
They're not opinions. These are laws of nature.
They're literal
buddy.
facts.
They're laws of nature that don't. You mentioned laws that don't even agree with you. Like, what are you saying?
That's not my problem that you're ignorant to what I'm talking about. I'm giving you them.
Ignorant. Okay, Michael Jackson, I'm ignorant.
Bro, you disagree with thermodynamics.
Hey, thanks for interrupting when I was parsing out how these laws are actually effectuated and changed, bro. For your low IQ dribble.
Me, I'm the low IQ one. Okay.
Yeah, you clearly are, dude.
I'm being gaslit. You guys are saying gravity doesn't fucking exist.
It doesn't.
Who said that?
It's a Boyle's law or whatever, which totally disagrees with you.
Can you
so I
prove
don't
that it exists?
Yeah, Boyle's law would be pressure and volume are inversely proportional.
Oh, I know the fucking formula, so I know what physics
Oh, okay. Well, I
Okay,
don't
but
think that
prove
you
that
do
it exists.
because
Show me a gravity particle.
Yeah, prove gravity.
So
Yeah,
obviously
but
AI is
where's
trying to do
gravity in
something.
all of these
You
laws?
guys all have ADD or what?
Gravity.
It's still,
I'm
AI
not
is
saying
trying to finish a
Yeah, we're gonna
fucking
need some
point
water.
here. My goodness.
What?
Yes, sir.
See, you can't prove it.
Prove gravity. Stand up
You
right
guys,
now.
Bro, just show me a
prove
gravity
what?
particle,
You don't,
then that's
you
it.
don't even know what he means. Stand up. Wow.
No.
Hey, did IQs drop sharply while I was
I know
still
you're
here?
used to sitting on your fucking chair because you're a fat fuck, but
Yeah,
stand
I'm
up.
glued down. I'm glued down, bro.
There's your proof of fucking gravity.
My swamp
I
ass
am
was turned into
standing
an
up.
adhesive.
It doesn't sound like
Nah,
it.
I
It
don't
sounds
feel like standing up
bad.
right now. I'm kind of tired, you know.
Oh my
I'm good,
gosh,
bro.
you
I'm good.
guys
You
are
can
just
stand up where you want, man.
ridiculous.
I'm being gaslit. There's no
I
fucking
can't
That's
way.
get up
funny.
because
We
the earth is
okay. That's
flat.
over with. That was funny at the first time, but now it's
I'm
not.
gonna go grab my zero gravity blanket real quick. Be right
It's
back.
no joke. I'm being gaslit. There's so much people who don't believe in gravity.
Prove
There's no
gravity.
fucking way.
No, look, stop asking to prove something that he hasn't even defined what it is yet. What do you mean by gravity, dude?
Bro, straight up, can we just ban this round earther?
Yeah, okay, define gravity.
Explain
Yeah,
gravity,
nobody.
man.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, now all of a sudden he can't talk.
I think the gravity got his tongue.
The Globy defeated.
Yeah,
The gravity, the gravity got his tongue.
Let's move on, man. Can we
Forcing
move
his
on?
tongue to the ground, bro. That's unfortunate, man.
This is infantile.
We can move on.
Can we make more gravity jokes against them, please? I'm just kidding.
No.
Let's
Yeah.
move on.
The
These are
funniest
jokes?
joke is that you guys keep chanting gravity, and probably none of you know what it is.
Honestly, I don't even know what it is really. Like, I just think that it is something that the liberals made up to try and like
You're not funny. Get off the
trick
stage,
everyone.
boo. You suck.
No.
You're
Hope there
stupid.
goes-
Get off the stage.
There goes
Yeah.
gravity. There goes
Your arguments
gravity.
carry no
There
weight.
goes gravity. He chokes. He's so mad, but he won't give up. That is, he won't have it.
Okay. Which one are you? Okay, Lion. The second Lion.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm
goodbye.
just joking, man.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
No,
I'm just
no,
joking. Come on, man.
No.
Yeah, we don't need like 7 retards at a time. So.
Got a whole
You
house
guys are
full
muted.
here right now, man. What the heck's going on?
Anyway, what was the actual conversation at hand before these morons just steamrolled it?
Gas pressure without a container.
There's the gas laws and gas pressure.
Yeah.
All right.
Matthew said it was due to the weight.
I think we had a postal dude saying that gravity was the container.
I did catch that one, Gemsy. That was beautiful. I mean, that was funny.
Can you unmute him? He's gonna be quiet.
No. Okay. Well, I will if you'll take the mute instead of him.
Okay, I'll do it.
If he's going to be quiet, he doesn't need to be unmuted, so we can just unmute him.
No,
and
but it's
mute you.
just so he can like talk if anything important happens.
Yeah, he can take your place. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you're gonna address the claim that gravity is the container of the causing the gas pressure,
yes,
you can address that.
That's a good one, man. I do love this one. Gotta say. Yeah. I want to ask you guys.
Thank you for unmuting me.
Oh, you're unmuted. Carry on. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. No, look, I've been here before, and I've had some like decent conversations with you guys. You guys even suggested a couple of videos. I wasn't trying to disrupt the conversation earlier. I was just making a Marshall Mathers like joke about gravity. You guys took it the wrong way, and
yeah, it happens, man.
Yeah, but would you guys mind unmuting the other line?
Yes.
Like, we're gonna be respectful. Please.
Are you globetards?
No,
No,
I don't know
no,
what I am, and I come here all the time to get
they're
closure, to get understanding.
I'm a glober.
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm
you
actually.
are.
I'm not. I'm neither. I'm neither a glober nor a flat. I'm like literally in between right now. I don't know what to believe.
Hey,
I'm be honest.
don't believe the hype, man. I've heard that one.
I don't. That's why I'm here, and that's why I was just making that
Here's
dumb joke
the funny
because
thing, man.
I find it funny that people are so sure that the Earth is round when, like, how do you know?
Not
Exactly. How do you know? That's a belief.
I mean, it is round, but it's flat.
But it looks flat and it looks stationary, but apparently it's round, from the, powers, the heads of state, those guys. Yeah,
Well,
it's round.
yeah.
But in
about
reality,
gravity.
what we experience
Yeah.
in reality, man, is flat and stationary, man. That's
Yeah. That's why when you guys asked him what was gravity, and he couldn't answer it, I started trolling him because I was like, okay, so you can't
don't know what
define gravity,
gravity
pretty
is.
much. Yeah, like what is it? So
what is
force
gravity?
pulling you down? Exactly. I don't know.
I've talked about that question for 10 years straight. What is gravity? Is it Einstein's, Newton? Which one are we going with, Mongos? Let's go. And, both of them, there's problems with both of them. And, we just are pointing out the problems. That's it.
Yeah. Can we please unmute the other line? Like he really didn't do anything. I kind of feel bad because he took my place for no reason. He's just a good friend.
Where do you know him from?
He's my buddy, man. We have the same name.
Your buddy? Your
Yeah, he's the buddy.
homie?
He's the homie.
You guys
He's
go
the homie. Yeah.
have a pizza
We go way
together?
back. We
Thank
go
you
way
for the
back.
unmute.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Carry on. What do you guys want to talk about?
Yeah. So, what would you guys say that the best definition you guys have ever gotten for what gravity has been through the years? Since you've been asking this question for 10 years, has anybody ever attempted an answer?
Yeah. I mean,
that was good.
Relative density, specific gravity. There's a lot of ways to go with that because, if there wasn't, we wouldn't be talking about it. But yeah, that one's.
Yeah, but those are all. Yeah, but check it out, friends. Those are all descriptions of the effect, the phenomenon that we see. They're not the cause. So you got to isolate what you mean. Are you talking about what we see as the effect or what the cause is? Because a lot of people conflate that word to be both the effect and the cause. And that's the problem, which is why when someone mentions gravity, you have to ask them what the heck they mean by what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole Newton thing, right? The whole apple and all that stuff, right? It falls, and then they're able to calculate the speed of something falling and hitting the ground, right?
Yep.
And they
Well,
say
you
that
got
the
a
speed is
problem.
9.8.
You got a problem with that because now in your paradigm, you're going to say that that's not true. Actually, it's the bending and warping of space time in a fourth dimension. Okay, so you got a fourth dimension, and it's causing matter and energy to bend in some sort of spatial reference frame.
Hold on. No. Newton's theory doesn't talk about causes. It's just a description of a phenomenon. It's an empirical description.
What's an empirical description? Because if it was a description, we would actually be able to observe it and test it.
You can. He just told you if something falls and you measure it falling, that's observing it. For goodness sakes.
That's observing an effect, but what is the
Right.
cause?
That's all he said. He never offered a cause.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the cause then? Okay.
What's the cause?
What is the cause?
Newton's not concerned
The
with
problem
that.
is,
What is the
the
cause?
problem is he was talking about the effect. He never mentioned a cause, and you came in saying that's wrong because it's not that, it's this other cause. So you actually jumped ahead
He
two
said
steps.
mass was attracting mass.
What?
Is that the cause?
That's not what he said.
Yeah, that's just
Okay, so Newton was observing some apple falling, right?
He said Newton saw an apple falling and he could measure the speed it fell. That's all he said.
That's it.
Okay. All right. So you're not going with Newton's conclusion whatsoever. Okay, gotcha.
Wait. Hey, Flatsy. Try having a conversation with what the person you're talking to is actually saying.
Globies are denying science.
Look, if you have a conversation with someone, you listen to what they say. You don't wait for a trigger to then just say something that has nothing to do with what they just said. That's not how you have a conversation with a human being.
Yeah, man, I always want to be cool and try to listen and take in what people are saying. And okay, interesting. Yeah. Let me
So
think
I'm
about
all about the Earth not actually being round, right? Like I don't really think that there is evidence because everything is either pictures that we can't really substantiate or just some, like just argumentative at best, like mediocre at best. Nothing that is like concrete that I've ever seen. And it's just the same things getting pushed. And then like the whole going to the moon thing, like how come we can never go again?
Bro.
Like all these weird all these weird like events in history. Like I just don't buy it. Like I want to believe something, but nothing is concrete. And the thing is,
belief's funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of beliefs. Like it's not like it's just blind faith, basically. At this point, might as well be like,
right?
I don't know.
Because you and I have never. Hey, none of us have ever been to space. It is a blind belief to say, "Hey, man, there's this place you can go way far away from Earth, and it's a ball, and you can watch it spin." And okay, well, none of us have actually ever seen that perspective with our own two eyes. And yeah,
that is true.
Once you realize that, it's kind of like, okay, well, what else do you got? Hollywood, bring it. Yeah, it's a Hollywood.
Hey, but if none of us is, well, not none of us, if none of us in this call have never seen that perspective, then why automatically assume that it's fake? You don't have any belief in your life?
Well,
you have zero faith in your entire life?
I man, 100%. I checked it.
It's not that. It's that even though we don't have the frame of reference from the outside perspective, the way that it's presented is misrepresenting the actual realist level that we can check and verify. So when we go to the realist level and we check, experience it, verify the way water behaves, the horizontal frame of reference, gas pressure, and we check all of these things, when we are presented with the claim of the globe misrepresent what we already know, what we know, the way reality behaves.
Well, you can't present space if you haven't been there before.
Yeah, but it's a space. When you say space, you mean the outer space? You mean the outside of the container?
If you want to call it that, sure.
Well,
it's outside.
How are you?
It's outside the upper atmosphere, but there's no
atmosphere. Will be the gas pressure. The globe doesn't have a contained environment. The globe is, like I told you, a misrepresentation of reality of what we know of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a newborn child and you're on the Earth, then obviously you think it's flat. But you got to go.
But then when you turn into an adult, when you turn into an adult, you drop the belief, and then you can do long distance observations. You can also do measurements, laser tests, right? And then you can verify what you already know, and you will find out that the surface of the Earth is not curving. So when someone show you a diagram or a cartoon or a misrepresentation of the Earth as a sphere, you know that that's not true, because the Earth, the real thing, is not doing what it's doing in the cartoon.
Okay, then if we know these things, then why have we known these things for the flat Earth for hundreds of years?
Thousands of years.
So then
I would
why
say also to be skeptical when they introduce a fourth dimension that you don't observe. So that would be the gravity that they would appeal to these days. So they would appeal to a fourth dimension that you don't even observe, that you have to imagine.
So what would you guys attribute the phenomenon of something falling at a specific speed? And no matter what you drop, it always falls at the same speed, regardless of
That's not
what
true.
the object.
That's not true.
Not true.
Unless it's like a paper or something, like something that is like.
Exactly. Not everything. Exactly.
like
Not
relative to
everything
mass.
drops at the same speed. So when you said everything drops at the same speed, that's not a true statement.
Okay. Just forget the paper part. Okay, just anything that is like solid.
Not everything falls because we have gas, which is omnidirectional in all directions.
Okay, if I grab two objects in my hand, an apple and something much heavier than an apple, in my hand, right? Like an apple weighs
1,000
whatever.
tons helium balloon.
No, something else.
No, not that.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was saying like gas would be omnidirectional. It doesn't actually just drop. So you don't have everything falling.
Well, certain gases do drop.
I'm saying all matter
Density.
doesn't drop.
It's just
what I'm
helium.
saying.
Helium is very like.
Gas does it's not just helium.
Helium has a very low density.
But we can't focus on like the exceptions.
Not
right?
just helium.
I'm just asking, what would you guys attribute that to? I'm not saying you have to call it gravity. I'm saying, what would you
Well, hold on, Frank.
to this
I'll tribute
phenomenon?
it, okay. Hey, listen, brother. That phenomenon doesn't exist.
Then what is it? What keeps us on the ground?
No. So your claim was that if you drop something, everything falls at the same rate. That's not true.
At the
and
same
you
speed.
then caveated it. No, it doesn't. You think that it does, but there's no demonstration that that's the case. In fact, I can give you a video right now and a website and a paper associated with it of the Bremen drop tower in Germany, I believe, where a guy did a test where he dropped masses separated by the elements. So, for example, iron, silver, lead, copper, right? He dropped them and they didn't fall at the same rate. He dropped them in a drop tower inside a vacuum chamber with the camera falling with the objects, and they did not fall at the same rate. Now, these are the most separated objects you can have. Separated according to elements, right? Now, transversely, yeah, fair enough. So I have an example of things not falling at the same rate, but you don't have an example of everything falling at the same rate. So the idea that things fall at the same rate is like sometimes true, not always.
Can I see the video, please?
Yeah, hold on. I'll get it.
That would actually, I would concede. I would 100% concede if I saw that and I saw that was conducted in a vacuum. You said in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, they have a drop tower and they put a vacuum chamber in it and they put elements inside it. Then they drop the whole apparatus with a camera attached to the apparatus so it can watch the objects as they're falling. And they clearly do not fall at the same rate. Now, there are other examples. There are other examples where people are trying to show things do fall at the same rate, and they always have cuts. They never continuously follow the object to the ground.
Then what keeps us down, though?
Well, listen, things falling at the same rate and what keeps us down are entirely two different questions, right?
Yeah, and I'm asking an entirely different question because that guy had a question about stuff falling down. I have a question about, what keeps us down? What keeps us here? It's quite simple. What does?
It could be. There could be a combination of things because we are within a construct, a contained environment that has a volume and an amount of different gases, liquids,
What
and
keeps those down?
bottom. You are within a design environment that keeps you in place at an equilibrium, and you probably don't have just one answer, just one thing causing you staying on the floor. It might be a bunch of different variables that have to be in place all together to have the environment that we're in, that we can breathe air and have a conversation.
I mean, yeah, like then what are
Greatest
those?
mystery.
We've known these. If we've known the flat Earth for thousands of years, we must know or have a theory of what.
Yeah,
what
but your
keeps us down.
only thing that you even appeal to would be solids in the medium of air.
Solids,
Like,
air,
do you
gases,
even?
atmosphere, clouds. Something keeps all of
Yeah,
it
but
down.
that's a problem because that's the only thing that you seem to like refer to. Because if you actually think about it, when it comes to buoyancy in water and things like that, that's a differential. Just like in the air, when we see a helium balloon go up, that is also a differential.
I mean, yeah,
No, he
but
said
what
his
keeps us
original
down? I mean,
question was, why are we down? And then
yeah.
he said, now everything is down, but like AI said, those are
Object.
two different things.
But it's an object to medium differential.
Okay,
You
then sure.
think that
Not everything is down, so he's just jumping around on his claims.
Then
Right,
sure.
I
What
got
keeps
you.
the human body down? That's my first claim. What keeps the
What
human
keep
body down to Earth?
because
Why don't?
we are denser than the air.
That's what keeps us down? Are you kidding?
That's exactly it, because the air is not as
Are you
dense as
kidding?
the human body.
Okay, that jumps to my second claim. What keeps the air down? There's no
The
air outside,
container.
right?
The container.
Pressure container.
You know what will happen if you weren't in a contained environment that has the gas pressure that has in place? You wouldn't
Everything would
be
still be fine.
the air that you breathe. It would
Uh-huh.
be outside of your lungs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The liquid,
Yeah.
the water that makes most of your body, it will be evaporated.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know this for a fact? Like someone's like tested it before.
The
You've seen it?
oceans, like the oceans need air pressure. The oceans need air pressure to contain themselves from evacuating into a vacuum that you
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
claim is in the
And something
sky.
has to keep that down. And it's not a
The
container. There's
container.
no proof. There's
Yes.
no evidence of
Amen,
a
dude.
container.
How many
Okay.
times
What is
this word has been said
what is the
multiple
If it
times, and it
was to
sounds like
keep
you're
us down
deaf.
and keep us inside, it would have to be physical. Because if it wasn't, then
what is the
something would have to keep the
definition?
container.
What's the
That's.
definition of gas pressure?
Oh my God! Here we go. You guys always do this every
What?
single time.
Yeah, exactly. Because this is the
Oh,
definition of gas pressure will define what we're talking about.
what? Oh my God! I'm asking
Definition
you.
of gas pressure. Go ahead.
Okay, let
You
me
gotta
look it
answer the
up.
question, bro. Like, don't be saying, "Oh my God," like as if it's a ridiculous thing. It's a legitimate question, right? Like, you have to be open minded.
Oh my God, this is the clown. No, forget about the clown. This guy's always
I'll
clowning.
just
He
help him
will
out. I'll
never
just
reach
help
a
you out.
listen. This guy will never reach a conclusion. He will disagree with everything
You
we
guys never
said,
will either.
Can
and he
I
You
will
help
guys
you
be
never
out?
laughing at
will.
his own
Clarify. Can I
joke.
help you? I'll just
The
help you
force
out.
exerted by
Clarify.
gas molecules colliding with the surfaces of a
Just fuck
container
this
or any
clown.
object within the gas.
Okay, there you go. See,
Some-
that's easy. Thank you. Okay. So the collisions of the gas molecules against each other and the walls of the container. So the container being the antecedent to the consequence of gas pressure. So it's an antecedent consequence relationship. So now you can just move to logic at this point. You don't even
Cool.
have
So
to
does
worry
this
about.
container have to be a physical object keeping us in?
Yes, it does, because what is the definition of a container?
I just read it, so it has to be physical. So where is it?
It doesn't
Go ahead.
matter. You don't need to
Yes, it
know that.
does. Yes,
Just
it does. It has to
here, I'll
keep
give
us
you an
in. So where
example.
is it?
I'll give you an example,
I don't need an
Clownify.
example. I need to know where it
Yes,
is.
you
We've
do.
known this
You
for
need
thousands of years. Where is it? Go
just
ahead.
hold on. Let me give you an example. I can have a filet mignon sitting in front of me, and I
Uh-huh.
don't need to know the color of the cow or the shape of the cow, how big the cow was, or anything about the cow to know that that filet mignon came from a cow, right?
Uh-huh.
So gas pressure, I don't need to know the shape, the consistency, the whatever type of container it is. I just need to know that there's gas pressure, therefore there's a container. That's the same antecedent consequence relationship. So I'm giving you an example that you don't need to know these things to know that that is the antecedent of the consequence.
However, you just agreed with me that it is a physical object that keeps us in, that keeps us contained.
Yes, I did.
Meaning, we will be able to see this object keeping us in. Because if it was a physical object,
What do you
we would be
mean?
able to see it. It wouldn't be invisible.
Dude, you never heard of transparent before? Holy
You don't
crap!
think
You
it
never
can
heard
be
of something
transparent?
transparent? Holy crap, dude!
Why would I think? Shouldn't we know this? I mean, we've known this for thousands of years, correct?
If it's
Why
a
would we think
transparent,
it's transparent?
okay,
How
so
would there
if
be
it's
satellites in the
transparent,
air? How high does it go?
okay,
How do we not know where the
okay,
edge of
but
it is? Come on
you
now.
need to
These are
have,
simple
you
things.
need to have, listen, you need to be able to deal with these simple things in your own mind. If it is transparent, what do you think it would be?
Oh, well, first of all, we're not in a container, so I know that. So I guess
That's just, okay, that's just your bias seeping
How
into
do I know
your
that?
inquiry.
Because
This
there's
is a
been
problem with you. You can't inquire into any dispute against your worldview. You
So
need
when
to
you
be
look,
able to take that critique,
when
okay?
you look at the sky, you see outer space.
on a clear sky, yeah.
How do you know that that's what you see?
Because you can take a telescope and zoom into the stars, the wandering stars.
Didn't answer my question.
The constellation.
You're looking at lights.
Yeah.
How do you know that you're looking at them embedded in a vacuum?
Because.
How do you know you're not looking at some kind of container? You know what a
So you're
vacuum
telling
looks
me all
like?
this-
It looks like it's a vacuous space. You know that's what you're looking at?
Okay. You don't make any sense.
No,
Well,
you
you don't.
can't
You're just
answer
looking at it
honestly.
Even if
you're
You can't
asserting it's the
answer.
thing that you just
can't answer why
pre-imagined it to
satellites
be.
go out into space. You
You don't
can't
know what the
answer
fuck you're
how
if you
looking at.
believe, you still believe in the ozone layer,
because it's
right?
physical.
Which is
You
still some
can't
kind of
answer
container,
it
correct?
goes, can you? No, you can't. You can't answer my stuff, and I guess I can't answer your stuff. But then you guys get so defensive when I can't answer some things, but you guys can't answer
Well,
most
they're
of the
pressing
things
you to
I say.
provide a mechanism for containment, right? Because
Yeah.
you say you've got this open system with gas pressure, so they're trying to get you to justify that.
Yeah, and we already have been taught the same thing that you were.
man.
So for you to
Clown.
act like we don't know is disingenuous. So
Hey,
think
clown, if you
about
pay
it
me
from our
$5, I'll tell you.
inquiry.
Do you even have $5? I might want to go towards your bills, little boy.
I'm saying if you pay me $5 on Fiverr, I'll be hired as your liaison, and I'll tell you the answer to beat this argument.
You're a funny guy.
Well, even as a globe earther, right? You have to believe in the ozone layer, correct? Some kind of container.
I mean, there's scientific evidence of it, so I mean, I'm not a scientist myself.
Gas
so
can't contain gas. That's not the same thing. So we're talking about the definition of gas pressure. So it would be a physical
And
container.
I'm talking about the container. We're still on the container topic, right? Because that's a physical thing. Where is it? Why can't we feel it? Why is it transparent?
Yeah,
How do we know these things?
How would you feel it?
It's an antecedent.
You guys are believing that it is. You guys are believing.
You've already parsed gravity out to be the curvature of space-time. Where is that? Why can't we see it? Why can't we see it containing gas or limiting the expansion of gas? You got all the same questions for the things that you assert, dude. So why the double standard?
Well, it's invisible, dumbass. It's invisible
Okay,
and
well,
it's not
it is
physical.
invisible,
so you couldn't feel it.
dumbass.
However,
That's
a
what you're saying,
container is
essentially.
physical.
Your
A
container is space-time,
physical. A
and
container
all
is
those things
physical.
apply to
Space-time
it. So why the double standard?
Space-time isn't physical. A container
because
is
he's a clown. Obviously, clowns hold double standards.
It's not physical.
Obviously,
So how
you
does
don't
it
have enough
interact with,
money.
wait a minute. If it's not physical, how does it interact with physical matter?
If it's physical, How do we not know where it is? How do we not know how high it is? How do satellites go into space? How do rockets go into
Why'd you
space?
dodge my
How do they not
question?
hit these things?
Wait,
How do
I think that was the more important question I asked. Why'd you
how do
deflect from that,
asteroids
dude?
incoming from space hit the Earth if it's a physical object? How does it not bounce off, even if it's transparent?
Why are you doing this longish gallop?
Exactly.
If it's not
You can't
physical,
explain
how
things.
does it interact with matter, dude?
You can't explain things. You don't have any answer.
Dude, maybe rocks are produced within the contained environment, dude. Have you ever thought about that?
So rocks flying from outer space are in the container? How big is this container?
Maybe rocks are being produced whatever mechanisms
We're
are
gonna
of the
leave
heavens
we're
above,
gonna leave
and
my
within the
question behind.
container there is a mechanism that produces pieces of iron. Bro, come on.
We're gonna leave my question behind, right? Because he didn't want to answer it. He's just gonna
I don't
brisk
know what it
past
was.
that.
Wasn't paying
I
attention.
know.
What was it?
I know you drowned it out with BS. So if gravity
BS,
isn't
sure.
physical, yeah, I know. So if it's not physical, how is it interacting with the physical world?
Because it's a force dumb shit. Figure it out. It's pretty simple.
Is that physical? So is that physical?
No. Actually, well, it does have a physical toll on our body, but it's not physical. We can't see it.
It's not a force according to Einstein. Figure that out.
Oh, did I say I went with Einstein stuff earlier?
Okay, so you're an Einstein heretic. That's fine. I'll take that. But if it's not physical, then how is it interacting with the physical world?
Because it's a force.
It's magic.
I mean, it does physically interact with us. It's just not physical. We can't touch it.
Welcome to Disneyland, Mongos.
Oh boy, here we go.
Right. So wait a minute. So you can have a non-physical manifestation that affects physicality, but it itself is non-physical and therefore can't be seen. So by that argument, you could have a container that functions in the exact same manner.
Incorrect.
No, 100%
Because
correct.
a container, as proven on Earth, a container with gas in it, as whatever dumbass woman said that, is a physical thing. Is a physical object.
Yeah, but then you went on to describe. You went on to describe something that can affect physical things, that it itself is not physical and can have a direct effect on it. So it could stand in the place of a container according to you. Doesn't matter what anyone else said, you said it.
I'm sorry, man. You'll be all right, man. You'll be fine.
You guys make
you basically just said, no, friend, in case you didn't recognize this, what you basically just said is that you just conceded that an invisible force field could be the container. Basically what you said.
I mean, honestly,
Well,
we've known this for
also,
thousands
you
of years, and
exposed
apparently,
yourself for not knowing what an antecedent consequent relationship is.
I have no fucking clue what that is.
I know you don't. When you exposed yourself, even just now, literally said it
We're on a
on the live stream.
Sure. Dude, the flat Earth is so cool. I didn't know we knew this for thousands of years, yet majority of the world thinks it's a globe. That's kind of weird.
Bro, it's crazy, bro.
NASA hasn't been around for thousands of years. Why did they just assume it's a globe? That's kind of weird.
It's kind of weird.
Why does the school indoctrination that hasn't been around for thousands of years
Yeah,
think it's
we
a globe?
don't care about your propaganda or whatever.
We don't care about your propaganda. You went to school too, dumb fetus. Shut up, bro.
We
Go pay your
know.
bills.
We
Go
already
take care
know.
of your little children that are going to be taken from the child patrol, fucking whatever it's called.
What?
I'm going to steal your
Dude,
kids.
just chill out.
Chill out. You guys get heated too. I can go to your little small subscriber YouTube shit and go replay when you guys start crashing out because people are proving points against you. You guys don't believe in it.
Why don't you do that?
Let's be honest.
Then do that, please.
Let's be on the same page here. I mean,
Stop
talking to a flat
saying it and
earther
do
is
it.
talking to a brick wall.
Oh
Notice
my
how
gosh.
you're
Why
already getting
don't
heated when I
you
don't
go
do
and
your
show
stuff. I'm
what
not
you
your
just
slave. I don't have to
claimed?
follow your orders.
That is actually the best joke that Clown have said this whole time. He said, "Let's be honest." That's kind of funny, right, Clown? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty funny
Good joke,
because he
Clown.
needs
That's
to
a good
show
one,
what
Clown.
he just
You
claimed.
being
You
honest,
guys
bro.
didn't have
That's a
any
good
real
joke.
laughs at that. I don't think it was that funny to you
Yeah,
guys.
you being honest, Clown. Come on, bro. That's hilarious.
Yeah, show
You
where
guys think
somebody
we're on
showed
like a
us up.
fucking. You guys think we're on a
Show
disc?
some.
So.
Yeah, go back and show us where somebody showed us up, please.
Oh, people have showed you up. Oh wait, I can't though.
Yeah,
You know
why don't you do that?
Wait,
Go ahead.
wait. Daddy's talking. Okay. You know why I can't show you up? Because you guys won't believe it. Easy, simple as that. You guys will never
Oh,
believe.
that's an
You could get.
easy
You could
out.
get
There you
science.
go. Oh
You could
man,
get
how
a. You could
convenient.
get a.
How convenient
Look how
that you
you
don't
interrupt
have to
me.
show
Look how you interrupt
anything
me. Use
for
your
the
manners.
crazy shit you
You're a
said.
grown adult who pays taxes. Use your manners against a 14-year-old child. Please do not interrupt me. Goodness, I'm surprised I have to teach you these things. What's next? You need to know how to water
Yeah,
the
teach
plants,
me,
or
please.
how to do some like simple things. Like God, use some
Yeah, go
manners, lady.
ahead. Teach me, please.
Grown adult, by the way, grown adult.
Yeah, I
But
am
anywho,
grown.
as I was saying, you could get a Harvard scholar scientist in here, prove all of you guys
Do
wrong,
it.
and you guys still wouldn't believe it. You guys still
Then
wouldn't
do
believe
it.
it. I wasn't
Then do
making
it.
dumb shit. I didn't say I was gonna do it for real. Are you gonna die tomorrow? I don't
Then
know.
just do it. Then stop talking about it and be about it, please.
Okay, get up, start live streaming, and then show me the curvature.
We're live streaming 24/7. Go ahead and be about it.
No, I want you to do it. I want you. I want
We
you to.
already have. You just don't know what you're talking
Okay, go
about.
ahead.
You
Send
come
me
in
the
here
video
and you act
from.
like you already know everything.
Send
You
me the
don't
video
know
from your YouTube
anything.
channel of you showing the non-curvature of the Earth. Go ahead.
Why don't you go and find a video of our 24/7 live
Go ahead.
stream of where somebody showed us up at any point? Go ahead, do that.
No, you go ahead first. Ladies first. Ladies first.
It's your claim, dude. Why would I need
For
to
what?
go and give you evidence for your claim?
I don't know. Because you can.
That would
Pretty
be
well.
stupid. That's why I wouldn't.
You guys are fun. I love this. There's actually a good amount of people in here today.
Water's level. I checked it out, bro. I mean, I checked it out. Water's level. What do you think of water?
I mean, that would make sense. That's a pretty
Come on.
normal thing to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple. You know, we can
Even
check
with
it
the
out.
curvature, even on a triangle, water
Water's
would
level,
probably be level for a while.
I checked it out. It's true, 100%.
Even on curvature, water would be level because we're in
You
a
know what else
container,
I
so
checked
clearly
out,
we're
man?
held down. So the water would be held down, you know?
I checked out that the fire's hot, man. Did you know that?
I checked out that gravity exists. I checked out that Earth is actually a planet. I also checked out, space.
I checked out that I actually used my telescope 2 nights ago and I photographed Jupiter. It wasn't the best, but I saw its moons too. They were all round. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I mean, Jupiter was round, Mars, Mercury, Venus, the Sun, the
You
Moon.
guys got
Everything
this.
was round, but
You,
I guess the Earth was flat.
Yeah, the Earth is flat. I
Literally,
guess. I mean,
literally
here's what
everything in the solar
I'm saying.
system was
They also-
round.
No, clarify. They literally.
You know what I checked out? I checked out that your nonsense makes no sense.
Oh, is
I checked
Mars
out
not
that
round?
the ground measures flat and it's not actually curving anywhere. So all of your
Yeah, you know what
claims of
also
the
has been
Earth being
checked
a
out? That you're
globe
gonna have gas
would
pressure without a
require
container. That
curvature.
has been checked out.
Yeah, that
You can have
too.
gas pressure without a container. It's called gravity, but you guys don't believe in that, so it's okay.
Well, you can just go ahead and demonstrate your gravity. Thank you.
It's invisible. You can't see it, so you can't observe it. You can't observe a container. Go ahead,
You
observe
can
it. Take a photo.
demonstrate gas
Take a photo.
pressure
Take
with
a
a
photo. Take a
container,
photo.
and
Take a
that's
photo.
invisible. So why don't you go
Take a
ahead
photo
and
of a container.
demonstrate your
Go ahead.
gravity? Thank you. Go ahead.
You can't prove a container. I can't prove gravity, so we're on the same page.
You don't even know what an antecedent consequence relationship is. You admitted it earlier, so what are we even talking about anymore?
Sure, go ahead. Give me a definition. Go ahead.
I tried to, but you don't care.
Go. I'll care for a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I gave it to you in the live stream chat. Why don't you scroll up and find it?
Let's see here. So many clown emojis. Everyone loves me. Oh my gosh, I'm famous.
34 minutes after the hour. Flatsy Klein.
And you got this from Brian Hopkins? Glossary of-
University. Yeah, there you go. It's a good, legitimate citation for you and your small brain.
This explain. Well, I should have a small brain. That would make sense. And then,
Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I take it back. I don't know
no, I
if
mean
you do or
you're
don't.
not
You
wrong. I'm
may
not going to say
be
you're wrong.
just
A
clowning
14-year-old
like
child
you're.
should have a smaller and less intelligent brain than a grown adult like you. I mean, that makes sense. You're right. Clap it up. I mean, everyone else.
I was just apologizing. I don't know about your age or anything like that. Just, I'm
I
apologizing.
mean, you knew that I was 14. I was hoping you knew because I have the minor role. I mean, someone gave me that.
I don't
you know,
know
even
that.
14-year-olds
I
have
don't just
physics
check your
also.
roles.
This fucking woman has never had physics in her entire life.
And this explains what? The
Antecedent consequence relationship.
Yeah, and then it explains what?
Like I said, gas pressure being the confounding variable here, which
Pressure being the
requires containment.
element. Relax.
Okay, so
Random
pressure
shit. So
requires.
gravity don't exist because I'm from Texas. I'm like smart.
What? So
Dude,
gas
can
pressure
you stop?
requires a container. Okay,
Bro, you're
perfect.
fucking retarded.
Go ahead and show me the container. You said it was a physical being.
I don't. Literally just gave you the definition of an antecedent consequence relationship so that you understood it, so that I could give you the consequence, which is gas pressure. So the antecedent, due to the definition of gas pressure being the molecules will bounce off
Due to the
You're
Okay.
not
So you sound like-
listening. Why are you doing that?
Because you're a woman. Because he's immature. He's immature 14-year-old. That's why.
Not only are you stupid, you're fucking like.
Oh, this is the other dude. This is the postal dude.
Let me explain what the Earth is flat. Okay. The Quran says the Earth is spread like a carpet.
Oh, the
therefore
Quran
Earth is flat.
says. So I should take you seriously.
So
This is not my argument. This is not my
Fuck is
argument.
going on in here right now?
The Quran says, let me rape this nigga. Let me rape a 9-year-old
Do
child.
any of you assholes have any proof of a globe Earth, the curvature of water at rest? How about let's just do that? I've had enough of this idiotic.
What do you mean?
That kid's got to clean up his. No, we got to mute that kid now. He's talking about deranged things with.
You're fucking retard.
Dude, I wrote it in the chat like 8 minutes ago. I said triggered. My boy be triggered. Yeah, he got triggered. All right. Sad.
Yeah. Does anybody have any proof of their globe Earth at all? Anything at all? Any evidence of a globe at all that anybody would like to put forth?
Who was the person I was talking to earlier?
Let me see. You take a fucking.
Oh.
We have to mute him. I don't know what he said. I mean, I guess if he said some sort of TOS thing, then all right,
Yeah,
he's
he
gone
did.
anyway.
Yeah, he did. Clip it and mod mail it.
Dude, that was triggered. That boy was triggered.
He has an active role. That explains a little bit. Anyways, who was the person I was talking to about the container? Because I have a very, very, very simple question. Because the container
now that those other jackasses are gone, I guess carry on. But it was just getting out of hand with all the freaking clown shows we had in here.
Hey, was that targeted?
No, it was the other guys were more clownified.
All right, bro. Okay, wait. Who
Flat Sea Climb.
Oh, okay. There we go. I swear you had I don't know. Anyways, very, very, very simple question. Because you said earlier that the container was physical. It might be transparent, in which you cannot see it, but it was physical. So very, very simple question. Like I said earlier, why do, and we've observed, asteroids, rocks, meteors, whatever you want to call them, come from
I've
the
not
sky,
observed it.
or, quote unquote.
Have you?
You've never
I've
seen
never
images?
observed anything coming out of the sky like that. So if you have, that'd be great to get that observation. You can show it to me. We can observe it together. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I'll just have to look through my old files and stuff. It was a while ago. Anywho.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Awesome. So anything that would be, material coming from the sky. That makes sense to me because, what goes up must come down.
Have you ever craters before in the ground? Ever?
Okay,
Never?
yeah. So I have been a glober before, so let's not forget that.
So you've seen craters? Is there? So you've seen
Yeah,
craters?
but
Yes.
you need to like give me some sort of evidence here. Don't just say craters like a buzzword. I need to know what you're talking about specifically, and then demonstration, and we can go from there.
Yeah, I'm talking about rocks flying from quote unquote what you guys quote unquote outer space. And I mean, in my mind, it just seems like
Yeah.
it wouldn't.
So observation, demonstration, and some sort of validation would be great. Yes, go ahead.
My computer tomorrow morning, because it is almost 2 a.m. I will be happy to refine my observations of it, and then be back here tomorrow night or fucking whenever.
Oh, great. We would love that. We're here 24/7. You just come by anytime and we will take
I know.
that and we will observe it with you and critique it how we need to at any angle, or if you have some demonstration of it coming from a vacuum, that'd be great too. Also, yeah, some validation that it's not just from Earth.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'll work on finding some things, and yeah, but it doesn't seem like it'd make any sense that a physical container, even if it's transparent, a rock coming from quote unquote outer space, as you guys quote it as, because you guys don't believe in any of that stuff. But I mean, it would hit the container and fly in another direction if it's physical.
Yeah, well, it would also require belief, right? We don't want to just believe something. We want to know it.
You gotta understand with the gas pressure argument, what they're claiming is a closed system where matter doesn't enter or leave. So there isn't going to be any rocks from outer space or any place like that entering. No matter is going to come in, none is going to get out. It's an enclosed, contained system.
That's a good point, Heretic. Know the difference between a closed system, an open system, and an isolated system, which doesn't exist. So there you go. Go ahead.
If the gas
Figure
ain't
that out.
fucking off, no astronaut is fucking off, no rocket is fucking off, no rock from outer space is coming here. None of that.
Okay, so without proof, actually, I haven't even sent my observations. You already know. Wow, that's impressive. Good job. We'll see.
Yeah, we also know what a closed system is, an open system is, and what is claimed to be an isolated system, which doesn't exist.
An open system like you claim to have would surely allow for the exchange of gas easily.
Yeah, that's why
you have to demonstrate your containment for it. And you haven't been able to do it, and the best thing you can do is say, "Oh, well, mine's invisible, but so is yours." Yeah, except there's practical demonstration for a physical container holding gas. There isn't such a thing for a pseudo force, a conceptual pseudo force of space time doing any such thing.
There is. But yeah, I'll be happy.
There isn't. There isn't. Don't just slip
why don't you
it in
bring
and
that
just,
back too?
start saying some other stuff like I'm going to forget you said that.
I'm happy to provide you with observations tomorrow of rocks, asteroids, whatever you want to call it, coming from outside of the quote unquote container, and I'll be provide observations.
Sure. Show us it's not a closed system. Show us the matter that entered. Go ahead. Let's see.
I'll be happy to do that tomorrow, as I already stated to Fatsy Klein.
Yeah, you're gonna have to prove it. Like, remember, like you're gonna make the claim that this is what's happening, but what you're gonna be asked to do is actually prove that that is what's happening.
Yeah, you might as well go ahead and also, prove this magical force that you think is a container.
Because you can look at phenomena in the sky occurring. It's all fine and well to look at it and then just assert, well, that's a rock coming here from the vacuum of outer space, but you're gonna be asked to prove that.
Okay, and I'll be happy to do my best to do so.
We will love it. We're here 24/7. Come on back, Clownify. We will remember you, and we will definitely address you as soon as you enter into the chat. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I know, and hopefully I'll be able to prove it. I mean, if I am able to prove it, and send you guys some observations. I mean, obviously, you know, you guys won't believe
Oh,
any
then
of
we'll
them.
close the room down. Yeah, we'll be
Well,
able
it doesn't really matter if we do or not. If you actually have proof of what you claim, then we can just put it out here in the channel for anybody who's in it to hear and see, and on the YouTube live stream as well. And it's out there. And if we deny it, we just bury our heads. Okay, well, that makes us the idiots. Whatever.
Yeah,
You were allowed to present your proof, and it's out there for everybody to see.
Perfect.
It's our problem. If you prove it, we deny it. That's not your problem.
Yeah, that's our
Heretic,
problem.
many
not
proofs
yours.
have been provided to you. You guys just deny and lie.
Yeah,
Come on,
okay.
don't
Yeah,
lie to
you've
them.
never provided a
Don't.
proof of anything.
Yeah, perfect.
Other than that, you're a complete dipshit.
I'll do my best. What am I doing tomorrow? I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna make sure.
I hope you wrote
It's
down the
gonna blow up
notes
your
that
grift.
we said. like I
It's gonna
hope you
blow
wrote
up
it
your
down.
grift.
Okay,
Yeah,
look, dude. Hey, make
Pressure.
executions. Take me off block so I don't have to go to my computer to mute you, or else I'm just going to permaban you because that's a nuisance.
That's up to you.
Oh.
Okay, I'll permaban you because that's really annoying. See ya.
There's proof that actually, so now you're just proving that you're just drifting here along with your friends,
Drifting,
which is
we're
fine.
here voluntarily. We're here voluntarily, not making any money whatsoever. Come on.
Come on, guys. Enough proofs have been provided to you. Come on.
Okay, present them.
I think he just got banned.
He's toast.
He probably did because he was
People that not.
blocking the actual moderators of this channel.
Discord app on a phone, or at least on iPhone now, has it. So, like, if they... Actually, I'm not going to say this. Never mind.
What?
I'm not going to give away the
Moving
secrets.
on. Moving on.
Gonna give away the secret. Okay.
Yeah, what he was going to say is that, so Discord app on an Apple product runs like absolute shit.
Yeah.
I'm on an iPhone 12.
And I exploited some aspect of that to make my life hell when I'm on the iPhone, so I just got rid of them.
It's okay. I'm on an iPhone too, and mine is about half cracked, and I can't really see half of the screen, so it makes it a little hard.
At least your microphone is good.
I guess so. Yeah. No more water in it. But
Seems
anywho,
like Android microphones suck.
Yeah, but you got to get it this way, brother. An Apple product that's physically broken is much more honest than an Apple product that looks like a whole product but is actually broken because it's an Apple product.
If you heard any of that, because he was on Android.
yeah, Android. I'm pretty sure has like worse like FaceTime and like
audio.
Talk, audio and stuff. But I think they have better like Zoom and photos or something. I don't know. Like some better feature. I don't know. I don't really matter. I'm glad I just have a phone. I'm grateful as a child.
Good that you're grateful. Either way, that's awesome. Actually, I am too.
I'm grateful that I'm here. You know, I don't know how I'm here, but I'm grateful that I'm here. Well, other than, you know.
I do know how I'm here, but I am grateful also.
Yeah. I think everyone should be grateful, you know. At the end of the day, we're all friends here. Even if we disagree with each other.
Agreed.
Right? Everyone, you know, dies eventually, so that's one thing that's proven. Everyone dies eventually.
That's true. That's a great leveler, just like the sea level. Everything always finds its level.
Alright. Oh, I have a killer headache. Oh my god, I'm dying. Well, I'll do my best to, and you know, observations or whatever, if I'm able to make it on tomorrow. Hopefully I don't have to get this stupid ass mole check for...
We'll be waiting with bated breath, buddy.
With what?
Bated breath.
I don't understand what that means.
I'm just saying that we'll be waiting anxiously for your input and your evidence. Yeah, okay.
Alrighty. Phone half cracked like his arguments. Alright, I'm out. Going to bed. Have a good one.
Oh man, where's all the Australians?
What did you say?
Usually we got Australians that come on during this time.
I'm an Australian.
Oh, see, I was right.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
I'm still here.
Who do you think you are?
What's that?
Never mind.
He thinks I'm an imposter.
You're an imposter. And whatnot. Everyone knows Australia doesn't exist now. Australia was made up.
Oh man, I like that Australian wood and the 150-foot trees.
150-foot trees.
Yeah, so they make this wood down there. I guess it's some type of pine tree, maybe. They grow 150 feet, and so they cut long boards out of them for exterior trim on houses. So they're a single board for really long lengths rather than finger jointed boards, which are they're just glued together to make a long board.
The
Much stronger, better looking. They tell you not to use it indoors. Go ahead.
Yeah, pine is very nice.
I like them. They smell nice too.
And it's a good, strong timber.
Oh man.
Wait, by the way, are you just talking about like the standard like 6 meter ones? When you were talking about pine?
What's that? 18 feet? Yeah. I think they do get. I think that's what they are. 18 feet.
Well, do you guys not have that in America?
I don't know. All I know is the ones I get are from Australia.
Let me see how much
But I
6
think-
meters is. 20 feet.
20? Yeah, well, that does sound right. Somewhere around there is what it is, either 18 or 20 that we get.
Because that's like usually like standard. Like we have like different lengths, you know. but like 6 meters is usually the biggest one that you get as standard.
Yeah, I think around the United States, as everyone grows they're so much smaller because they have such faster turnaround or something.
Oh, that's weird. Because usually, like for any material that you buy, like usually beams and stuff, they usually just come in like 6 meters. It's always like standard.
Oh man. Oh, Elderbear's back. Maybe he's finally got a definition of flat that could actually function in reality. Elderbear, you got that definition?
Yeah, I don't have a microphone that's very good this morning, but maybe you'll tell me that.
That's good. Sounds good.
All right. What were you looking for? You can't find
A functional definition of flat that can, yeah, a functional definition of flat that can actually be used in reality.
anything that's not flat, I think.
What?
That's what you use, isn't it?
Wow. So you don't know how to get a definition of flat that could actually describe reality?
He's retarded.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at reality now, right? And I couldn't describe it as flat, but you would.
No, I didn't say that. I said anything. Flat itself, dude. Like, for example, this window pane in front of me, it's flat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, mine is as
For
well.
example, this piece of trim that I'm running my hand on, that's on the wall, which is like a, little shelf, that's flat.
All right, there you go. Yeah, mine's like that as well.
So but check this out. See this piece of trim? It's got paint on it, right? And the paint has bristles, bristle marks, right? So it's not perfectly smooth, but rest assured, the structure of this piece of trim is flat. So yes, there are little nail holes, there's little paint specks that stick out, and then there's all these bristle marks that give it a texture. But functionally, I could describe this as flat. Nobody would be confused by that, right?
What's the difference between sawn and planed timber then?
Oh, that's easy. The level of smoothness.
So one isn't as flat as the other. Is that what you're saying?
No, there's levels of flatness. Exactly. Tolerances. Yeah, 100%.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, in reality, I'm looking and I can't see any flatness, but you do. So I don't see any level of flatness. In reality,
so you don't see any flat. You don't see anything that's flat. Not a piece of glass. Not a piece of granite. Not a piece of trim. None of that would be described as flat.
Right now, no, I don't. I'm walking. I can't.
Dude, yeah, but you've seen them before, right? You've seen a flat screen TV before at your friend's house. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So then you know that flat exists, right? In reality.
Yeah, I know flat exists in reality. Yes.
Right. So then, how would you make a definition that would be able to describe those things as flat? Like, what definition would describe those things as flat?
Oh, it's just a description of a surface.
Well, we know that already. So what type of surface is flat?
A flat one.
Wow. So how do I know which ones are flat?
Well, because I know what's not flat. So I know it's not like that.
Right. So when you look in the dictionary, is that how they define words?
Well, when I look at the window, I don't have to get a dictionary out to tell me about it.
Right. So if you had to make a definition, that would describe a window as being flat, what would it be?
Flat. Yeah. Be called flat. Yeah.
Right. So then you look up in the dictionary. Right. So when you look up in the dictionary, flat definition, flat.
Yeah.
That's what you expect us to believe, dude?
Well, I know. I don't. As I said, I don't go to the dictionary. I've always known it.
Right. So describe to somebody, right, a flat object without using the term flat, dude.
Well, if somebody asked me what was flat, I'd say, well, a window, that glass.
Well, yeah, but describe it. What about the window makes it flat? What about the TV makes it flat?
I can't because you told me to not use a descriptor.
No, you can't use the same word as its own definition, dude. Holy crap.
That's what I would use.
Didn't they teach you that in school?
Yeah, that's the word I'd use to describe it, though.
Right. So now that is a word. That word has definitions, connotations, and denotations. So when you're describing a window as flat, what about the window makes it appropriate to use that word for it? What about the window lets you know that that window is flat so you can tell someone else it's flat?
Wait, hang on. Just got to call my dogs on the road. Well, I never really looked at the definition. It was just like one of those conditioned words that was given to me when I was a child, I guess. And that made me understand, the difference between flat and not flat. So I never really looked at a definition. I just knew that what flat meant. And if I saw something was flat, I could say it was flat.
So
I didn't
perfect.
have a definition.
So you knew. Okay, cool. So you knew what flat meant. What did it mean?
The window or a mirror.
The window. Or just say a level surface, man.
But again, I wouldn't, honestly, personally, that's not how I just say, look, that's flat.
So
I didn't have any other words for it. And nobody else in my life has ever demanded that I give another word for that thing that I described. So when I say the window's flat, I don't re-say that. You're asking me to describe it. So I'm saying, but before that, nobody'd ever asked me. Oh, that's no good. Don't call the window flat. You must say it's level, or it's horizontal, or it's got some other word.
No, it's just saying if you understand the word flat.
Yeah, I do. That's what I said. So when I look at the window, I know that that's called flat, unless it's got a pattern on, and then it wouldn't.
Yeah, dude. If you had a window with a raised pattern, right?
Yeah.
They'll describe it as flat.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily. I would call it by the.
The thing is,
it's
one of the words. It's one of the words.
All right.
It's like okay. When does a hole start?
No, don't tell me.
Okay, tell me the definition of a hole.
Of a hole?
Yeah, a hole. What is the definition of a hole? Like when does a hole start? You know what I mean?
Again,
I'm digging a trench.
Hang on.
Yeah,
you talk for me. You talk. You go on. Go on.
Okay, let's say I'm digging a trench. Now, I take 1 millimeter of dirt outside of, let's say, a flat surface. Is that a hole? Just 1 millimeter.
I don't know what the purpose of it would be. What we were doing for me to have to even.
I'm asking if it's a hole. I'm asking when does a hole start? How deep does it have to be before it can be considered a hole?
Let me think. If I say went into my yard and I had a shingle, stones covering the ground, and I scraped the stones away, and so I could see the ground underneath it, I wouldn't personally call that a hole. No.
Yeah. Okay. But when would you call it a hole? Like how deep? How big?
Well,
does a donut have a hole?
Maybe. When a donut. Well, not all of them have holes. Some of them do.
I'm asking about a standard donut.
Well, standard donut here has jam in and sugar on the outside. doesn't have a hole in it.
Just the standard.
Oh,
A
lion.
standard donut. I'm sorry. A standard donut is that. If I went to buy a donut, I visualize a sugar-coated, jam-filled pastry. That's what I do, personally.
The circular
'Cause I
donut.
don't like the other ones.
The circular
know.
donut that doesn't have any dough in the middle. Is that a hole?
Well, yeah, because that's not. I don't like those. So that's not what I visualize.
I'm not asking what you like, what you don't like. When I think
No, you asked me.
99% of people
You asked
picture
me
a
about the
donut.
hole in the donut that doesn't have one in my world.
Well, hold on, friends. Hold on. Please stop for a second. I have a reference to an expert on this matter. The hole in the donut. Hold on a second. I have it on good authority that the hole in a donut is space-time. All right, continue the conversation.
Oh, I don't know anything about space-time.
Oh, dude. Hey, bro, dude, you got it. Man, you have to know the joke, but it has to do with Brenda.
Yeah,
it's hilarious.
well,
I'm sorry you're not on the in joke. It's hilarious.
Yeah, sorry. I'm glad you are, but you are.
But the thing is, what I'm trying to tell you is
Fine. Did
certain
anybody
words.
laugh in the room? Did anybody
certain
laugh at that
words-
joke in the room? I didn't hear anyone.
But please, man, please. Certain words.
Maybe you're
yeah.
not on the inside. Yeah, go on, T-Dub. Is it you?
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you is certain words
Sounded like
do
an
not
open
have
laugh
a
there, that
very
one.
clear definition of when they start and when they don't. When you're using them in a
Of what?
conversation.
Sorry. Yeah, certain words. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, go on.
Yes.
What are you going to
So certain
select
words
now?
do not have a clear definition, like clear set in stone definition to what you can call a hole, what you can call flat. It all depends on context. You know?
Does it?
Yeah. And scale, and sometimes scale as well. Right?
Let's say if I see a hill and I call it flat, someone's gonna call me retarded. I'm gonna be like, okay, that's clearly not flat, it's a hill.
Well, if
But
I
then
say
if you
that,
get-
somebody calls
if
me.
you get it on a
retarded
massive
too,
scale, if you get it on a massive scale, that little hill is
how
going to look like
massive?
nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll
If I go-
explain
if I
it to
go
you.
grab
I'll
a
explain
plate,
it.
A
Hey,
plate
Still
Mr.
a hill,
Lion.
though, isn't it?
is probably less
Yeah, Mr.
flat
Lion.
It's still a hill,
than that in scale.
isn't it?
Yeah. We understand it's still a hill. So check this out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cash in my chips from earlier. So we agreed that a window pane is flat. You said if it had a texture on the surface, it wouldn't be flat. But the problem is, if you zoom in on a window pane, it does have a texture on it.
Yeah.
Even without having an imprinted texture on it. Yeah, regular glass has an atomic or a microscopic, let's say, pattern on it. So even by that, the different scales would mean it's no longer flat. But you said it is flat.
Yeah, so
Glass,
I'm
yeah,
telling you that there's
describe it, yeah,
there's
but
no
not-
clear definition
Oh, you're talking.
on certain words. You know, you can't just say, "Oh, well, technically it's not flat." Like, bro, please.
Well, I'm just saying what I do in my world. You asked me what I would say.
But I'm saying that you're clearly
I mean,
not
a hill.
consistent.
Still, yeah, why?
You're not being consistent. You said that if it has a surface texture to it, it's no longer flat. I proved to you that you agreed a window pane is flat, and that on a microscopic level
Yeah.
it does have a texture. So now it's no longer flat.
Does it?
So is it flat or not flat?
Yeah, but not. Yeah, but it's a visual thing. It's not a measured microscopic thing. And that's the
Prove it.
difference. Is that visually, I look at the pane of glass that is what I would describe as flat, and there's another pane of glass that I would say was a bathroom window, which is frosted, and I would say that's frosted glass. I don't call that flat glass. I say I go to the for you it's Home Depot.
Oh, hold on.
And I say,
You wouldn't say that frosted glass is
I
flat
want a piece
just
of
because it has a slight texture.
Yes. No. I'm talking about. Hang on. I'm talking
Sounds
about
like he's
in my
throwing geometry in the
reality.
garbage.
In my everyday reality, if I go to somewhere and I need a pane of glass for the bathroom, I said I need some frosted glass, or it has a name, certain pattern on it.
Yes, no one
It has a
goes
name. I
and
need some of that
buys a
glass.
window and they're like,
Right?
"Hey, I want a flat window." No, they're just gonna.
If I want, hang on.
They're just gonna give you
If
the
I
measurement.
want one that does, hang on. If I want
But if
one,
you-
and listen, have you ever bought glass? Have you ever bought any glass?
But if you were an
If I
amoeba
go-
on a pane of glass,
Hang on. Oh, look, TW, you got nothing to offer because you've never bought a bit of glass.
Oh, so when
If
you
I
go
do
when
and
you
I
go to
want-
buy glass, you're like, "I want a flat I want some flat glass.
No, I never say flat. No,
You never
I say
say
clear.
flat.
I need to clear. I say clear glass because that's what it's called.
So
when
it's
you go
not
and
called
buy it,
flat
it's clear glass. It's not.
So why do you
Yeah,
say
it's
that
never
it's flat
called
then?
flat. Hang on. Why you? When did you last buy some
What did you say?
glass? Come on.
A few months ago?
Come on, you got giggle.
Holy crap, dude!
Said a few months
Holy crap, brother!
Giggle? Is it an inside joke or you've never done it, have you?
You're lagging a
I
bit,
say,
man. You're
when
lagging
did you last buy a sheet of glass for your window?
a few months ago.
What did you go and get? I mean, maybe you have different terminology
It wasn't
in America,
exactly me who
but
bought
I
it.
have
It was my
never.
boss.
Hang on.
It was just for a
Yeah,
window.
I'm outside. Yep. Oh, it wasn't you. Yeah.
It wasn't
What
exactly me
terminology
who
did
bought
this
it.
other person use when they went to the store?
Hey, bro!
Yeah, I
Hey,
know.
bro! Look
So
at it! Look at
that's what I
this! Look
say.
at this picture,
You haven't done
brother!
it.
Oh, dang! It didn't download. Give me a second. Keep talking.
Bro, I don't really understand what you're saying here and what your point is to
Well,
trying
maybe
to-
it's maybe words have a definition and you don't know what they mean. Is that what it is?
Yes, and I already made my
Because I
point.
spoke
When
to
you
you
go
and
to
you didn't understand
you
what
go
I
to buy
said.
glass, you don't say flat.
You
Yeah?
didn't
Hey,
understand.
Lion! Hey, Lion! He didn't tell us what flat meant yet, did he, Mister? You don't know what words mean. Good grief!
No, he genuinely doesn't. He can't tell me the definition of
I
when a
told you.
hole starts. Can't tell me what the definition of flat means. Can't tell me anything.
Hey, watch
Oh, I
this
told
picture
thing
of
is,
flat
these are
glass,
just
brother.
based
You
on
flat.
context. When we're talking,
Hey, Mister.
What have I been
Yeah,
saying?
exactly.
English language, it's not like
you
there's a clear definition. It's not like I have to go, okay, is this guy lying about
are
it?
you in training? Are you in training? Is that your role here this morning? You're in training to talk over people and to talk sort of nonsense.
Bro,
Dude, he's
Not
trying
you.
to get you
AI,
to. He's trying to get you to define flat, bro.
You're
And
so
I have.
inconsistent.
No, you haven't.
No, I
dude.
wasn't concerned.
You said window.
Yes, that's what
Dude,
I'm saying.
you've given examples. You've given examples of flat. You haven't defined it, dude. You don't understand what definition.
The Earth is more flat. The Earth is more flat than like what's good. The Earth is more flat than any window you would see.
Hey, Mr. Lion, Mr. Lion, I posted. Hold on, brother. I posted a picture of glass under a microscope. Does that look flat? Does that look flat to you?
Looking.
I know, not looking too flat there, brother.
I'm telling you, the Earth
What
is
difference would that
probably
make?
more flat. The Earth is probably more flat than any piece of glass you would buy.
Can you?
I wouldn't agree with that.
Verify that. Can you
The thing
verify
is,
that,
okay,
please?
you can
Come on,
see- you
AI.
can see
He's
how
your
big-
guy.
how big
He's your
the
guy,
Earth is.
AI. Either support him or tell him to not be stupid.
He's not my guy, dude. He just showed up to the channel today, you mook.
The Earth is.
Yeah.
And we have sea level. Yeah, we have sea
Well,
level.
he's talking nonsense. He's talking
have sea level.
nonsense, right?
No, he's not.
I'm
No,
pretty
he's
sure-
not.
pretty sure the
Hold
highest
on,
thing above
brother.
sea level is what,
Mr.
like-
So, AI,
Elderberry.
hang on, shut up, fat guy. AI.
He's trying to
Would you
make a
agree
point, dude.
that the Earth, hang on, AI,
Dead.
AI, would you agree that the Earth, the ground, the surface of what we're walking on is more flat than a plane of glass? Would you support that?
Depends on the glass. I'd have to measure the pits and valleys. Yep. So hold on, let me explain. It's very simple. I'd have to do one thing, which is a few steps, but I'd have to measure it. And then what that is I'd have to measure the peaks and valleys. I'd have to get a mean line and then put it all between two parallel planes and then get the tolerance of the width over the variance. And then I would know which is flatter.
And then what?
You probably know the definition of flat first.
Yeah, which is what I just described, right?
find?
Right, Matrix?
So when you did it, yeah. So when you did it,
Which
with the glass,
Elderberry
you
couldn't
compared
do,
it-
which Elderberry could not do.
Yeah, you got a loud voice and don't say anything. Listen, when you did that,
Oh, yeah, I didn't say nothing.
When you compared a sheet of glass with the surface of the Earth, which did you find was the flatter?
He hasn't done
Depends
it yet.
on the- It would depend. I said it would depend on the piece of glass, dude.
All right.
Holy
So then-
crap,
so you
dude.
need a piece of glass.
Let's say you look at it. You look at it. What's the highest point
So
on
which
Earth?
piece
yeah?
of glass
The
did
highest
you
point
choose,
above
AI?
sea level.
Which
Yeah.
did you choose to compare
like
with
9,000.
first?
It's like 9,000 meters.
Was it a flat piece of glass or a frosted piece of glass?
Holy crap, dude.
Well, which one? You said it. You're the one who's putting it forward as a claim.
Is he stupid or just broken in the head?
I think he's so.
Yeah, Matrix. You got to have a little word in to try and make things worse than it is for AI. But not my problem.
Sit down somewhere, you muppet. Fair income.
I know, Matrix. I know.
I know.
Matrix. We know.
Here we go. What do you want now?
What is the highest?
Matrix.
The highest above.
Hang on. Matrix lives in the south. He doesn't have the possibility.
Finish the thought real quick. Okay.
He doesn't have the possibility to measure the Earth flat with an angle to Polaris.
Who doesn't?
So he's at a disadvantage. You.
What? Hey, you were talking about glass, and now you're talking about Polaris. Just scattergun a bit, what aren't you? What else do you want to talk about at the same time?
What is the highest above sea level point on Earth? Yeah, Mount Everest.
Hold on, Mr. Lion. Mr. Lion, I just want to say this for everyone. So I had to mute Elder Bear so you could finish your point. After you're done with your point, please wrap it up, make the whole point. Then I'll unmute Elder Bear to respond. Go ahead.
Okay. Mount Everest, is the highest above sea level point on Earth, yeah? It is only like 9,000 meters above, yeah? Now, if we look at the average country, yeah, like let's say Australia is like 8 million square kilometers, America's like 10 million square kilometers, Canada's like about the same, 10 million square kilometers, Europe, about 10 million square kilometers. Like, Mount Everest, in comparison to these places, is going to look like nothing. It's going to be flatter than any glass you would find, or maybe not any glass, but average glass.
Well, but how would you know that? You'd have to measure the peaks and troughs of the piece of glass, right, and compare. Correct?
Yeah, but it would be most standard pieces of glass. Let's say if you got like a glass from like a house, because usually you typically would reuse glass because it's pretty expensive. Yeah.
Lion.
Yes.
Lion.
Yes.
L as in lame, I think, because if you're too fucking broke ass to buy a new bit of glass, mate, you've got issues.
Well, typically you would want to reuse glass. If it's not too damaged and if it fits inside of the window, because glass is very expensive. It's just stupid if you don't.
I might in a greenhouse, but not in the house.
Sure thing, man.
Yeah, so Peory, come here. Come on. Sorry, I got to sort my dogs out. Joining with some other dogs. Go on, walk on. Right, so that was the first thing. So what should I call you?
Can we talk to the dogs? We'll get more sense out of them.
Just say Lion. But the thing is, let's say if I'm like renovating someone,
Lion.
And I can reuse a piece
Lion,
of glass.
No, Lion. You put yourself in a higher position than a lion. Lion.
Me to reuse
Lion.
Glass.
You put yourself in a much higher position then. You put yourself in a position that nobody can be in. Yeah.
Mm.
That's why I wondered if I should call you God or something like that.
No, thank you.
Or some kind of an omnipotent term. Okay.
I'm good, man. I'm good.
So when you can do that, when you can zoom out and tell me that's actually the truth, then I might have something to listen to. But otherwise, it's just an imagination.
Are you projecting, Elder Bear?
It's like AI.
Have you ever like driven across the country?
You can't zoom out. No. Yes. It wasn't flat.
It's pretty big, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty big. I know.
Yeah, you can't zoom out. You can't zoom out, dude. Yeah, you see, you forget a critical part. He actually he mentioned the measurements of the square mileage of a territory and then the measurements of the variance on the vertical. And he compared them where the height variance is much less. Holy crap, dude.
Well, isn't that required? He should have measured it. He should have seen it himself.
Get that big? Have you like looked at a mountain? Like, sure, it's big. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But if I was to walk that distance, just like if I was just to run that distance,
hold on,
plane, it wouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, like Mr. Lion. So for example, like I'm pretty sure. In Australia, you can. There's actually a highway that takes you around the entire coastline. Is there not? I was told that by a few Australians.
Yeah, so something you don't know, but you're just referring to somebody else.
So
you
what?
have to imagine
Who cares, dude? Yeah. I have to imagine, dude, that a giant continent is actually bigger. Listen, I have to imagine that a giant continent is much wider than it is tall. For goodness sakes, dude.
Hang on.
This is like embarrassing.
Hang on. I know. It was you who told me that you'd measured the surface water of the Earth at being 66.2% coverage from an aeroplane window. And then you said that AI. And then you said that water at rest is not an exclusive to the flat Earth. So I can't see how you can kind of discern the shape of the Earth with any of those things.
Oh, wait a minute. You're confused? You're confused. Flat isn't a shape, in case you didn't know that.
No, I'm just saying that, the things that you offer up as somehow a proof or evidence are not exclusive to your model.
Dude, all the known territory.
I don't know if the rest of
it's
them
flat. You don't understand that? What don't you understand about that?
What known territory, AI? What territory? Certainly not mine.
What, you don't know your own territory?
Yes, and it's not flat. That's all I can tell you. I can't be more honest than that. I'm sorry.
Then, okay, cool. So define flat. Okay, that's great.
By the standard of me looking to know what flat is.
So you know what flat is. Define it for us, please.
Yeah, it's like a sheet of glass or a mirror. Or a TV
you mean like a sheet of glass? You mean like a sheet of glass that when you zoom in on it, it's got all kinds of bumps, which are topographical variants?
Why? What was the purpose of zooming in?
Okay. What about if I grab a piece of glass?
Hang on, I'm talking to AI. Come on.
Scratch on it. Is it flat?
He's the top guy, not you. You're just new around here. AI is the top guy.
I just want to see where your definition comes from. We gotta sort out definitions.
Everybody
he still didn't give one. He still didn't give a definition.
A piece of glass is not like.
I know he's dodging so hard, bro.
Can look very different.
Oh, I'm not
dodging. The thing is, I grab a piece of glass.
Why did you measure? Why did you put a microscope on the glass, AI? For what reason?
It's called scale. Duh.
What did you need to do that for? For what? What did you need to discern from it?
To compare it to the Earth? Because that's what he was talking about.
To validate that you are willing to define something as flat that is not, that has topographical variance. So you saying because there's a hill in my country that my country can't be flat overall.
Now we know that a sheet of glass is not a comparison to the surface of the Earth. Right? We know that just by
about that. Really?
Okay. Yeah.
What is the depth? Okay. In order for you to truly say that, dude, you'd have to tell me the comparison with the depths and troughs.
Well, you'd have to give me the reason why you needed to check the glass. What for? Did you need a glass that was different to the one you found? Because you needed a different tolerance?
So we're trying to figure out what flat means. We're trying to get you to tell us that you tell us you know, and you still haven't defined it yet.
Bro, just concede, man. Just concede.
So before you got your microscope out, visually you declared the glass was flat, right?
Holy man.
Holy crap! Exactly.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen that piece of glass, would you? Because you want to check how flat it is. You said. So you wouldn't have chosen a piece of glass that wasn't flat to check. You would have chosen a piece that visually looks flat. And then you might have got your microscope out and said, it's not as flat as I thought if you really look at it.
Let's say I'm colorblind.
But that'll do because it's clear. Hang on, not you.
That's red and
that'll do. Hang on. That'll do because it's clear enough for me to see through my kitchen window. So it doesn't matter whether it's not
so if I had
as flat as I thought it was.
No worries. So if I had a piece of glass, well, I'm going to use this window. as an example. Let me measure it real quick. So this is 6 and 6 and 2, so 14. 6 and 6, 14 by 14. So what's 14? Hold on, let me use my calculator here so I can get it right.
What's that? You want to get square area? Get the area
Look,
of it?
When we're talking about something like the Earth in its
196 square, whatever you're talking about. I didn't need a calculator.
Yeah, so if it's 196 square inches.
Yeah,
right.
With no
and the
calculator,
variance,
by the way.
Well, hold on. Well, that's great. So 196 square inches, and let's say the surface variance is 0.00056 inches. Would you call that window flat?
What use do you need for this piece of glass? That's the thing. I mean, you do a bit of construction. I've seen you banging a few nails in and stuff. I lost you.
Oh, can I look? Maybe we agree. Maybe we agree on something. Can I just make
the difference
a point real quick?
is
No. Can I please just make a point real quick?
AI. Hang on. I'm talking about AI.
Maybe
AI.
we agree. Maybe we agree.
AI. If you were to replace that glass in your window with some greenhouse glass, would that be satisfactory for you? I mean, it could be, but it's different. Different to the grade of glass you're putting in your window. It's different to float glass.
Waste of time.
Different to glass that might be in a patio door, for instance.
Right, that's great. So is a 14 by 14 panel of glass with a pit variance of 0.00054 inches, is that flat or is it not flat, dude?
Well, that's your choice, isn't it? Really.
Okay.
I mean, I would look at it and probably say it's
right. So if it's my choice, and I choose to describe that window as flat, then you just agreed that that's an accurate description.
Well, if it looks flat, yeah. If you need that window to be within a tolerance of 0.00052, then that's not the glass you need, is it? That's the point. The point is it's flat glass. Unless it's got a pattern on, and it's not flat glass.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that a dimension that I described would be flat glass, because that's the dimensions of the Earth, dude.
What? 14 by 14 square.
Look.
No, 196 million. No, 196 million square miles, not inches.
Oh wait, look at my screen real quick.
That was you.
Let's say this. That's
what you measured from the aeroplane, wasn't it?
What? Just look at my.
So the globe. Hang on. The globe is claimed to be 196 million miles. So let's go with that, eh? Excellent. The thing that you say is not
actually
wonderful.
No, that would actually be a conservative estimate.
Well, yeah, but on something you claim is not. So why would you use it?
Oh,
I thought we were talking about reality here.
Oh, wait, just
look at my
stream real quick.
I thought we were talking about reality. AI.
But look,
I thought we were talking about reality. I mean, if you've seen it from an aeroplane, maybe you should have taken some pictures and showed us the 66.2% of 196 million square miles. What 66%?
Well, dude, you got played, dude. You got played.
That was a number.
Sorry, but you already got. Dude, I've already won.
Just look at my stream real quick.
No. You were in the aeroplane.
I just have a real quick thought.
On the way to Kuwait. Looked out the window, and you claimed there was 66.2% of water.
Yeah, we'll watch your stream. Hold on. We got to shut that guy down so we can concentrate. Then we'll get back to him. He can watch the stream as well.
Let me just
go ahead.
Make a real quick line here. Yeah. As flat as possible. There we go. That's pretty flat. We can agree. Yeah. Now, if I put a tiny little dot over here, a tiny little dot, pretend like that's a small, I guess. Okay. Tiny little dot here. Now, I would say that the entire thing in its entirety is flat. But if we want to like zoom into this spot, then this spot wouldn't be flat. Yeah. So let's say if there's like a field, let's say there's a field, yeah, a 1 by 1 kilometer field, and it has a giant mountain in the middle. I wouldn't call that like a flat field. But then if I was talking about an entire country, I would say, yeah, the country is obviously flat, or the entire Earth is flat. That area isn't flat, but the entire thing is. Know what I mean?
Yeah, so that surface there that you have, if you put a red line above it and a red line below it, and then made them parallel to the black line, and then you constricted the red lines until all the points below the black line and all the points above the black line were between the red lines, right, to where it's as tight as possible, and then you looked at that, it'd be much wider than it is tall, right?
Mm.
You know, by we're talking about a percentage of like a 0.0000 something, right?
Yeah.
Exactly, which is how what we just described right there is how you define something as flat in reality. Something that escapes Mr. Elderberry. That's how you mechanically define flat. That's how you mill objects to be flat. That's how you determine the tolerance of the surfaces you're making flat. So, for example, if you do like a granite surface plate that you buy, which is like it's a piece of stone that's ground and ground and ground till it's very smooth. But it's not in the shape of a ball smooth. It's in the shape of a flat plane. But even though the tolerance is 0.000053 on the one I checked out, it still is microscopically not smooth. But the extent of the surface relative to what you're doing with it, right? That's the ratio of flatness on the flatness scale.
Yeah, it's just one of those words that are like conversational, and it doesn't have like a clear definition. But if someone decided to say, okay, the Earth is not smooth, they're retarded, and both like flat earthers and round earthers, they would say the exact same thing. Like you're kind of being retarded here. Like the Earth is obviously much bigger than it is like vertical. Like much bigger horizontally than it is vertical.
Yeah, so there are people that come into our forum and say the Earth can't be a sphere because of mountains, and there are people that come in and say the Earth can't be flat because of mountains. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's pretty retarded. Like that's it doesn't really make any sense. I don't see how those two correlate.
Right. So, for example, if you had a pool ball, there are people that have described the Earth, if it was a globe, would be as smooth as a used cue ball. Not necessarily a brand new, straight from the factory cue ball, but one that is slightly has a few nicks here and there, but still smooth and still a ball in form. Versus a tile that you would go and buy for your floor, right? Like a ceramic tile that's glazed, it's smooth to the touch, much like the cue ball. But after your kids go over it a few times, it's not quite as perfect as it used to be. But rest assured, it's still horizontal, it's still flat, and it's still not a ball. So when you say the Earth is flat, you don't mean that it's perfectly, idealistically level on every single portion of it is on the same plane. That's not what nobody means by the term flat, for goodness sake.
Like I can't even think of anything that is literally that perfectly flat that would fit his definition. I can't think of anything.
Exactly. And that is why when I ask these guys for a functional or mechanical or real definition of flat that could actually be effectuated in reality, he literally can't string a sentence together that makes any sense.
It's just completely it's not consistent. So a window. So what? We show that the Earth is literally flatter than any window. It's
Put posted something for you from polytech.com. Yeah, it talks about what AI's meaning. Has to be the distance between parallel planes must be as small as possible while including all measurement points. It's a standard in I guess it's a ISO standard. ISO standard 1101.
Yeah, so when someone says the Earth is flat, what they mean is exactly what he just described, exactly what you can see in that standard, exactly what everybody understands what flat means in any general practical sense. Nobody means idealistically smooth, where all points of the surface are on the literal same ideal plane that can only exist in your imagination and not in physical, tangible reality, for goodness sakes. All right. Let's see if he has any input. All right. Does that make any sense, Elder Bear? Now you understand what flat means?
Well, how did you measure the Earth flat to come to a conclusion that it was flatter than a pane of glass?
I didn't make that conclusion. Lion did. He said it's flatter than a pane of glass. I said depends on the pane of glass.
Yeah, it definitely does depend on the pane of glass. But I would say your standard pane of glass.
He's your guy.
I would guess that
him then? If he's wrong,
dude,
I never said any plane of glass.
Definitely was.
I never said any plane of glass. And if I did, that is my mistake. Yeah. But I would say flatter than your average plane of glass.
There you go. So he said flatter than your average pane of glass. Now that could be quantified.
Back it up, and you.
So if you were going to determine that, go ahead. You breaking up over there? Is he breaking up, dude?
Flatter than any pane of glass.
Listen, if I did say that, it was my mistake, and I retract those words. Yeah. I would say flatter than your average plane of glass.
Well, there you go. Your average, even.
Yeah.
Right. Can you substantiate that?
Well, I would say your average plane of glass isn't fresh out of the factory. Yeah. It's been used because most houses that you would see have a plate of glass. Yeah. And I wouldn't say that factories have more like more planes of glass than houses already do. You know what I mean? Oh, he left.
So it says float glass, the most common, which means the most average, is produced by floating molten gas on a bed of tin. It's in the range of 20 to 100 micrometers in total. That doesn't really tell me anything. Okay, here we go. For instance, A3 glass fabricators internal standard limit the differential to 0.006 inches. So the third decimal place.
So
okay, follow that, friend? And I'm pretty sure, if I remember what I did correctly, the Starrett surface plate is to the 5th decimal place, and the Earth is to the 4th decimal place, which means the Earth would be flatter than this glass.
Hmm. Okay, well, there we go.
So if I remember, well, let me caveat that, because it might be, I know it's 0.54 or 0.53, but I don't know if it's, sorry, not point, but like point, then some zeros, and it's either 3 or 4 zeros. So even if it was 3 zeros, it would be 0.0053, which would mean that it would be, what's that, 7 thousandths of a percent flatter than the glass, dude. So yes, it would be flatter than this average glass. Not by much, but it would be flatter.
So if
And that would be
if it's
based
flatter,
on.
if it's flatter
Go
than
ahead.
tolerance, then
Yeah.
There we go.
And but what metrics would we be basing that on? If we were going to do that, like how would we come to those numbers?
Well, it's just we get like the mass of the Earth, like how big it is, and then how big the highest point, how big the lowest point, which I'm pretty sure they aren't much different.
Yeah. So it's if I remember correctly, it's the highest point to the lowest point is a span of 13 miles.
That doesn't seem right.
That's the bottom of the. No, yeah, it's the bottom of the Marianas Trench to the tip of Everest.
Because that would mean that the Mariana Trench is 4,000 meters.
Like 9 miles. Yeah, it's like 9 miles.
But then Mount Everest is 9,000 above sea level.
Yeah.
So that would be 18.
See that from the aeroplane or what?
That ain't no 18, homie. Hold on. I'll be fine.
Yeah, because Mount Everest is 9,000 meters above sea level. And the Mariana Trench, I know is further down than Mount
We're
Everest.
slipping into God view again. Let's zoom out and be God. And let's say we can see everything.
No one's claiming to be God, bro. You're tripping.
And then we'll make some wild. You are.
How?
AI is.
What?
He's making a claim that the Earth, from a zoomed-out God view,
it says 19,000 meters.
Flatter than a plane of glass.
What?
So 65,000
meters below sea level.
There you go. There you go. Not much.
Hold on. 65,000. 65,000.
But it is.
So it'll be 27,000.
Oh, so he just conceded that we recognized it was not much flatter, but it is flatter. Now all of a sudden it's not a big deal. Whereas before it was like, oh my goodness.
I said that you're taking the God view in order to do that, like you always do.
Yeah,
you
dude.
sit at the top there thinking
That's
you're
13
God.
miles, dude. That's 13 miles.
And you issue all these edicts to these poor people here.
Bro, I'm going to be honest.
These poor people here, and they munch it up.
Okay. Let's say you do not. Let's say you do not accept. Let's say you do not accept how deep the Mariana Trench is. Yeah. Then it would be even flatter than I think it is.
Yeah, exactly.
So listen, you can either
take. In reality, when I look at the Earth, I don't see anything flat.
Or you don't have
like
to.
you describe it.
Either way,
unless I was I could zoom out.
If we only take what we see, then the Earth is at a crazy amount more flat than you claim it is.
And say, oh yeah.
Bro seriously hasn't been to a nice still pond or a nice still lake.
How did you measure it then?
Unreal, man. Open your eyes, bro.
Well, that could be on a sphere though, couldn't it? Because AI and you seconded
his eyes work just fine.
When AI proposed that flat water could be on a ball, you seconded it and said yes, that's true. TW and Miggy at the same day, same time. So that takes it out of being exclusive to flat Earth, surely. Because it can be done now on a ball.
Bev's argument, not his.
AI has.
Oh my god, you are so dumb.
Guy is
and
changing.
AI has verified. Yes. No. AI rebut. Yes. No. AI rebutted the argument with that, and he said that it wasn't exclusive to flat Earth or a horizontal orientation.
Yeah, you know
what he said.
Funny? Hold on, I gotta mute you for a second.
Seconded it. Not my fault. What you said.
You know what's funny, T-Dub? Is he doesn't concede that what I said totally wrecked Bev's argument into the incoherent oblivion. Instead, he starts attacking me with it, trying to insinuate that I'm making certain claims that I didn't make.
Exactly.
Right? Just because logical exclusions exist or don't exist don't mean that they're necessarily probable or possible.
Yeah, let's just stick on the topic, please.
Not impossible.
I got to admit, this is the most retarded point I've ever heard. I got to admit.
Hey, we think the same thing, brother, but every now and then we let it air out so that people can hear it and witness it.
It's just like guys trying to make up a definition that no singular person on Earth would second him that has any education.
All right. So hopefully he's finally decided on what his definition of flat is. So he could tell you, Mr. Lion, because you did ask him and he still hasn't answered. Let's see if he'll answer.
Yeah, and I'm also curious on the definition of what when a hole becomes a hole as well. Because that's a very similar point as well. So we need to get a concrete definition of that as well.
So, Lion, how did you measure the Earth? Lion, how did you measure the Earth? All right. So every time I talk, you talk. Is that what's going on? You can't hear me. How do you measure the Earth flat, Lion? How did you measure the Earth flat?
How did I measure the Earth flat? Because I decided to do something called stepping out of the door, and then I just started going around, and I started realizing, man, this place is pretty big, and then realizing that, in comparison,
with your eyes?
mountains are not that tall.
Yeah, I think it's magnetometry, not geometry.
Not that tall compared to what?
Compared to how big and vast the Earth is.
Well, if the Earth has been measured flat, you'll have some numbers, won't you?
How did we determine the height of the mountain again? Hold on.
Most of the guys talk about.
Hold on. Hey. How did we determine the height of the mountain?
Just grab a measuring tape.
Taking a 1 degree angle.
I don't know. Maybe he was sincerely asking. I think you benchmark a height of a mountain either from a base, which is a convention in the local area, or from sea level. Right? So the standard topography is either benchmarked off of local norms or off of sea level, which is also normalized. However, you could say
statute miles along the ground.
Holy crap, dude. You just don't stop talking, do you, dude? And then you complain when people talk over you. I mean, get real, dude.
Yeah, he measured it with his tape, yeah. Yeah, he...
Alright, hold on.
I just looked it up, and apparently people use different kinds of techniques like trigonometry, photogrammetry, GPS, and LIDAR.
Right, but in the grand scheme of things, when you're talking on a continent level, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you're talking about elevation profiles, they're from sea level, right?
Mm.
This mountain is, so many thousand feet above sea level. This valley is so many hundreds of feet. Well, yeah, but let's just say sea level, because that's what the benchmark is. And so what's crazy, Brother Lion, is that Mr. Eldebear agrees that water is level. So he understands that the benchmark for sea level is parallel to horizontal. And that means that all topography, which includes elevation profiles and depression profiles, are taken from a mean line, and then they're within two parallel planes. Exactly like you drew on your graphic on your stream, brother. So he actually agrees that the structure of the Earth is overall laid out horizontal on the surface with all the points on the surface between two parallel planes, benchmarked off sea level.
Just look at how the standard level works. It's like the bubble that goes automatically to level. He uses liquid.
So he actually agrees that the surface of the known territory is flat, dude. him and the guys like him, dude, they're just trying to be edgy. You know, it's like, I'm not a flat earther.
The guy just doesn't want to concede. He doesn't want to lose a debate. This is how a lot of these people are. They're very retarded. You know, they will argue a point that they are losing on for the next 10 hours and just keep repeating the same shit.
So I asked one of the highest ranking members of their quote unquote way of thinking. I said, hey, I got a job for you. I want to hire you to work in my factory. We make flat parts. And I want you to be my quality control inspector. I want you to make sure all the parts are flat. I want you to reject every part that is not flat.
Yeah, this guy's just throwing out everything.
Now you can... Exactly. He would throw out every part. Every part would be thrown out.
Throw out the factory itself, and the factory itself, get this out of it, man.
But that's why I keep asking him for a mechanical definition of flat. You know, and his definition of flat, that is, I have to look at it, then I can tell you if it's flat or not. And then I'd be like, well, then the things that you look at that are flat, like what kind of things are they? Yeah, flat things. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, like the thing is, he just doesn't want to lose his point, but the thing is, he's extremely inconsistent, man. Like, people like that is just retarded. It's just like, clearly, like, the guy's just trying to say, I see mountains, so it must not be flat.
Yeah, it's as stupid as saying the Earth can't be a sphere because of the hill in my backyard.
Yeah. Because the thing is, even if you had like a table or something, yeah, like let's say a wooden table, it has slight texture in it, things like that, you would still call that like a flat table. You know?
Right. But if you came into your room, if you came into a new room, right, and there was a giant beach ball, you know, like one of those 3-foot wide beach balls that you can, you know, takes up your whole body, and then there's a table. So like there's a flat table and a beach ball. And you go into the room, and the person tells you, "Hey, man, can you get me the flat thing from that room?" And they come back with the beach ball because they're too dumb to know what flat means.
Yeah.
This is the problem. It's like when flat earthers say the Earth is flat, they're not saying that the Earth is a platonic form with an ideal surface. You know, that God himself poured with divinity to be absolutely, you know, molecularly perfect, and not even molecularly perfect, but unidimensionally perfect, where it only takes up one dimension. It's like, good grief, dude. Nobody's saying that. We're just saying that all the points on the surface are arranged between two horizontal parallel planes. That's all we're saying. Which, by the way, is pretty much the mechanical definition of flat within a tolerance, right?
The
only definition we can have.
Yeah, like me personally, I'm very similar to like the other lion, like what he was saying. I don't know if you heard him, but me, I don't necessarily believe that the Earth is flat or round or anything like that. Me personally, I just choose not to believe or disbelieve in certain things like that. Because like in Islam, there's certain evidences on both sides. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really matter.
I just found out that Earth is round.
Prove it.
Cool. How'd you find that out? Someone offered you some evidence it was round?
No, they offered me facts, and I said no, and the facts were right. Maybe tomorrow when I get back home, I'll bring the documents tomorrow night. Will you be around?
All right, cool.
The documents.
Dude, we're always around.
Guy is an FBI.
Somebody's around.
I gotta type them up in my CIA database.
Who do you think you are?
Will you wait for me?
No.
Dude, I'll wait for you till the cows come home.
I like you already, dude. You guys, you know what? You have a great goddamn night.
Hey,
hold on. It could be flat or round. I don't give a shit. You have a good night, my friend.
All right.
Type stuff.
I'm gonna go burn a Family of Four's house down. Love you guys.
What the?
Dude, good grief.
What did he just say, man?
No worries. We won't worry about it.
Holy bro. Guy has no chill.
All right, let's see if Elder Bear figured out how to define flat since he, left the room for a little bit to go get the definition. All right, let's see what happened. Elder Bear, any progress in your case?
Elder Bear went to a professor, asked
Hello?
him the same question, and he punched him in the face, and now he's back here.
No,
Yeah,
we
so
don't
was
do
that
any
one of your
violence here.
short? Oh dear. Was it one of your short bus Earth, flat Earth friends that you went and got a ball when you asked for something flat? Is that what happened?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you took your flat Earth table and you put it on a ball on a spherical surface, would the table still be flat or not?
Of course it would be flat. Duh.
Okay, so it isn't reliant on the whatever it's standing on then.
The table
Like the
itself
water.
would be flat.
Whoa! You didn't know that?
The tabletop itself would be flat, yeah. But it
like the
wouldn't
water
be
you
level if we're
described on
comparing it to like sea
that
level.
can be flat on the ball. AI. Similar, isn't it? Same thing. It's not
Yeah,
an
dude. If you take for example, if you go into the room that I described earlier, which has a table and a giant beach ball, right? So you take the giant beach ball. Hold on.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. Depends on if your time of the month or not. That depends on whether you eat it. Yeah. Well, if it's your time of the month, you may need a pad.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, you go in there. You go in there. Yes, yeah, we got it, dude. We got it. We both had it. Look, we got a zing. I got a zing. There's no three zings. One zing for one zing, all right? So, back to the story. So, you go in the room, and you take some Play-Doh out of the cabinet, and you make like a ring of Play-Doh, and you put it on top of the beach ball, and then you fill that ring of Play-Doh with water. The water is going to be contained within that, correct? And it's going to be flat, correct?
Yeah, that was your argument that it wasn't exclusive to flat Earth. Yeah, that's true. That's why I said.
Right. So if why is the water? Why would the water be flat? Why would the water be flat?
Because that's what it does. It's what water does. But,
okay, so if that's what water does, does that mean?
Shape, though, does it?
Yes, but in case you didn't know, and I just want to point this out for the audience before they get confused, flat is not a shape, is it?
But the thing that it's on, you are claiming, has some
orientation. So it's flat. It's flat as shape. It's flat as shape. Yes or no?
So you have confirmed that the water is not.
All right. So
it could be on a ball.
Flat. Okay. Here's what you're going to be allowed to answer. It's flat as shape. You must directly answer that question, dude, with an affirmative or a negative. Flat is a shape. Flat isn't the shape. Before we can continue. Go ahead.
Flat is not a shape. Flat is not a shape.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
so then, why are you conflating?
Its orientation is not exclusive to flat Earth. You have already claimed and stated out an edict to the people that it exists.
All right, listen, dude. Flat as an orientation is synonymous with horizontal. Okay? When something is laid flat, it's horizontal. Okay, that's already defined in the dictionary. So the orientation of something when it's described as flat in the category of orientation, not in an adverb, right? But in orientation, that means horizontal. Now, you already agreed that the water is flat because that's what water does. So if all the water is flat, right, and it's clearly horizontal, then that means that the benchmark for the tolerance of the heights and troughs of the surface of the earth are within two parallel planes parallel to the plane of the horizon, which is parallel to the water line. So that's flat, brother. Well, I guess you played yourself again. Watch this, Lion. Watch what he's going to do. Go ahead. Do it.
But you put it on a ball.
It doesn't matter.
Bro.
Yeah, but the ball is not flat.
Oh, wow, dude. You really that dense, brother?
No, I think you're dense. You're saying that the water makes the rest of it flat. But you just put it on a ball and it existed. And then you're saying that the ball is flat. I think you're one of those short.
Dude, if you take a table, okay, and you put it on a ball, it doesn't make the ball it's on flat. The table is flat. The surface of the table is always going to be flat, dude. Exactly, the surface.
Like, really just try and use your brain that God blessed you with, man. I know you have one. Just try and really use it.
Well, see, this is banking on the fact that, if you don't know the overall shape of the Earth, then you don't know the true boundary, you don't know the true depth, you don't know the true extent of the form, right? But that doesn't change the fact that the available surface is flat, right? The available surface that we have is covered in water. That water, as he already agreed, lays flat. That's the benchmark for all the heights and depths that are taken from that mean line, which is sea level, which is between two parallel planes, which extends across the surface with a tolerance of like 0.0054 or something like that, or maybe another zero. I can't remember correctly. Which we already determined is flatter than that pane of glass that they were talking about in that article I was reading. So that could be described as flat. Goodness sakes.
Could you share the article?
No.
Well, then why should anybody believe you?
Well, because you can just go search up exactly what I searched up and go find it for yourself, which is just, all I searched up was for the flatness scale of an average pane of glass. That's all I searched.
You didn't even type the word Earth in there?
No, because I didn't need to know about the Earth. I just needed to know about the pane of glass.
It doesn't make any sense, but that's okay.
Well, yeah. So, for example, friend, look, I'm going to use some numbers. Some of these numbers are given. Some of these numbers are guessed at. Some of these numbers are conservative, which means they actually have more territory. But supposedly, the Earth has 190 million square mile surface, right? And supposedly, the height of the highest point is to the lowest point, 13-mile span. So you have 190 million square miles against a 13-mile height differential. So you put that into a flatness scale, and if I remember correctly, it's something like 0.00054 or 0.00054. One of those two. Either way, the pane of glass was 0.0056. So no matter what, even if I'm wrong with whether it's the 3 digits or the 4 digit zeros, that would still put the Earth's flatness profile flatter than that pane of glass.
So you're presuming flatness. the correct word should be is like smoothness, right? This is saying that the Earth is very, very smooth. It's not proving that the Earth is flat.
It doesn't matter, dude.
I mean, it matters insofar as that the Earth isn't flat, right?
No, dude. It doesn't matter because I could argue it as a hypothetical. It's the metrics that matter because the argument in rebuttal was that the Earth can't be flat because of hills. Not because it's a sphere, but because it possesses hills.
Okay, who said that? I'm sorry.
Listen, friend.
Why do you give a shit?
I'll tell you why. It would be by the same token someone argued with you, hey, bro, the Earth isn't a sphere because there's hills. Which would be true, would it not? Technically, schmechnically, anally, painally, jerkily, smirkily, that would be true, would it not? Because a sphere, all points on the surface are equidistant to the center, which a hill would not be, and therefore that object couldn't be an ideal sphere. Much like a flat Earth with a hill wouldn't be an ideal plane. But we all know that ideal spheres and ideal planes don't really exist in tangible reality.
Right, so who's ever doing this, just ignore them. It's pointless. Just point them towards the direction of a math textbook.
Or a sanitarium?
I'm sure.
I would love for you to reason with this person. But I think you're going to ignore him. But I just want you to witness the gloriousness that is such a person. Oh, yeah. Bay is here.
Okay.
Elder Bear, make your case why the Earth can't be flat because of mountains.
We know it's not a sphere.
How do you know it's not a sphere?
And because that's geometric.
Okay, so this is a conflation of words.
We know the Earth's not geometric.
Yeah, bro, it's square.
You think that
these guys here? Hang on.
Wait. You just said something really stupid.
Wait. Go on then. You say something stupid then.
Yes, you did. You said that the Earth is not a sphere because it's not geometric. When people are saying the Earth is an oblate spheroid or something like that, they're not saying it's in a perfect platonic ideal oblate spheroid. To assume that is to be dishonest or to not understand how to communicate properly.
Okay. Whatever. But these guys here, when they measure your ball, they are measuring against an ideal sphere in order to try and get some measurement. But they don't have that in reality. And it doesn't exist in reality. It doesn't even exist on your ball.
So what?
So they're in a whole lot of imagination about trying to measure these distances and curves and things when they're comparing it to an ideal sphere, and they don't have one. And then they're telling everybody they couldn't find any curves because in reality, it's not as they claim it to be. So how could they?
Yeah, the problem with that, Mr. Elderbear, is that when these guys make these claims, they're not talking about inches off. They're talking about orders of magnitude off. Dude.
No, it's yours.
Yeah.
But you've also said that your reference of horizontal is flat water. You said is not exclusive to either model. It can be on both models. So that's not an example you can use.
No, you're wrong.
You've already described
You're wrong.
Remember when you were in your padded room, you put it on the basketball.
Yeah, sorry, Elderberry. I was misrepresented your point of view. I think you could be right that if they're making it into an ideal and all points are equidistant from the circle sphere, and they're assuming that's the Earth model, then they're not actually challenging the claim that scientists believe. So
Yeah, that's fine and dandy, but it's called. Nobody's doing that, dude. Okay, like I said, when all the observations that the observations that a flat earther would be presenting of a defeater of the globe geometry is usually by orders of magnitude, not inches. So it's beyond the scope of the error variance of an oblate spheroid with a 20-mile differential at the equator by orders of magnitude. Okay, so this guy's idea that they're taking an ideal sphere and then debunking that, therefore they're not accomplishing anything, is patently absurd. As absurd as saying the Earth can't be a sphere because of hills. Does that make sense?
I don't think you're accurately describing what Elderberry said. Also,
he said
I don't understand why anybody
we're using ideal sphere geometry. He said, yeah, we shouldn't. But he said, and we all heard it, that they're using ideal sphere geometry to debunk and make their claims.
Right.
As if that's all that's being done. And as if it's not a perfect ideal sphere, then we've debunked the sphere. I told you that the idea that a hill debunks a sphere in the sense of an object that we would describe as a sphere. Obviously, we all understand it's not a Platonic ideal, right? Duh, for goodness sake. The fact we have to parse it out, and this guy even brought it up as a critique, like he basically accused us of characterizing the Earth as an ideal and debunking an ideal, which, by the way, could just be debunked with rhetoric. You don't even need to do measurements to debunk a sphere. It's obviously not a perfect sphere. Duh.
So, it's not.
He misrepresented us, dude. Not the other way around.
Right. It's not a fact about the smoothness. It's a fact about the actual geometry and shape. Like when people say sphere, globe, like I assume people understand it's an oblate spheroid. That it's not. There's enough in the model, which I believe works. I hate that I have to say that. But yeah, it's an oblate spheroid. So if you're not taking into account that, I think that's problematic. And if you're just presuming it's an equidistant sphere.
Correct. So, well, imagine this. Imagine seeing a facet of a geometry, which would be a horizon, right? In which it's supposed to be 1.2 miles away from you from your observer height based on a tangent line intersecting a perfect sphere. But in actuality, the horizon is 10 miles away. That would make the circumference, if I remember correctly, bigger than the alleged orbit of the moon.
Or have you actually done the math
yourself? No, dude, we're taking observations done in the field.
It's not hard math.
I'll do it right now, okay? Let's not play these fuck around games. Yeah, dude.
Okay. I'm just asking you, did you actually...
So let's do it right now.
Are you pulling these numbers out of your ass or not?
No, dude. No, dude, there's formulas for this, dude.
Sure. But formulas depend on...
So let's do it right now. Right, so the measurement is the alleged intersection of a tangent line to a circle, right, which represents the circumference of the Earth, right, which intersection point would be a tangent line, right? That would give you a radius to a center point, right?
Again,
so you could figure out how big that circle would be.
Okay, so I disagree with this.
Anyway, dude.
Based on
dude, listen.
Are you actually interested in the conversation, or you just want to preach? Okay, so Elderberry's...
Dude, you're accusing the math of being wrong.
Important.
Yes or no? All right, go ahead.
It is important is that it's an oblate spheroid. So if you're going off of a perfect sphere or perfect circle, it matters because it isn't dissected into perfect circles. So you're not doing an accurate representation of the actual model. You're going against a straw man. That's why it matters.
Yeah. So what's the right? That's great. So what's
you have to deal with the theory, not whatever you want. Doesn't that make sense?
Okay, dude, that's great and all. What is the oblateness of the spheroid, dude, at the equator versus the poles? How much difference?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to do some research.
It's like 20 miles, dude. So the equator ring is 20 miles greater. Now, break that up into segments that can actually be observed based on the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient, which is approximately 300 miles or less, looking out horizontally, which means you're going to intersect the horizon before 300 miles. Right? So you're taking, what do we got here? So you got 24,000 miles, right? Divided by 300, and that gives you a section, right? And then you take that 20-mile variance, right, and you divide it into that. So we're talking about in the single digits. In fact, we're talking about less than single digits. But the observations that the flat earthers are making using an ideal sphere debunk it by 2 orders of magnitude, dude. So if something that is less than 1%, wow.
So the argument goes
dude, it's a
back
simple.
to,
No, my argument goes back to you can do a simple circle math, dude.
Just trust me, bro.
Yeah, take my word for it. Wow.
It does though, because you're saying this all depends on the measurements which I'm giving you. And this also depends on the fact to be entirely skeptical of every single world government, of every single scientific agency.
If you were interested enough, you could go out
governmental
and
measurmental
to see if
research
it's
before.
true.
But T-Dub, he could have just asked us, what measurement did you do? Or where did you get that 10-mile horizon from?
Right.
Like him and Elder Bear almost deserve each other. I wish. You know what? Go ahead.
Can you just answer the question? Or you just want to expect me to take your word
people are posting stuff in the side chat.
Because playing these stupid games is stupid. I don't. It's just annoying.
Yeah. Well, here, bro. Here, it's so simple. If you have an observer 1 foot off the ground on your globe in Santa Monica, California, and he's looking out and he sees the horizon from a 1 foot observer height at 10 miles, using the circle segment formula and the appropriate circle formulas to get the tangent line intersection point and then give you a radius, what would the radius of that Earth be?
Can you write down all the variables for me?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
And also,
so the eye line, I'm going to talk as I write it so that it helps.
Measurements, FYI.
It's not a measurements, dude. It's a question.
No, you use measurements in a question. Don't be stupid. No, you used a lot of different measurements. Dude.
At this point, it's literally a math problem.
All this
Holy fuck, dude.
Used a lot of different measurements.
Listen, it's just a math problem. It's just a math
measurements because you're not
problem at this point. It's just a math problem. Just think of it as a math problem.
Yeah, it's a math problem that's using measurements in order to disprove an Earth. That
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude. The quantities can be validated later. The quantities can be validated later. Okay? So stop interrupting me and let me finish this thing that you asked me to do, for fuck's sake. All right, so 1 foot observer height. Now, my friends were going to help me. Was it Santa Monica? Right? Santa Monica.
Miramar Beach.
Oh yeah, Miramar Beach, correct. Miramar Beach. Horizon at 10 miles. So that's a tangent line from 1 foot observer out to horizon at 10 miles. Right? So you can use the circle formulas to figure out what the size of that circle would be. All right, what's your name so I can ping you?
War is peace.
That's super cool. Now, while you're reading this, thinking about it, I'm going to get you the observation. Oh, we got war is love. Oh, there we go. War is peace. Poopy cats.
Yeah, that's another name I use.
Yeah. All right, cool. That's just what pops up when I typed in war is peace. All right, so then I'm going to repost this. Get a little action here. Done. So this is the observation. Now this came from a video, which I'm going to have to go get the video. Unless one of my friends has the link, but I should be able to get it rather quickly.
Sorry, yeah. I can't see.
BLMSB? Is that what it's called? Dang it.
Are you still insisting there's no measurements here?
My goodness, dude. Painful. Did I not explain it, like, explicitly and excruciatingly in detail, dude?
You said there wasn't any measurements, but there is measurements, so I'm just saying that there's no reason for me to believe the measurement.
Listen, what I said is this is a math problem. If these measurements, what would the radius of the Earth, what would the circumference of the Earth be? And then I'm saying these measurements came from this source.
Okay.
Okay, and then I said I was going to post it, right? Then I said I was going to give the video that this still came from, right?
Sure.
So that would be the validating of these measurements. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I again, okay, so I'll look through these, but it's not going to be entirely convincing because then again, I'm a skeptic and I have no reason to believe that these are valid measurements.
Well, look, here, I'll explain them to you. Well, I still got to search for the video. So what he does is he goes to this beach. He shows you where he is. Shows you the one, he's on BLMSB 69's YouTube. He shows you where he is. He shows you the sign for the beach. He shows you the whole beach. Shows you where he is on Google Maps. Walks down to the beach.
Just posted
places his tripod. Thank you so much. He places himself down towards the water, about where his knees are, about 1 foot off the ground, and he then zooms in to these oil rigs. He shows you the oil rigs. These oil rigs are known locations. You look up on Google yourself. And so they're demarcators for distance. So the one is at a certain miles, and the other one is at like 9 point something miles, and the horizon is behind them. So we just do an estimate of approximately 10 miles, right? Because that's greater than the 9 point whatever miles. Now it could even be further than that, for all we know. But the problem is that distance to the horizon would only fit a geometry of a globe. What did you just say?
I said, I thought we knew the measurements. I thought the measurements were known.
Holy crap, dude. You really have a trouble listening, don't you?
No, I don't have a problem listening. What I heard you say was that these oil rigs are known and that they're known the distance from. And then I heard you say it could be
they
further
are.
than that. And then you said it could be even
the horizon. Okay, pay attention. Really, pay attention. The oil rigs are fixed locations. We know that. Okay. One more time, for clarity's sake. So there's no ambiguity. The oil rigs are fixed. The horizon is behind them. Now, functionally, visually, a horizon is essentially a quaternion line. That means that it's functionally infinite. So the only way to know the distance to it is to actually have a demarcation. Now, the only demarcations in this image is the rigs. We know that the horizon is beyond the rigs. So it is greater than the distance to the rigs. It could be more. It could be double. So we're leaning on a conservative estimate that is just a whole digit beyond the rig, 10 miles. Now, you could do it 1 foot past the rig, up to 10 miles. The results are still catastrophic to the geometry claims of the globe Earth. Doesn't matter. Same with the 1 foot estimate. You could use 1 foot, you could use 1.5 feet, you could even use 5 feet. It still is catastrophic to the globe estimate. So I have plenty of wiggle room, if that makes sense.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna try to figure this out, and I'll come back to you if I mean I might fuck up the math or whatever, but if the measurements make sense.
Man, this thing sucks, bro. Oh, see if I'm still connected. Yeah, 250,000 mile radius. So what would the... So I got, using Omni calculator, which I probably did it wrong because I did it in like, 10 seconds? And I had the AI help me. And it got 79,000 mile radius. Either way, so what is that? So 3... Yeah, so no matter what, it's orders of magnitude. It's either 1 order of magnitude or 2 orders of magnitude. Okay, nothing that can be subsumed by a 20-mile difference at the equator versus the polar circumference. So the idea of that a perfect sphere can't be used to debunk the Earth as a sphere if your debunking is in the orders of magnitude greater than the tolerance. I mean, that's just laughable. That's like saying to your contractor, you're like, oh, this floor isn't flat because you benchmarked it off an idealistic flat, even though it's 1 foot off in the center. It's like, dude, there's a 1 foot hump in the center. Whether I used an ideal flat or a slightly off flat, which was off by a 1/4 of an inch, a foot is not going to be subsumed by a 1/4 of inch tolerance. I mean, you'd think these things were simple, you know what I mean? I think that homie's watching the video, though, so can't hear us. I kind of screwed up, dude, because I was trying to get that Glober and Elder Bear to go at it, to see Elder Bear's skills at taking down a Glober. But he didn't want to. He just wanted to take us down.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that would have been good. Damn it.
Now, listen, Elder Bear and Bev do have one good point, which is if you don't know the overall form of the overall shape of the Earth beyond the available territory that we have accessible to us, then to make decisions about it would be an error.
You broke up there.
And that's about the
missed half of that.
Oh, that sucks. Well, I was saying that Bev and guys like Elder, they do have one good point, which is a pretty good point. And that's that if you don't know the overall shape of the Earth, or the overall form of the Earth, whichever word you want to use there, then to make definitive claims about it wouldn't be very wise. It would be an error. And they're correct in saying that. However, the way they go about it is such asshattery that nobody takes them seriously. Other than that, pretty much all their points are dumb. Like their claim to fame. You know what their claim to fame? Blah, blah, blah. Their claim to fame point is. Guess what it is, bro? It's a secret. You'll never understand it. It's so complicated.
Is it
That's what it is.
Is it level? Is a straight line in a horizontal plane?
Yeah. That's their claim to fame. Their claim to fame is literally an axiom, dude. That everybody already knows. Level is basically what they're saying. The tautology, basically. And he calls it an argument. He called a tautology an argument. By the way, if you reduce it, the way you said it is a little more complex because level is level. The Glovers believe that in a way. Level is level. Water is level to them. They believe that concept that those two words go together. They just imagine level as being curved. But they still agree that water is the benchmark for level. And so then if both sides agree water is the benchmark for level and all the points on the surface are measured as an elevation profile from that benchmark, Well, then the only thing left is that benchmark curving around and meeting itself again, or is it truly horizontally arranged indefinitely? And the way to know that is to know if it's curved or not, right? So you can just see that the water isn't curved by measuring it, and then you can then establish that profile as being horizontal, and the peak as the tip of a plane, and meeting a plane, and then the trough, lowest part, as meeting another plane, and those two planes are parallel to that initial plane, right? With a variance of.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
So I've done some research, and it seems like you aren't completely bullshitting me, which is nice. So, but it's not incompatible with the globe model either. It just has to do with phenomenon called refraction. That
really
happens all the time.
Sure, it does.
Yep. Oh yeah, it does. Here, I'll show you a bunch of images. Do you think this ship is actually floating? How about this one?
Oh, that's called total internal reflection. The surface of the water is mirroring the sky.
No, it's
Same
called
with the
Fata
one below it.
Morgana.
No, it's not, dude. Fata Morgana results in a flipped image. Those aren't Fata Morgana. Sorry.
Why should I trust you? I'm looking this up. Like, like all these other sources are saying this is Fata Morgana.
Yeah, because they're morons.
So you know
what
more
source?
than. Okay. Right.
Yeah, what are the sources, dude?
I have to look more into it.
If you look up what total internal reflection does at range, is you'll find out that at the critical angle, surfaces become reflective. And it just so happens that when things are far away from you and on the horizon, they are approximately in the critical angle. And so what happens is that the light coming from the water is subsumed with the angles coming towards you of the reflection of the sky. But the boat is obviously at a higher angle, according to the law of triangles. So you have more resolvable light from the boat.
That didn't make any sense to me.
Well, the angle of the water is too shallow for you to see the water, so you see the reflection of the sky.
You said total internal reflection? Is that the term you used?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just looked up Fata Morgana and just scrolled through it, dude, and they're all inverted images. It wasn't that hard. In fact, they're completely dramatically different from the images you showed.
Okay, because that's funny. Because now you're calling me a liar. Because I looked up.
No, I'm not.
I can show you. I can no, because I said I looked up Fata Morgana, and those were the images I showed. Right. So I will send you a screenshot of my desktop.
Yo, AI, it is Fata Morgana.
If you are going to say this bullshit,
you're right that the image is reflected in the Fata Morgana, but the mirage is what's underneath the boat. You wouldn't expect the boat itself to be reflected because that's not the mirage part. The superior mirage is what's underneath, and that's probably reflected, but you can't really tell with this because it's all washed out. It's all the same color.
you can clearly tell the ocean from the sky. Yeah. So did it fucking work?
No, you can't, dude. In fact, we have videos where these are happening, where the birds go in the water, and you can clearly see it's water, dude.
Okay, so I'm looking at the same image you are. So this isn't working, right? You can't just say no, it doesn't. I'm looking at that. There's clearly the ocean, and then there's clearly the sky.
No, there's a color, dude. The boat is on water. The boat is on water, dude.
You're just being unreasonable.
And you can see the bottom of the boat. The bottom of the boat is reflected. You can see just a little bit that it is.
Yeah, on the water.
Okay, so are you going back on the claim that none of these images were in your Google search?
No, the one I pulled up, no, none of these that you posted were. All the ones were flipped.
Okay,
now I searched again, and it showed me some that weren't. But then again, keep in mind, those are just search results. They weren't exactly necessarily from sources. So some of those sources could have been mistaken. But then again, it could be the case that whoever classifies these things classifies all of these types as Fata Morgana. And so if you looked it up, it would be titled that.
Okay, so you're going.
But the ones that are flipped, dude, the ones that are flipped versus the ones that look like they're floating, right? Could be completely different phenomena. Because I know for a fact. So let me put it to you this way. Maybe this will help you understand where I'm coming from. Some people argue that the reason that the boat looks like it's floating is because the image of the boat is being lifted up higher than the boat actually is, like over this layer of fog or something, right? And that's one way. And then the other way is where the surface of the water is being overcome by the reflection of the sky. So in other words, it's becoming a mirror at the critical angle. So those are two different explanations. Whereas one is kind of like the idea that the boat is being lifted up visually. And the other one is just an illusion that it's being lifted up simply because the water line appears lower. And that just has to do with the colors that are.
Yeah, look at that second one with the contrast adjusted. It's sitting on another horizon.
Okay, so yeah, there's definitely two different colors there. There's the gray, and then there's the black. The black would be the ocean. The gray would be the sky.
What are you talking about?
The image that T-Dub posted.
But I put it to you that that's water, and it's somewhat reflecting some of the coloration of the sky. And when, without, your filters and that, it sort of blends in and just appears like it's floating in the air, but it's actually just where it is, sitting on the water.
Yeah, T-Dub's right. The gray above the black is the water, and the bottom of the boat is on the surface of the water.
Yeah, so this is an illusion that the horizon is misplaced. In fact, it's the illusion that the horizon is closer.
It's still Fata Morgana though, A. Because Fata Morgana.
Look, if somebody calls all of these under one wide umbrella Fata Morgana, then who cares? Go for it.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah, but they're clearly not mechanically the same thing. So the inverted mirage one is caused by something completely different than these ones, which is just the color field of the ocean's water being overtaken by the reflection from the sky. Mechanically completely different.
Yeah.
Maybe the reflection is just so ambiguous that you can't see the inverse image. But I give it to you. It could just be looming. It could be a completely different mechanism. It'd be cool if we had like a time lapse of a mirage to see if there's any like inverse imagery that happened in like one of these kind of blurred vague. But also, it's just sitting on the water. So, what do you expect the inverse image to look like? There's no defining characteristics of the water.
Right. So we have a boat. Yeah, right. So we have a boat sitting on the water, and it looks like the horizon's closer. Now, how does that have anything to do with seeing a horizon at 10 miles versus 1 mile?
I think that one's for you.
I'm looking into it.
Now, keep in mind, the whole reason we were talking about this was because the flat earthers were accused of using idealistic spheres to debunk the oblate spheroid with a difference of 20 miles in its circumference versus its polar circumference. Equatorial circumference versus polar circumference, a difference of 20 miles. And somehow, in using an ideal sphere to debunk that would result in errors that made it to where there would be no conclusive information. But all I was telling you is that the types of observations that flat earthers use are usually within the orders of magnitudes variance of where it would be the 20 miles would be subsumed so many times over, it's ridiculous to say that not using a perfect sphere or a 20-mile variance sphere would matter. Because guess what? It wouldn't. It'd be in the less than the 0.1% of difference.
I think that it's unfair to say that's all we've been talking about.
No, I'm saying that's how we started down this track.
Okay.
Well, I think how we really started down this track is that we both agreed that if you say I debunked the sphere because all points on the surface aren't equidistant to the radius, is just as retarded as saying I debunked flat Earth because all parts on the surface aren't in an ideal plane. Right? I think we both agreed on that at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then you're left with a question, which is if you can be shown geometric consequences of the optical arrangements of things that would supersede globe geometry by orders of magnitude, and your response is, well, it's an optical effect. And you have to ask yourself, at what scale would an observation be significant enough that I would question whether the Earth is a globe, or will I always just make an excuse that no matter what I'm shown, I will just say, well, it's an optical effect?
I don't think it's necessarily an excuse. I think that optical effects exist, and that when there's lots and lots of evidence, to a fact, like, for example, like all world governments agreeing it's a globe, like, lots and lots of people, like, you might not say they're completely empirical, which I'll agree with you, but there's lots of evidence to the fact that the Earth is a globe. And then there's this one image. And then when I do a little research on the image, I get sort of, No,
there's not just one image, dude. This is the image you were given to talk about for this point. There are many, many more. In fact, there are ones that are worse than this. In fact, there are ones that are of seaborne windmills, to which the seaborne windmills are painted with tide heights. You know how like they have like a red bottom, then a different color band, and then a different color band. So you can just look out and see the elevation of the sea, right? And so you could see
I don't
these
know
things
anything about.
continuing out in the. Well, look. Well, I'll just tell you how they work. So they're affixed to the seafloor, right? They come out of the sea, and they have color bands on them. So when you look out, you can just immediately tell how high or low the tide is based on those color bands. And you can actually see the consistent color bands going out on these things, making it clear what level the water is, and making it clear that you can see that portion of the thing, which should be below the curve of the earth by quite a lot. In fact, we have observations where things should be 400 feet below the curve of the earth, but they're clearly visible. We have observations of things that should be over a mile below the curve of the earth, but they're still clearly visible.
Okay, so that would be more interesting because the more I'm learning about this refraction stuff, it's like 8 to 15%, and it's like it would be like to compare Earth's
That's their
radius with
claim.
radius.
Yeah, that's a claim that they
Why do you
make,
have?
sure.
Why do you have what? Why are you going against the claim?
No, they have a claim.
Right.
Anybody can make a claim that, no, the globe's still safe because I just said that this refraction does this. Where's the actual proof that it does it?
How dare you, AI? How dare you go against this uncorroborated?
What?
What?
I said, how dare you go against this uncorroborated?
Oh, it's a joke.
Stop eating a cracker. Sounds like you're chewing on something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you put these metrics in what's called an Earth curve calculator, which what they say is that you put the numbers in, the observer height, the target distance, it says what you should or shouldn't see. How these Earth curve calculators actually work is they inflate the radius of the Earth. Right. So what that does is it lowers the apex of the arc between point A and point B. And so it makes the radius of the Earth bigger, and it makes the hump in between point A and point B shorter. And then they say, oh, look, we solved it. And they call that an optical. But really all they've done is inflated the geometry. That's not very fair.
Well, if an optical effect allows to the illusion, right? If it ends up like that's presuming that that's not what the optical effect does. Which again, I don't know, and I have no reason. You have no reason. Just take my word for it. But I need to look into it.
Yeah, just keep in mind, dude, this is our first foray. There'll be more entertainment in the future with more brass tacks data, like the actual real world effects of so-called light redirection and how much it can actually accomplish over a certain amount of distance. And you're going to find that it can't do the things that they claim it can do. In fact, this particular observation was tried to be tackled by one Mr. Walter Bislin himself, who's famous for the Walter Bislin Earth curve calculator, which many globe proponents use in attempts to thwart the flat Earth arguments by using the very geometric inflation that I just described. He tried to model it optically by using what he described as ray tracing. And what he did is he tried to trace rays that he would call the light rays back from the observation point to the observer to get the horizon to be beyond the oil rigs. And what he had to do was actually crisscross the paths of the light. Now, if you know anything about how your eyes work, the light comes in, right? The top goes to the bottom of the eye, the bottom goes to the top of the eye, and then your brain has to flip it. So if they're already crisscrossed before they reach your focal plane, it's going to be a double flip and you're going to see it upside down. But you don't see these oil rigs upside down. So clearly his model was wrong. That was the best attempt to actually model it optically. The only other attempts is just inflating the radius of the Earth by applying an increase factor. So you have radius, which is R. You have 7 over 6R, which increases it 1/6. And then you just keep scaling it, to increase that, so instead of 7/6, it's like 8/6 or 8.2/6. And they just keep inflating it until it matches the observation. They say, oh, that's how much refraction was there. They're just do's and excuses post hoc.
That's not what I'm finding. I'm finding standard radius increase. It's not arbitrary.
It is, dude. There's a standard that they call standard, and then when you put that into the calculators, it doesn't answer the observation. So then you increase that slider, and it keeps increasing the radius of the Earth until it matches the observation. Then you say, oh, there just must have been more refraction that day. They never actually quantify it at all. They just do it on a computer.
I have another question that I usually don't get this answered. But since it seems like I have a lot of homework to do with this flat Earth stuff, could you give me like the map of flat Earth?
Yeah, I'll get it to you as soon as I'm finished. So I've already covered 167,000 acres, and once I get to the like 8.6 billion acres that are in the rest of my country or whatever the heck, then I'll move on to the next country. And so by the time I'm 97, I'll have it done for you.
Oh, so you don't have an actual model of the Earth?
No, we have a model for sure. But you just said map.
Yeah, I'm a accurate model of the Earth.
Oh yeah, sure, 100%. I can give you that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, here's the model. All points of the surface are arranged between two horizontal parallel planes that are parallel with the plane of the horizon. There you go. That's the model.
That's not a model. That's a sentence. Can you show me an image?
No, that's the functional definition of the term flat, dude. Which is exactly how the Earth is. All points on the surface are measured off of sea level, which is horizontal. That results in a flat surface.
So you don't have an actual okay. So you don't actually know
check this out,
where
friend.
Antarctica stops or where.
Yeah, check this out, brother. Check this out, okay?
South Australia.
I don't know how many places you've been in your life. I've been to a bunch of countries, mainly because I was in the Army. I didn't really get to hang out to them too much. I was in Germany, didn't get to leave the airport. I was in Ireland, only got to ride across the countryside. I didn't get to map the territory while I was there, okay? I'm sorry.
So, okay. So, in order for a map to go up to your specifications, you have to have made it?
No, not necessarily. But I know that the maps that we do have are coordinated off a synergy between the celestial sphere and the assumptions that the Earth is already a sphere and spinning. Now, I know this because that's what it says in Helmert's higher, hold on. Mathematical Theories of Higher Geodesy, volumes 1 and 2.
Right. So
in other words, sorry, just real quick. In other words, they attempted to make a synergy of the sky and the Earth, and that is how they did their coordinate system, right? So a lot of that data has already been done. So to go out and actually map the Earth raw is a big undertaking.
Right. So it's okay. This makes me skeptical because wouldn't it?
Because I haven't been everywhere.
The mapping of the Earth was done off of false pretenses. If it was based off of a bad original, wouldn't it be so inaccurate it was unusable? Like especially for like global travel.
No, most of the global travel occurs in areas where the mapping is pretty consistent. It's only in the south that it becomes odd. Now, interestingly enough, there are people that like Captain Cook and other sailors, even in the modern day, that have to do extraneous techniques because they end up getting to places too soon or too late.
And that could human error could account for that.
Yeah, you know what else could account for that? That they are not going where they think they're going, and they have to make extraneous corrections.
Well, I mean, people on the going nearly, what are we talking about? Like, I mean, assuming the equator is similar between your understanding of the Earth model and everyone else's, the people get off like all the fucking time, like, you know, when it comes to travel. So it's not just at the southern or northern tips of the globe.
I have a couple questions with and AI, if that's cool.
Yeah, most people travel, dude, in pre-approved corridors, and if you look at it, it's really not that much going on in the south, comparatively to the north.
So can I jump in with a question?
I mean, Argentina
for the person that's asking for a map?
Yeah, that's me.
So, question for you: what is a map? Why is a map so important for you to be able to change your perspective on things?
Well, it would first of all, it'd give me an understanding of what you guys actually believe more thoroughly.
Right.
Like,
now, from a standpoint of like us investigating, hold on a minute. If I can ask you, if we were actually going to investigate the actual Earth itself, well, sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, so if there's an ice wall going around the world, I don't know if you believe that, or if you believe, like, it just gets me an accurate understanding of what flat earthers think is the nature of the universe.
Right. So, and with where you're at, right, your mental construct of your understanding, you have a lot of leaps of logic and faith built into your understanding. So what I'm asking you is if you can pull back to something that we can start with actually observable, beyond asking for the demand of the map, of a model. We have reality, which we are actually here to talk and test and provide the evidence, right, which is demonstrable, testable, repeatable, all these things that we can do. So for you asking for a model, technically, we are observing reality. This is what we're doing. And this is what we're asking for you in terms of evidence. We can't prove a map to you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said that sentence wasn't well constructed. You didn't convey what you said. We have a reality. It didn't make any sense what you're trying. I'm not understanding you, Killian.
We have a reality that we are looking at the evidence for. Testable, repeatable, demonstrable. What's wrong with what I just said? Unless I said it incorrectly.
No, nothing's wrong with that. But then you said something about the map.
Right. You're going to throw away, right, us being able to replace your idea of a map, us being able to replace your idea of a universe. You're willing to throw all that away just because we can't provide you with a map. Just because we can't provide you with a model, but we're providing you with the evidence that is actually testable, repeatable. When we investigate the claim of a sphere, like AI was telling you, Earth curve calculator, etc., your spheroid's not showing up. The litmus test isn't working out well for the globe. So if you could pull back to something like, let's say, what do you observe in your local reality that tells you we're on a sphere? What are you appealing to that tells you we're on a sphere?
Okay, so yeah.
No, I asked you a question.
Replace something with something.
What are you appealing to?
Question. Shut up.
Okay,
shut
great.
up.
Wait, oh wow, you're getting emotional already. Nice.
Okay, now you're appealing to emotion. That's not very logical.
I'm sorry. Did you just not tell me to shut up?
I did tell you to shut up, but two wrongs don't make a right, and you're the one who's making the claim that we ought not be emotional.
Are you going to answer or not? I'm rubber, you're glue. Go ahead.
I was saying that it's hard to replace something with something that doesn't exist. So if you're expecting me to replace a map with nothing, that's not a real replacement.
And that's what I'm saying. In your mind, what we're saying is not real. So how is it that you can say that when we're sitting here with our evidence? And this is why I'm
You
asking you,
admitted
what
to
is
me.
your... Hold on, no, now I'm going to cut you off, right? And heighten my level
I didn't cut
to
you
say
off.
to
You cut
you,
me off.
right, what is your evidence? I want to know what your evidence is it's in order for you to make a claim that what we're saying is not real. I apologize if my mic is getting windy or is getting distorted. Windy.
You're fine. So I wasn't. I said you. All of you have claimed here that you don't have a map. You said I will replace your map with this other stuff. That is not a map.
That's not what I said. Go ahead.
Yo, I have a map.
Okay, then what did you say? What I understood you say is that, okay, so your map over there is based off of this faith bullshit, and we have these observations which are better, so you should replace that with that. And I'm saying it's hard to replace something with something that doesn't exist. What I meant by that, it's hard to replace a map with a non-map. That's what I was trying to get at. I wasn't even making a claim about whether the truth value of the flat earth was right or wrong. I was making a claim. Actually, I was reiterating the claim that you and AI, at least I believe you, but AI said that there is not an accurate map of the flat earth because it has not been created. So I can't replace a map with something that doesn't exist. That's what I was saying, Killian.
Right. And I'm asking you, what brings you to the point that tells you that we're wrong and you are right, building your construct of all these leaps of logic of faith that you have built into what you believe in? Right? What is your evidence? Bring it, pull back. Let's do a reset. Pull back to where you're at and tell me what you hang your beliefs upon. What is your foundation? Is it pictures from space? Is it NASA? Right? Is it an idea that we have an observable drop over distance that reinforces the globe claim? What is it that you hang your belief upon?
I don't think belief is a very simple thing. I think the reason I believe, first of all, I don't think you can choose your beliefs. So I think it's just sort of my inherent nature, whether I've been convinced about something or not. And if you're asking me what's been convincing me, then I would say it's probably the fact that it seems like, let's compare the two sort of aspects. Look up doxastic voluntarism, trans-Cheeto. There's two aspects to like this. It's like the fact that every single world government saying it, that all the pilots I've ever met believe that Earth is round, that it's like, it just would be such an inconceivably like huge conspiracy. And also these space programs that have been like going to space like before the advent of CGI, it seems like really, really, really hard for anyone to like totally dismiss all of this evidence just for like, you know, one or two pictures, which could be explained or with optical reflection.
Cool. So can I just tell you what my foundation is? We observe level and plumb everywhere we go. Period.
Do you know the definition of level that someone who believes in a globe would be?
Read it to me.
I'm not reading
and then I'll
anything.
tell you. Well, you just said definition, so I'd like you to read it to me or tell me what it is if you know, and then I'll like to rebut to that. Go ahead.
You know what it is, man. It's an equal altitude from the equal elevation from the center of the Earth.
Right.
I'm sorry. Say that again. It's what?
So
I was expecting to hear your voice, not percentage, but
right. So it's the equal altitude with respect to the center of the Earth.
Okay, so number one, altitude. I'd like a definition for altitude, and second, I'd like to know what is the center of the Earth and how do you claim that? What is your evidence to claim that there's a center of the Earth? Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm not an earth scientist.
Exactly,
I'm saying
right?
that your
And I said to you
claim
that we
about
observe, here's the thing,
your
right?
claim
I
about
said to you,
observed
no, now I'm going to cut you at the
Oh my
knees and
God.
say, right?
I'm not
We
done.
observe
Stop
level
cutting
and
me off,
plumb.
fucker.
We observe,
Jesus
no,
Christ.
you can calm down, right? Because here's the
No,
thing, right?
I don't give a
You
fucking shit. You're
use,
being rude. You're
I
cutting me
asked you a
off. You're ignoring
question.
me.
No, here's the thing. I asked you for,
piece of shit.
why are you getting emotional still? Now you're calling me names.
I am getting emotional because you're cutting me off. Stop cutting me
Because you
off. Have some
used,
fucking
I asked you to
respect.
define the term. I gave you a term. You asked me for the definition, or I asked you for the definition, sorry, and somebody else gave you the definition, right? And in that definition, you presupposed altitude, number one, and secondly, you presupposed that there's a center of the earth. And this is why I cut you off at the knees, because your definition presupposed things in it.
Okay. So I was saying that you said we observe level everywhere and we observe plumb everywhere. And my point was saying that so don't the fucking Globers, and they seem to have an explanation for it too. So it doesn't seem to be a contradiction to the globe point of view that there's an observation of level everywhere and an observation of plumb everywhere.
Well, it's actually a shared definition. If I may, it's just quickly, it's actually a shared definition. So there's instances where Globers treat level as being horizontal, and parallel with, other horizontals. And there's instances when they'll invoke that that's not the case, right? And, somebody else might be able to get into the specifics of that, like with geodesy and stuff. But, yeah, for the most part, everybody just is taught just level, like it's just flat, you know what I mean? And a lot of industry just uses it like that and treats it like that and builds buildings and does things, yeah.
I wouldn't expect, I don't think that's a contradiction to the Earth claim. This is one thing that I don't understand either. It's at the scale, right, which the Earth model, the model that everybody else uses, is claiming, it would be perfectly reasonable to accept level as flat relative to that scale. But it becomes less reasonable when the scale becomes larger. It's like a tangent line on a circle, like we were talking about before. If you keep on cutting the edges off of a square piece of paper, eventually it'll look circular. It doesn't mean you have to, use a curved, a curved cut.
Yeah, so what we've arrived at is that we build buildings level and flat, but you claim that eventually it gets curved. We use lasers and all kinds of other observations that debunk the globe by orders of magnitude, but then you claim, well, the light's just, curving with the Earth. So basically you have an unfalsifiable claim. It's interesting.
No, it's not unfalsifiable.
Well, okay, then how could it be falsified?
If you had your own space program, right? And you went out into you said it's unfalsifiable. If you had your own space program and you went out into space and you debunked what NASA was saying, then that would be one thing too. And that's not happening. So it's not unfalsifiable by that means. I mean, there's probably other ways in which it's not unfalsifiable.
Yeah, well, that's fair. So let me ask you this question then.
Right now.
How many people... Hold on, I got to block this stupid pairing request. All right, so how many people in the history of humankind have been in a vantage
Irrelevant.
point?
You said unfalsifiable.
Just hold on.
So use better words if you want that argument.
Hey, just hold on. How many people in all of human history have allegedly been far enough away from the Earth to see it in its totality?
It's irrelevant. You said a falsifiable claim. I gave you a way to falsify it. It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant unless it's verifiably more than one person or one person.
What?
Has to verify.
No, dude, look, it's fine. I'm asking a different question now.
Okay, so you're conceding the prior question.
Dude, Dude, look, it's not. Of course,
Are
it's not
you?
100% unfalsifiable. That's why I'm telling you to tell me how you could falsify it. So what you're saying is the only way to falsify
I
it is
gave
to
you a
go out
reason.
into space, right? Go out into space. That's your claim, right?
I did not
That's
say
how you
that's the
could
only
do
way
it.
to falsify it. I said that's the only way I can think of right now.
Okay, so then now I'm parsing that out, right? So now we're going to go down that track. So only less than 30 people in the history of mankind have supposedly been far enough away to see the Earth in its totality. Okay. Of those includes the Apollo astronauts, a few legendary figures from fantasy, and a couple of people from scripture that were brought up by God himself. Okay. So I don't have billions of dollars for a space program. I don't have, a one-way ticket to God's eye view. And I certainly am not a character from fiction. So
it's a misrepresentation.
That,
so you
yeah,
don't
that,
need to
no,
see
it's
the whole
not. It's
entire
not a
Earth.
misrepresentation
Yes, it is. I'll
at all,
explain
dude.
why. If you want me to, or if you just want to keep on preaching, that's
All
fine.
right, hurry up.
So it's a misrepresentation because all you have to be is high enough to see the curvature.
Okay, this is the problem,
of the whole
friend.
Earth.
You are under the mistaken idea that you can just go up a little high and you'll see the curvature of the Earth. So, what height do you have to be to quote
No, I
unquote
didn't
see
say
this
that. I'm
curvature?
saying that you don't have to see the whole fucking thing like you are.
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying,
do have to
you're
see the
saying
whole
there's been
thing, dude.
30 something people that saw the whole fucking thing. You don't have to see the whole fucking
Dude,
thing. That's what I'm saying.
Not only that, dude, but only those people were far enough away to see anything, dude. Not even the people in the ISS can see more than 3% of the Earth, dude. So this idea that you're just going to go up high and then you're going to know the answer isn't as easy as you think it is.
The ISS shows curvature.
No, dude. See, you're mistaking IC curvature, whereas that is an accurate representation of the curvature if the Earth was a sphere of the size they claim. That's a big difference.
Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff going in here. So now you're claiming that the ISS is not only doing CGI but doing inaccurate CGI.
Hey, no, dude, you know there's other ways to make images look curved without CGI, right? It's really not that complicated. So, for example, friend, if I give my son for Christmas a GoPro lens and a skateboard, and he goes to the skate park and records himself, and he comes back, and I watch the video, and it looks like the skate park is a mini globe, is he lying to me? Is he committing fraud?
So
No.
you're saying like a fisheye lens. I know what a fisheye lens looks like.
Yeah,
It's pretty
everyone's
easy to tell when
expert,
something's a fisheye lens or some sort of.
Yeah, it's easy to tell when Italy looks like it takes up the majority of the Earth.
They don't.
Yeah,
You
it's
just
pretty
said
easy
they
to
had
tell.
3% of the fucking
Dude,
Earth being shown.
It's a 3%. Exactly. Now you're starting to get it. Mathematically, they should only be seeing 3%. But what they're seeing is gigantic countries that are taking up way too much of the Earth because it's not looking like it's 3%, because it's not accurate.
Okay.
Hey, listen, friend. I mean, I could quote you Paul Larson, which is a planetarium director, who in his lecture told his kids that, and by the way, he's a glober, he told his kids that from the height of the ISS, the horizon would look flat. Why? Because it's an equal distance and an equal drop angle, 360 degrees around you. There's no differential information. You need to be further away before you start getting differentials. But yeah, friend, I mean, Only 30 people, dude. Less than 30, actually. And of that, only 3 people, only 3 of them are left alive, and it might even be 2 because I don't remember if the other guy died or not. Nobody that's been to the ISS can tell you definitively what the form of the Earth is, dude. They can't. They can tell you what it appears like from their vantage point to them in the limited field of view that they have to the millions upon millions of square miles that the Earth represents. That's all they can do.
Hello. Oh, okay.
Yeah, in fact, you got Chris Hadfield on, was it CBS or something, some morning show, some popular morning show on American TV, or was it Canadian TV? I don't know, but he was on this interview on a morning show, and he stated, "Yeah, it's so beauty and it's so beautiful in all its glory, and we do our best to take pictures of it. It's just flat and gorgeous to see." And then Kelly, what's his name? The senator dude. I can't remember. Is it? Anyway, last name Kelly, astronaut. He was in an interview and stated that the atmosphere looks extremely flat. So yeah, there's a couple of words from astronauts themselves, just like stating what they see as being flat from that altitude. Not that I even believe that there's people up at that height, but yeah,
which makes
from their words, their mouths.
I don't know. What were you trying to prove there? Were you trying to prove that they are actually up there, or they?
No, I'm just telling you what they tell the public. They've told the public in a couple of interviews. And then there's another, a Polish cosmonaut who came out a few years back in a short interview he did with some podcast or something, and they asked him about if the Earth is flat or is it a sphere, and he said, "I assure you, it's flat." Yeah, and like sort of had this nervous look on his face. Some people say he was just joking around, but I don't know. That's what he said. He said, "I can assure you, it's flat," as some may suspect. Yeah.
But okay.
Yeah.
So do you think that people are actually going into space?
I think they're attempting to send people really, really high. To what height? I don't know. They say that, I don't believe that if they have ever gotten somebody to like 250 miles, I don't think they've gotten much further than that. I don't think that they went to the moon. I do not believe that. They've probably tried. I mean, like they've gotten was it the SR something or other? What's that get to, like 70,000 feet? And then you've got balloons have taken people up, in these gondolas to like 126,000 feet or something. And no doubt they've attempted and not told us that they've about attempts to get even higher, get men even higher than that. So who knows? I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't verify it. I can't do anything to say yes, no, they did, they didn't. But I definitely, obviously, not thinking that they're going up in tin cans and floating around a globe Earth, right, in outer space, right?
Yeah, in a spacesuit that doesn't even expand to try and find, equilibrium.
So like airliners go like 30,000 feet up.
Yeah.
So you think it's bullshit too?
In what way? What do you mean?
Well, I thought that T-Dub was saying that they don't even go 20,000 feet.
No, 120.
Okay.
So there's a thing called the aerodynamic ceiling where planes can't achieve lift. high. And then after that, in order to get higher, you have to use balloons or rockets.
I mean, I'm seeing stuff that it's basically like a commercial airliner, and you can see some curvature.
Well, I mean, dude, curvature of an image doesn't equal curvature of an object, right? Not necessarily. It could, but it doesn't necessarily mean so.
So I'm guessing you're using some sort of optical thing to say that instead of what we're seeing being curvature, it's.
Well, dude, it's known. Yeah, so whenever you do high altitude photogrammetry, you have to have specially designed cameras that are actually sealed, pressure sealed inside. You can't a normal camera. The pressure of the ambient atmosphere within the camera and the lens not being pressurized and designed for it will actually warp and create an increased distortion effect. Like there's no such thing as just sending up a regular camera and getting an accurate image. Not only that, but all cameras have some distortion. Even rectilinear lenses have a type of distortion that increases the y-axis as it goes away from the center. So if you had two color fields, like the black of the sky and the blue of the sky, you know, when you're like floating in that mid zone with the blue and the black, that would actually result in the fringe edges getting further away from each other. And so that would look like a curve to you. And you might say, well, that must be the curve of the Earth, but it's not. It's just the curve that the lens is creating.
It seems similar to, like, you can imagine somebody who's skeptical of this position. If they're hearing that and then sort of hearing the outrage over the term of refraction, you could see sort of a double standard there.
Well, yeah, but see, the difference is that when people claim refraction, they're just sprinkling it on. There's no quantification. There's no validation in the field. There's no accurate model that makes predictions. There's none of that. The only time it's ever applied is post hoc. In other words, after the fact, they just say, well, if light bent this way, then the Earth could still be a globe. Therefore, light must have bent this way. And like I said before, like we could talk about it more in the future. We've got tons of data on our server, and we actually have a couple of dudes that are highly educated in arguing this point that you might interact with. And you're going to find out that the actual field test, the actual real data of how much light can actually do what you think it should be able to do, isn't what's going to save the globe.
I guess what could happen is like, it depends on if this refraction is like necessary. Is dependent on I guess variables that are shifting from day to day, or not day to day. But if I went out and I redid the same test as that one person or somebody else did, and then I got a different result, right, which could account for that refraction, then it would be sort of allowing for that, right? It would be sort of evidence in favor of that refraction.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that these observations are numerous and in all different kinds of modes. So, for example, we had a PhD in optics do a dual band laser test. He was actually skeptical about flat Earth. He uses his knowledge of lasers to do a test. Used the dual band lasers because they refract at different rates. So he was able to understand the way the lasers function and the way they hit the target, and based on the variance, he was able to determine, no, this didn't travel in an arced path because the variance of the split isn't the resultant of the lasers traveling in separate arcs. In fact, it's like there's no hump of Earth curve in between point A and point B. We got lasers shooting 25 miles over lakes where they pan the laser from a low-range target, mid-range target, and then out to a 25-mile target. Laser hits the target. In fact, they took a picture of the beam centroid. Because lasers have a Gaussian distribution, you can actually put an algorithm on them and see if it's pointed directly at you. And you can test it, and it was. We have guys that put a laser on the back of a pickup truck and drove it 35 miles across Utah on the salt flat and had the laser in their view the entire journey. Not only that, we got the military, right, who contracted with a university to do a laser test out in the Hawaiian Islands where they had a tri-band laser that they shot 120 kilometers into a 4-meter telescope as the target. Now, if it was true that the refraction was happening, that Glober's claim is happening, and the wavelengths of the lasers refract at different rates, which is how they work, then those lasers should have been separated when they hit the target to where they could not all three hit the target simultaneously. They'd be separated. So you could only hit the target with one of them. But all three of them hit the target.
Again, I don't know enough to even parse through what you're saying, really. Like, I've read a little bit about refraction, and it seems like it has to do with a differentiation in air and density of air.
Well, yeah, that's the claim that they make. That they claim that there's these concentric circle bands of densities that is causing the light to be redirected. Which, by the way, if you look at the way that would redirect the light, it wouldn't even make it do a curve like they claim. But not only that, this military test, which, by the way, we could give you the source of that. The guy analyzed it after the fact. He was doing it for his thesis, I think for his PhD or master's, can't remember which one. And he actually figured out that this didn't match the globe concept of what a refraction model of terrestrial refraction would do. Not at all. And for the reasons I described, is that it's known that refraction index is wavelength dependent. So if you have a blue laser, a green laser, and a red laser, they don't follow the same arcs through the same medium, right? So you could predict that. So if you have these concentric rings that are wrapped around a radius, right, and you have these lasers, you can predict what their spread should be, and they should not have hit the telescope, but they did.
Wow, that's interesting.
Okay. I don't know. Again, it's all word salad to me. I mean, I understand that.
No, it's not word salad. It's not word salad. Don't be
I'm saying
ungrateful like that.
Understand all the sort of minutia of what you're getting at to actually think critically, or with a degree of competence. I understand the claim is basically, this is what they say, and this proves it's wrong. But that's about.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, let me pile on some more. So we got husband and wife teams, right? So they find out about it. They're like, hey, let's do a test. Let's wait till the lake is frozen, right? Gets on his snowmobile, drives out with a flashlight, like 10 miles away. Wife sees him the whole time. Guy down in I think it was Australia sends his wife out in a minivan, sees her the whole time. The list goes on and on and on and on and on and on. The horizon always in different locations. The high altitude footage, which you claim is the Earth curvature, has different rates of curvature. This organization has this rate of curvature. That organization has this rate of curvature. The Felix Baumgartner jump at 120,000 feet, when he opens the cupola and the camera is from the inside looking out, the horizon's flat. As soon as he steps out, the other camera takes over. Now the horizon's curved. The Chinese space station, which is only 20 kilometers lower than the ISS, shows a flat horizon. The ISS shows an extremely curved horizon. Who's right?
I'll look at the Felix Baumgartner jump and see if you're. Oh shit!
Yeah, you watch it. You'll see when he's stepping out of the cupola, when the door's opening, the horizon's flat. When he gets out and he switches cameras, the horizon's curved. Now, if you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, he even commented on that because a lot of people started saying, hey, that's the curve of the Earth. And he's like, no, guys, this is not the curve of the Earth. What do you think this is? Planet New Mexico? No, dude, it's clearly a fisheye lens. You wouldn't see the curve of the Earth at that height. In fact, he analogized it as being on a 2 foot beach ball. You'd only be 1 millimeter off the top. And then he said, do you think you could see the curve of the Earth with that scale? He said, no, that stuff is flat. That's what he said.
Do you agree with that? If you were at a beach ball and you were 1 millimeter off, that it would look flat?
Yeah, dude, think about it this way. You see in an angular field of view, okay? Right? That means the light comes at you in angles, right? And the distance to the horizon is at a low enough angle. Well, sorry, it's at a drop angle that's equal all the way around you. And it's at a distance that's equal all the way around you. That's a circle. There's no variant information.
Okay.
So that means the oblique angle off the side of your left of your eye is the same distance as the one straight in front of you, as the one off into your right of your eye. So how is there any curvature information?
Right. It's just interesting because it seemed like that wasn't allowed earlier. That it wasn't allowed earlier. Maybe I wasn't talking to you, and if I wasn't, I apologize. But that at a relativistic scale to the Earth model, it would appear flat. So, okay.
No, all the most of the major globers concede that the world is experienced flat. That it looks flat. You build on it flat. You travel on it as if it's flat. Everything you do day in and day out, you think the Earth is flat. But I promise you, it's not flat. So they concede that your common experience is that the Earth is flat, right from the get with a lot of their arguments.
I'm not saying the globers. I'm saying the flat earthers. I'm saying that you said to me that, like, or I asked the question, maybe you didn't understand it, but I asked the question. Neil deGrasse Tyson said that if you were a millimeter off a beach ball, it would look flat. And I said, do you agree with that? And then you said yes. I'm assuming that you do agree with that. And when I talk to flat earthers, a lot, and it's pretty much just in this channel, in this Discord, and I haven't learned that much. So I'm sorry, I'm stupid or whatever. Whatever, and you shut up. Anyway, it's like, they're like, people measure things in square miles. The Earth can't be a globe is one thing I heard. Or, it's not good because I can't remember exactly what I was thinking of the contradiction in your position. But basically, like, if you're seeing something as flat, based relativistically, like, that doesn't seem to be a problem with the globe model, basically, is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, that's like saying that. So here, I'll give you a problem. Something that doesn't have a problem. So I'm dating a supermodel. Okay, she's so busy, she's never home. You come over to my house, she's not there. Therefore, I'm dating her. So her not being at my house is entirely congruent with my story. The problem is that's not positive evidence that she's actually my girlfriend.
Right. It's not a defeater either, though, which is right. If I was.
No, everybody agrees, dude. Everybody agrees that the Earth looks flat to us. The globe side, they have to agree because that does. The flat Earth side has to agree because it does. The globe earthers then make an extraordinary claim beyond that common experience that no, the Earth is actually curving. So it's their burden of the positive claim beyond the normal experience, which both sides already agree on.
I think, well, that's good. You're more reasonable than some people talk to, and to be fair, I'm not always reasonable, as we've seen in this conversation. and I think so. That's good. But I cut you off on some sort of point. Maybe I don't know if you were continuing. If you're still interested in talking to me.
Well, look, it goes beyond. See, both sides agree that the general local perception of the individual from where their vantage points are is that the Earth presents itself as flat. The Globers go on to make a claim that it's curved, and then rightly so, to defend themselves, they say, "Oh well, you agree it looks flat, and that's not a problem if it was curved, because then it would still look flat." But then they still haven't proven that it's curved, right? So the problem is they have to prove that it's curved. And they'll say, oh, well, perception of scale is like it's going to look flat anyway. But when the flat earther says, yes, it looks flat, they're agreeing. But then they say, oh, but then this other thing is beyond the scope of what the globe can do. Like be measured with a laser and demonstrate by 2 orders of magnitude a defeater of the globe geometry, demonstrating that water is actually level, as in horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon, just like we experience it. And it isn't curved.
I mean, that's an extraordinary flat earther. It's not always like that. I have had the argument or overheard someone say in sort of a room of flat earthers yesterday in this room, where somebody said basically we measure things in square miles. Shouldn't that just be enough for people? I mean, maybe they were being facetious, and if so, I apologize for taking things too seriously. But I heard that as sort of a proof. And, maybe they're new to it too. And like, I don't, I'm not a physicist. I don't know everything to have an argument. So it's not necessarily.
Not sure I've heard anyone say that, but was that something to do with linear? Measurements being linear, miles being linear measurements.
Yeah, and that you can't have squares on the surface of a ball.
Okay, so see, Professor Trang, it seems like you disagree with what me and AI agree with.
What? No, I never said you could have a square on a ball.
Yeah, I'm just in reality, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
So
you cannot have squares on the surface of a ball.
Right. So you don't think if you were 1 millimeter?
No, I don't agree with that.
Let me.
I've been listening. I know what you're going to ask. I don't agree with that.
So you and AI disagree on that position.
Fine.
Okay.
Is it a conflation between?
Dude, what are you talking about? Hold on, before we go on.
Sorry.
We parsed it out with it. It presents itself apparently from your perception, from your observation point as flat. Both sides agreed to that. But then I went on to say, but when you measure it, that's a different story. So if you're standing in the middle of a square mile and you look out and you say, oh, that looks flat to me, and the Glober looks out and says, oh, that looks flat to me, that's going to change when you measure the sucker. Right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is this a conflation between what something appears to be and what something measures to be? Yeah, measurement and appearance, yeah.
Okay, so what I was talking about, if you're curious, is I was saying a few things, but I'll say the first thing that's on my mind is that Professor Triangle, it seems like you guys are losing patience with me, so I'll try to be quick. I'm sorry. Professor Triangle, you're saying that if you were 1 millimeter above a beach ball, it wouldn't appear flat, even on the Earth's thing, and that the Globers claiming that are total, it doesn't even make sense in their model. And that the AI overlord is saying, yeah, that would make sense in their model. That's this one thing I was talking about.
So do I have to put a camera 1 millimeter above a beach ball in SolidWorks to see if there's actually a curve on the horizon?
I think it doesn't matter. I think it's just a difference between appearances and measurements. At the economy of scale, you could say if I'm standing in a giant field, it's going to look flat to me. even whether it has a 4-inch curvature at the peaks of the corners, right? But when I go and measure that with an accurate measurement device, if it is indeed curved, I'm going to measure those 4 inches. If it's not curved, I'm not going to measure those 4 inches. And so my impressions of what it was or wasn't are superseded by the measurements.
That's correct.
Yeah, for example, friends, like, let me put it to you like this, guys. If you're a carpenter, right, you learn pretty quickly that you cannot level everything you do because it will look like crap. Because guess what? The rest of the house ain't level. So your level spot that you did perfectly is going to stick out like a sore thumb, and it's not going to match the lines of the house. You have to make discrepancies on purpose to make it fit visually from the vantage point of the observer that's entering the room. You learn it. You get an eye for that. So it looks level. You go and measure it. It ain't.
Right. As long as it's structurally sound, you're good.
Hey, would you go to a scientist to build a house?
If they were also a constructor, and they're, there's, well, I would go to, sure. It depends on.
Did you just say constructor?
You know what I fucking meant.
No, that's a better
Words
word.
mean stuff, dude.
I mean,
no, but that's a better word. Listen, brother. Listen, a contractor could be a hitman for all you know. A constructor is a more accurate term, and I appreciate it.
Oh my god.
I guess he's making a verb out of the word construct. Is that correct?
You're a fucking grammar Nazi.
No, I was happy with it, dude. Listen, I build things for a living, and I'm very happy with that term. I think the term contractor is stupid. I understand people understand what it means, but it clearly isn't the absolute accurate term for what that person is. All right, so we forgive constructor. Let's move on. Dude, you sound like you're about to fall asleep, brother.
I am about to fucking fall asleep. It's fucking 5 a.m. I don't know why I did this. I'm so
Do it, bro. Do it. Go to sleep, bro. You can
I'm
come
up
back
ready
another
for the day now. Yeah, go to sleep. And then I'll prove to you cannot have squares on the surface of a ball.
Dude, he gets literally face planted into his pillow. He's like,
most likely. Yeah, he freaked out on me the other day. I think it was him.
Hey, Professor Triangle, you said SolidWorks. Do you use that program all the time?
It's part of my job.
And
Dude,
I don't want you to dox your. What do you do, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh yeah, we're just not going to get into that.
Okay, are you an engineer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep, so he works on trains, clearly. What do they call those? What do they call those guys that run the train? Aren't they called a constructor?
No, it's a conductor. I thought.
Ah, exactly. How much do you have to give that guy crap, dude?
Say what?
So you gave that guy too much crap for the constructor versus contractor.
Come on, why? He's calling us names and all kind of. I'm not good with that, bro. You're gonna come in here and call us names, right? And then you're gonna actually come at us with a word that doesn't even mean something. I'm sorry.
Dude, yeah, but think about it. What does contractor mean? Is that what the real estate agent hires?
And he executes it. Sorry.
Right, but that could be any contract. Doesn't necessarily mean he's a builder. But most people think that contractors are builders. Even though many of them are, would that call themselves contractors, and it's even referred to that in a lot of job books and stuff.
I completely agree, and I appreciate you guys giving me shit for giving him shit, and I apologize. I don't even know if he's still here, but he's not. I'll send a DM to him and apologize for giving him shit.
Yeah, so like around here, some guys that are contractors are basically, they don't do any work. You know, they hire other people that do the work.
Yep, the GC. He organizes the sub-trades, or the trades, I should say.
See, but I do all the work. Unless the specific...
So you pour the coffee and the concrete?
No, I mean, like, I don't hire subcontractors. So if I want plumbing done, I do it. If I want electrical done, I do it. If I want anything done, I do it.
That sounds like me. That's how I do it. The only time I've hired masons or cement guys was put the foundation into my basement and put the bricks up. That was it.
Yeah. Well, some projects I work on, like the legalities of the loans and the buildings, like they have to have certain representation by certain professional fields. Like you have to have an official, electrician, especially some of them. Especially if you're doing like, I think 5 units. Once you get to 5 units, like you have to have a commercial electrician license to work on it. Otherwise, you can't rent it to anybody.
Same thing here in Ontario. You have to have a member of the ESA, Electrical Safety Authority, do any work that's electrically related on your house. Otherwise, your insurance will cancel you. So AI, just confirming, all the pipes that you've installed, they're all installed to a principal plumb. Is that correct?
No.
I just hang them so they drop straight down and put a little pitch on them if drain.
Well, yeah, so one that goes straight down would be plumb. And then the ones that go horizontal, you can't have horizontal. They have to be pitched down.
Yep. I mean, except water supply lines, of course. You can do whatever you want with those.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. In fact, I just had to fix one that was... so in the basement, you got the floor joists. And if you looked at the drain pipe, it looks like it's getting lower and lower from each floor joist. It's like pitching down. But what was actually happening was the floor joists were getting higher and higher. So the actual pipe was straight across. I was like, what the heck? No wonder this is backflowing.
What is that? Floor upstairs crooked?
Yep. Yeah, around here there's a lot of old houses that were built like in at least more than 100 years ago. A lot of them are like, by the time people get them, they're like, 3 inches displaced over the whole floor. So, like, if you want to have your bed, you got to put like a 2x4 and sometimes 2 2x4s worth of shim under.
That would drive me crazy to be in a house that didn't have level floors. I've been in them before, like cabins and shit. Like, there's no way I could stay in here.
So the only time it bothers me is when, like, so if you're sitting in a chair that has wheels, like your chair will just constantly move. Dude, one of the guys I was working for once, we were converting his house that was a big garage that he was going to use as a garage, but then he was going to convert it into a living room and a kitchen. But he didn't want to pay to regrade the garage floor. So the garage floor was like a slight slope on it, almost 3 inches across the whole thing. So one end is 3 inches lower than the other. And so we just built a whole new nice living room and kitchen with a 3-inch difference on one side than the other.
Wow.
Now, what's weird about it is it sounds like you'd really notice. But after we had it all done, like, you really couldn't tell unless you specifically walked down one cabinet towards the end, or if you looked at the heaters on the wall. Because, it's like baseboard style heater. And so you could clearly see that it was higher on one side than the other. But other than that, it felt comfortable moving around it. What I really want to see is a flat globe earth floor where it's a horizontal floor, but the center of the floor is lower than the ends.
Why? That would be my basement.
Oh, yeah, with the drain in the center.
Yeah.
That one blows my mind about how they don't recognize the incoherency that a horizontal line on a globe that they describe would be a reciprocal slope, wouldn't be a horizontal line.
Football fields don't have a drain in the center. They have drains every so many yards straight across, and they just drain straight down, and they pitch the drains and they level the surface.
I thought a football field was crowned to the middle towards the 50-yard line.
Old one.
No, that's people who don't got money, bro.
Oh, snap.
Dude, some of those football fields, like the big ones, they've got like infrastructure underneath the field. Got like people walking under the field while they're on top of the field playing.
Both high school football fields are made like college football fields, are professional football fields. We've got all the drains in there, everything.
Cool. I worked late, then now it's dawn. Now I'm like, should I just take a nap or should I drive home and go to sleep? Man, need somebody interesting to get popping so we can have something to listen to while we drive.
Damn. The Christians are sensitive faggots, huh? Let's see the flat earthers. Are you guys queers too? Oh, Daz68. Daz68 knows some weird gay shit. He knows the history of sucking dick.
You're the one being the dick at the minute. Don't know who that was, but if you've got a question, ask a question. Don't be a knobhead.
Too late. Gone bye-bye for 2 days.
Did you ban him?
Gave him a 2-day holiday.
Yeah, I think he needs that. He needs help of some sort.
His username was CUNT.
Yeah, you're not supposed to put your real name on there.
Yeah, he's a real dick, wasn't he?
talking is a demonstration. Yeah, good job, QE.
What are you talking about, bro?
That's what he said. He said talking is a demonstration. I have the video.
What was the context, sir?
You really need context for that? It's a retarded. Here, I'll post the video. You can listen. Watch.
Right, who hurt you, bro? That's what I need to know.
Where'd the Black Swan touch you?
It's my fault.
Craig got him?
Wow.
Wow.
I rolled him hard and put him up wet.
Right?
He rode him hard and put away wet.
Yo.
Britt, your mouth is wet, dude. Shut up.
Yo, bro.
Now, back to the regular scheduled program.
Yeah, just a bunch of losers patting themselves on the back.
Left the chat. No, honestly, honest question, bro. Who hurt you, bro?
Ranty.
No, seriously though, like you sound like flat earthers like hurt you, and now you don't want to
sound
be
like you're
flat earthers.
projecting. You sound like you're projecting.
No, these are flat earthers are the homies.
Yeah, no.
I'm not projecting.
You protect your boys. You would never call out Q saying something stupid like.
Okay, if they're my boys, how am I hurting? I'm not hurting.
Listen to the context here. Hang on. Listen to the context.
The stupidest thing I ever said is 5 orders of magnitude greater academically than the smartest thing you ever said.
Facts, bro.
Yeah, if you think talking as a demonstration is smart, okay, yeah. Okay, man.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. Post it.
Bro. Post it.
We're waiting.
Well, there it is.
Oh,
bro.
My bad. Wait. Sorry.
Hey, bro. We'll listen to it. But I'm gonna unequivocally prove that talking is a demonstration right now. So I'm gonna give you a demonstration of how to talk in this manner. Oh wow, you just got debunked.
Ooh,
if you think you can demonstrate a unicorn by talking, okay, man, that's cool.
No.
No. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you can't.
Bro.
I know, yeah, talking. I bet if a baller,
projectile diarrhea of the mouth. He's a fucking idiot.
Chill out, dude. My God.
There you go.
Notice.
Right there.
Okay, you're repeating yourself. Dude. I don't want to have to raise my voice. Okay, listen. When you say talking is a demonstration of a unicorn, I said talking is a demonstration of things that involve things that can be demonstrated with talking. So that is why those guys asked you, "What's the context?"
Okay, watch the video. If you think you can demonstrate the veracity of claims for talking, okay, man, that's and he's interrupting because he's just
demonstrate what?
No, who hurt you, bro? Honest question.
Demonstrate what?
Hey, watch the video, dude. If you think, hey, he said talking is a demonstration. It's his
demonstrate what? Demonstrate what?
Tell all the professors that they're out of a job thanks to Left the Foot.
Yeah, well, then who would QE quote? Who would he?
All right, right the hand. I'm gonna give you one chance, bro. I would like you to tell me the context so I don't have to watch the video because I'm kind of on a roof. And you should be able to tell me in words. You should be able to demonstrate to me in words what you're saying about this video without me having to watch it. So please.
I think you guys are using the word demonstrate instead of explain.
Can you just help a brother out, bro, and just tell me? So I'm going to unmute you. For the love of God, please use your words and tell me. Go ahead.
Okay, so the context was I was saying how they don't demonstrate anything. They just sit on Discord and talk about it. And he said talking is a demonstration.
That's not in the video.
That's not in the video. See how he couldn't control himself for 5 seconds?
That's not in the video, you fucking liar.
Well, you asked me, and then QE had to
interrupt. Not in the video, dumb
wear his fillings on his sleeve.
It's not in the video.
Guy. Pull your shirt up, lady.
Not in the video, dumb fuck.
Go have another drink, QE.
It's not demonstrating is doing, explaining is talking.
So talking is not demonstrating, explaining. Exactly.
No, it's not.
Whining.
No, fuck up percentage.
I know he was wrong.
Go back on fucking.
Now, a demonstration can be explained, but demonstrating is actually doing.
Go back on fucking mute.
Look how mad QE gets. I love it. He's like a little 5-year-old.
What else is new now? I've turned him foot already, like years ago.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
He can't control himself. That's the problem.
Right the hand.
That's what he comes in here to get his ego.
At least the girl
he's just screaming uncontrollably.
You fucking clown.
Because he got called out for saying talking as a demonstration.
You're a pussy.
It's an explanation.
Yeah, you're also a fucking liar, you dumb fuck.
What the fuck?
Hey, dumb fuck! You're also a liar.
Oh, so
It's
now
not in your video. Shut your fucking mouth. Fucking clown. Why don't you tell everyone how the second law of thermodynamics is false because a flat tire didn't spontaneously inflate? You fucking glue sniffer.
He laughed. Soy boy.
He did. Sorry, fucking.
Hey, I'm very upset because I actually already demonstrated that talking can be demonstrating.
I know.
Because the only way to demonstrate verbal techniques and rhetorical techniques is by talking. So it's required to demonstrate it by talking. It's the only way to actually do it. It cannot be done any other way. So those two guys are both morons.
You see how fucking that pussy percentage came in? White knighting for fucking left the foot. Piece of shit.
Wait, he left too. Wow, dude.
You bet your ass he left.
Wow, bro.
It was a circle jerk.
Jeez, dude.
All right, now back to my mission. Where the fuck did I put that shit?
AI's on the roof. QE's cooking right now. Chat's going crazy. Right the hens. Chat skanking.
And Flatsy just cooked sausage balls. Dang.
Yo, pause.
Hey, can you demonstrate rhetorical speech techniques through invocations, timbre, and pitch changes in any other means than talking?
No. Nope. And those are some key elements right there, folks.
So you could explain how to do it in words, right, in text form, but you can't demonstrate it unless you actually speak. So one more time, percentage and right to hand are so wrong in this point that put together, they're dumber than Robert Utah.
Facts. I don't even know who that is, but facts.
That's Bumba Clap.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Robert Utah. That's him.
That's his name?
That's your cheese on bread.
Cheese on bread.
Right.
I literally only got that from Fresh and Fit. That's the only thing I know. Anytime there's like a Jamaican girl, they're like, "Where are you from? What's your age? What's your body count?" They're like, I'm Haitian. I'm Jamaican." They'll be like, "Boom,
Yeah, so so brothers, for example, before you guys came, I was demonstrating to the audience via interactions with Robert Utah how stupid he is. Oh, because I was talking to him and demonstrating it how dumb he is. Wow, so you can demonstrate things by talking. Oh, wow. Listen, let me ask you this question. Can you demonstrate things in textual form?
I mean, depends on what you mean by textual.
Well, let me ask you this question. How can you demonstrate just listen, how can you demonstrate the correct spelling of a word?
You say it out letter by letter?
Or write it. Those are the only two ways, right?
Yeah.
So one of those ways is writing it in textual form so you can demonstrate something with text. And the other way is to say it, which is talking. So one more time, percentage and right to hand are dumber than a box of rocks. Which
What was
are probably their
percentage trying to
cousins.
say?
He was trying to say that demonstrating isn't talking, and talking isn't demonstrating. Basically saying nothing can be demonstrated via talking, which I just proved in 3 different categories that they're wrong.
Yeah, I think you can demonstrate by talking.
You might say that I demonstrated my point.
Exactly. Yeah. You can demonstrate things via speech.
Define demonstrate.
Please,
here we
AI,
go.
why don't you just go ahead and demonstrate and tell us all of that all over again, please? Yeah.
Flatsy.
Yes. Let me
Find
guess.
us a Glober.
Yeah, or I was like, let me guess, get back in the kitchen.
Well, that, but also on your way there, find us a Glober so we can cook.
And make some sandwiches, some bowls.
Yeah, we'll take a round of sandwiches. I'll take
This entire household doesn't necessarily hold any Globers, so I ain't got any here. I have flat smacked this entire household, and everybody's like, they don't know. They're just like, I don't know.
W. W Flatsy. She's like top 304 in the whole community right now, for sure.
Why do I have to be a 304?
I mean, no one's even as active as you. It just has to be you. So shout out to Flatsy, guys. But let's get a W going in the chat for Flatsy.
Oh, well, thanks, guys. Oh,
There we go.
I'm
We
not
get
a
the W
304,
sign.
though. Just saying.
What does that mean, 304?
304?
I got it. I want to.
The thing he wasn't supposed to use.
So on a calculator, you know how if you put in
Yeah, I got it.
8008.
Yeah, he got it.
Yeah, I got it. I put it together. I wasn't thinking about like how spelling the word out. Yeah, I got it.
304. And I just gotta teach you. I gotta teach you guys about the lingo, man. We gotta keep you guys updated with the DLC. Just like putting W's in the chat. It's some new shit. Just gotta teach the Gen Xers and the Boomers and all of them about the new shit. But it seems like it's clicking, though. I hear you guys saying stop the cap and all this, that, and the other. Good. Let's keep it coming. This is cultural development.
Well, that was a dunce cap. That's like old school. Like when you were a naughty kid in the days of yore, you had to sit in the corner of the classroom, facing the corner, and you had a dunce cap on.
Yeah. Exactly. Don't be the one with the cap on. Stop the cap.
What do you mean? They used to make you wear a cap while you're sitting in the corner.
Timbo, what the heck is that kangaroo? That kangaroo looks like.
Do you like that one?
I am scared of that.
That's me at the gym.
That's you at the gym.
Let's get a Glober, guys. How do we ping people in here? Can we do it, everyone? Or should I say Mr. Beast is here? Dude, when I said something about Mr. Beast in 24/7, and we had like a panel of like 70 to 80 people. I said, Mr. Beast calls in from Antarctica. And there were like 74 people in the chat.
I remember that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And then we started like picking maybe a couple a week, different Different shout outs.
Like that time Speed was in the chat.
Can we do that? I don't even remember that. What the heck?
No. No, it didn't happen. I was trying to recreate
A
it.
lot of these guys in here don't know who those guys are. Like Aiden Ross, like that's a younger audience who would know those names. But yeah, we did Mr. Beast, and so many people joined. I think there was like 65 people in here the other day, but I missed it. It's like 2 days ago.
I saw Aiden Ross when he met with Trump during the election season, and he he gave him I think it was a Cybertruck that had the Pennsylvania event as a wrap.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah. Dude, Aiden Ross has talked about Flat Earth recently. Oh, man, I don't have my iPad. But maybe I could drop the clip in the chat. Someone can play it.
Didn't Lizzo just...
What? Really?
This is hilarious.
Okay. Can someone play this in the speaker?
Yeah, because whoever was trending right now was in the chat yesterday.
But what was?
Chaplain, do you think the
Wait, it came through for a second. Who was that? Go and start it over.
Oh, was it loud enough? Yeah, I can start it again.
It only came through for like 1 second and it cut out.
All right, let's try the...
Check your... I might have to check your sound settings.
Chaplain, do you think the Earth is... I don't think so either.
I don't. I think what I think.
What?
Photographs.
But those are not...
Look at this.
Yeah, so this is... It was cutting, but basically Aiden Ross was talking to Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek ran for one of the Republican presidents during 2024. And he's actually from my hometown, Cincinnati. And Indian guy. He was actually supposed to go on Fresh and Fit, but it didn't actually happen. But Aiden Ross talked to him, and Aiden asked him if he thought the Earth was flat. And he's like, no, I think pictures from space is the proof. But, the fact that he was willing to bring it up to him, I find interesting. And I've said this many times that there's not much incentive to talk about flat Earth in front of your community, especially if you have a large audience like Aiden does. But he does it anyway, so shout out to him. There's a second clip, if you can try to play that, but you might have to turn your noise suppression down. If you go to your settings and put on the sensitivity all the way down. Play the second clip. Right, the hand's still in the chat squeaking away, bro. Holy.
Hey, what he's saying is facts. Yeah. Everyone follow the stream right now. Hit that follow button. You're tall as shit. Damn, roll that shit up. What the fuck? And yes, the Earth is flat. I know because I went to space in my sleep and I dreamt of it, and I can see that it was flat. W's in the chat.
You know what's crazy? My first stream, my big debate that popped me off was a flat Earth debate.
Really?
And they think you're like joking, but we're serious, right?
I'm dead serious.
I love
Look
this.
at me, I'm dead serious.
I love this.
Legend.
I love that. That's the GOAT. That's the GOAT right there. I love that. I love that. He's not sold. He has not sold out like all those globetards. Hey, sir. Yo, what up, man?
What?
Okay, now I want you, chat. I want you to ask yourself